Somewhere, a red-haired young man was on the brink of death. He thought to himself, "What a beautiful dream. So beautiful that I want to destroy it, devour it, and raze it to the ground." Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, a young man with golden hair stared down at him and said calmly, "We finally dealt with him. A miserable end, truly fitting for the cruelest of villains." With that, he turned and left. Turns out, this was the ending of a novel. Just a moment ago, Adel, wanting to finish his series, had arranged for the strongest villain to die at the hands of the main character. Although this was the ending many readers wanted, to him, it was nothing but trash. This clearly wasn't the ending he wanted to write, but for the sake of something called money, he had no choice but to do it. As the last word was written, a strange sound suddenly echoed. Adel jumped, startled. No one should be here at this hour. He went to the door to check, but before him was only silence. Though quite uneasy, Adel reassured himself that it was probably just a drunkard passing by. As he was about to return to his bedroom, a strange piece of paper fell at his feet. On it was written, "This is a gift. Make a request when you need it." Before he could even think about asking for a TV or a fridge, the paper suddenly emitted a stream of dark energy. An, the villain, emerged from it right before his eyes. Adel exclaimed in shock, "What? Why is he here?" An didn't answer right away, only giving a bitter smile. He spoke, "So, this is how I die? All that time, all that effort, 10 years, just to get revenge on those who destroyed my family, relatives, friends, my love. I lost them all. But why? Even after I gave up everything, did it still end in failure?" Author Adel, you of all people should know the answer, so there's no point in me saying more. Adel tried to say something, but An cut him off. "So please." At that moment, the dark energy enveloped his entire body. With a helpless smile, he continued, "Please, help me. Only you can change this fate. I'll be watching you." Immediately after, Adel felt himself being pulled into a tangled mess. He entered the body of the red-haired young man. Slowly opening his eyes, he shot up and scratched his head. Did I just pass out? Suddenly, the structure of the room seemed strange, which confused him. Looking at his wrist, he wondered, "What's with these clothes?" He got out of bed, walked towards the mirror, and mumbled, "What's going on?" Observing himself, he saw a strange shock of red hair and a demonic smile. The moment he looked into those cold, fox-like eyes, he realized he seemed to be in the body of the strongest villain from his own novel. Not only that, but the assassination attempt was just a few days away. The half-demon bloodline of the Ain family, descendants of a devil, had helped the family become one of the greatest in the kingdom. But the family had fallen because of the 6 great families, leaving only Adel behind. That was his story, and the reason he became a villain. He tried to get his revenge, but ultimately failed. So he brought Adel, the one who created him, here. In a few days, he would be killed by the knights of the 6 great families. He helplessly pulled up the status window. In terms of talent, Adel was one of the strongest characters in the novel, but he still couldn't compare to the special powers Adel had created for the main characters. The status window displayed the information: race, half-demon, alignment, chaotic, talent, swap 1, attributes, darkness, killing intent, mana control, 341. No matter how charismatic the villain was, Adel had never intended for them to defeat the main character. But now, he couldn't control his mana. The setting he created to make Adel fearsome had now backfired on him. Tearing at his hair, he noticed the paper on the bed. "What's this? Wait, that's the paper that appeared before I got transported into the novel. I forgot about it." Although he didn't know if it would be of any help, he couldn't afford to be picky. He remembered the paper said to look at it when needed. But when he looked, the paper was completely blank. He cursed under his breath. "Damn it, is this really how it ends for me?" Suddenly, a few lines appeared on the paper. "Author, if you don't know how to use the gift, answer yes or no." Adel trembled, muttering, "You bastard, who are you?" The paper showed another line. "Write yes or no on the paper." He got annoyed. "What now? Are you ignoring me now? Fine, I'll do what you say." He wrote yes. The paper then showed instructions on how to use it. Information brokerage. "I will answer anything written on this paper. Some questions require a fee." Adel was surprised. Information brokerage? So it knows the answer to anything? The paper explained, the more important the question, the higher the price. He proposed, "Tell me how to get back to the real world." The paper quickly refused. "Impossible." He cursed in frustration. "Damn it, I shouldn't have expected anything." He decided, "Then just show me how to use Adel's mana and attributes." As soon as he finished writing, his entire body emanated mana. The paper announced, "This question requires no fee. Mana control and attribute usage have been assimilated by the body. Do you accept?" He answered, "Yes." He smiled as he felt the mana. The first attribute was darkness, the ability to nullify an opponent's 5 senses. When activated, a black hole appeared in his hand. He was pleased. It worked. It's normally bigger, but this is fine too. Next was Killing Intent, the power to restrain opponents with aura. After using it, he succeeded again. Trained knights and soldiers might be able to resist it, but this is still effective against ordinary people. He thought, now I just need to master Adel's special ability, Swap 1, the ability to switch places with any object, the ultimate assassination skill. When he activated it, a magic circle appeared beneath his feet. He was satisfied, but he could only swap within a 20-meter radius, far too weak compared to the novel. If I practice, he looked ahead, deciding to try it with a suit of armor. He used Swap 1, expecting his body to merge with the armor, but instead, he was thrown backward. A loud crash echoed as he landed flat on his ass. Damn it, I guess I can't get it right on the first try. Outside, the sound of hooves and voices grew closer. The soldiers shouted, "Hurry up! We have to kill him this time!" But Adele remained resolute. "I'll do it again, 10, no, 100 times. Whatever it takes, I will survive." At that moment, at the Ayan family estate, a group of people entered. Seeing so many people, the 2 servants became anxious. A tall man, his eyes filled with killing intent, looked down and asked, "Where is he?" This man was Count Leon, captain of the Pentes Knights. The servant stammered, "In this room." Adele, who was inside, heard the commotion but said nothing. Leon asked, "What's his condition?" The servant reported, "He hasn't moved at all for days." Hearing this, Leon grew even more curious. Without hesitation, he slammed the door open and barged in. Adel sat calmly in a chair to receive him. "So, you've come? Surely you don't intend to let a mere kid survive, do you?" Leon scoffed contemptuously. "How absurd. Finish him." A soldier immediately stepped forward on command. "Yes, sir." Refusing to be bullied, Adele quickly used Swap 1. The soldier's glowing sword confused him. Adel used Swap 1 again to teleport in front of the soldier, stabbing him in the neck as blood splattered everywhere. Leon was shocked to see Adel take down the soldier in the blink of an eye. He crossed his arms and ordered, "What are you all doing? Charge!" The soldiers obeyed and immediately rushed forward. Adele quickly dashed out of the room, threw a dagger to the ground, and used Swap 1 to teleport, his body landing safely. Adele decided he had to get to Asen Forest. Seeing him escape, Leon ordered, "He's getting away! After him!" In Asen Forest, Adel ran for his life, panting heavily. Even if I was lucky enough to escape those knights and leave the territory, I still won't be able to survive. That's why I'm going to go through the gate in this forest to get to the demon world. The demon world is currently suffering heavy losses from the war with humans. If I show enough talent, they might accept me. But the problem is, Adel stopped to rest when he suddenly heard a noise. He wondered, have they already caught up to me? Leon's soldiers had entered the forest, and he ordered them to split up and find him. Adele hid behind a tree, observing. The problem is, I don't know exactly where the gate is. I'm sure it's around here somewhere. As he was walking, he unluckily stepped on a twig, making a sound. He grew worried. Instantly, the area was devastated by Leon's power. Radiating killing intent, he said, "You slippery bastard. So this is where you were hiding." But Adele had already used his ability to escape. "I have 1 or 2 swaps left. I have to find that gate. Fast. Damn it, there has to be a way." He wrote on the paper, "Tell me the exact location of the gate to the demon world in Asen Forest." The paper replied, "That information is not free. Pay with 100 gold coins or an artifact of relic grade or higher." Asked to pay such a large amount, Adele was stunned. "What? You bastard! Where am I supposed to get that now?" Just as he finished speaking, a shockwave shot straight towards him, knocking him painfully to the ground. Leon stood before him, sharp sword in hand. "Did you run because you wanted to live?" "Adel, you will die here today." Even after being beaten bloody, Adel remained defiant. "Don't make me laugh. I'm not going to die." He thought, there's still one way. Live or die. I'll risk it. Seeing him like this, Leon wondered, are you still going to resist until the very end? You are the head of the house, after all. Adele gripped his sword tightly, annoyed. Why are you all acting so high and mighty, when you're just a bunch of adults ganging up on a kid? Maybe you should switch to being nannies. Oh, I guess that would be too hard for you to manage on your own. Adele's taunts enraged Leon. I was planning to send you off painlessly, but now I'll pierce your heart with the sword bestowed upon Count Leon. Die! Adele smirked triumphantly. This is it! As Leon lunged with his sword, Adele quickly opened the paper to block the attack. Words appeared on it. Thank you for the payment, which has been assessed as sufficient, even exceeding the requested price. Guiding you to the gate leading to the demon world in the forest. Adele's smug smile confused Leon. What? A gate appeared beside him. Adele immediately used Swap 1 to dash towards it. Startled, Leon shouted, "Stop!" But Adele ran on resolutely, thinking, "That damn monster! I can't believe he chased me all the way here." Seeing the gate, he was overjoyed. "I found it!" Leon quickly ripped out a tree trunk, determined. "I won't let you get away." The trunk flew straight at Adel, but just as it was about to hit, he began to disappear. Adel smiled and said to Leon, "See you next time." Before leaving, he even gave Leon a special salute, which made the man furious. Damn it, he's reached the demon world. After arriving in the demon world, Adel chewed on some dried meat and wondered, how much time has passed? After waking up from passing through the gate, I'm in some kind of dungeon. This is an artificial dungeon created by someone to secretly research demonic arts. He couldn't understand why there was dried meat and a stone bed in a place like this. Was it created by a treasure guardian? Not to mention, there's a red barrier blocking attacks from the front and a stone guardian. I don't know which high-ranking family created this place, but it's full of bizarre things. Just looking at that guardian is terrifying. If I charged at it now, I'd probably be crushed to bits. Suddenly, the paper began to glow, catching Adel's attention. Written on it were the words, "This is the only time you will be forgiven for using an item you do not own as payment for a trade. If you fail to comply, no further information exchanges will be performed." Adel broke into a cold sweat, thinking, this thing is insane. So, it's letting it slide this time? Suddenly, he noticed something odd. That stone wall looks unusual. Oh, I can sense these kinds of things now. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "You do not have the right?" Hearing this, Adel thought, that must be the function that deactivates the barrier. What a pity. He began to strategize. I need to find another way out of here. That stone fell off the guardian. If it's really just a stone, then this might just work out for me. With that thought, he immediately used Swap 1, switching places with the stone. Having escaped, he rejoiced. All right, it worked. But suddenly, a monster let out a loud roar. In some kingdom, where the sun and moon formed an eclipse, someone violently splashed a bucket of water, scolding, "You idiot! Why did you spill that here?" The person continued to yell at the child. The man looking down from above was Chris, head of the Bears family in the demon world. He walked in and said, "It's certainly noisy, probably because my daughter is about to raid the intermediate level secret realm. What a hassle. If she succeeds, she'll gain the right to enter Satan. But even if I order her to fail, she'll only defy me. Only by entering Satan can that girl get her revenge on the humans who killed her mother. Can a weakling like that possibly survive in a place crawling with vicious demons?" Chris sighed helplessly. Suddenly, a servant ran in, calling out, "My lord, there's a situation." Chris asked, annoyed, "What is all this commotion about?" The servant bowed their head and stammered, I apologize. We've received a report that there is an unidentified individual inside the secret realm." Chris was curious. "Inside the secret realm?" The servant continued. "Yes, there are no signs that they opened the gate to enter, so everyone is very confused." Chris wondered, "Have they been identified?" The servant replied, "They have accessed a function that only you, my lord, should be able to use from within, but we don't know who it is." Chris tapped the table, thinking, perhaps they were forcibly summoned through a gate created during the war between humans and demons. He ordered, "They'll die in there anyway. No need to worry. All of you just focus on the preparations for my daughter's test." The servant obeyed. Understood. Chris looked outside, musing, if everything goes smoothly, I might gain a useful pawn. Of course, that's only if he doesn't die in the secret realm. Meanwhile, Adel was thrown back into the room, crashing to the floor with a scream. He was bewildered. What the hell? Was that a wolf? I almost died. The wolf kept attacking the door, making him anxious. So even if I get past the barrier, getting out is still trouble. Suddenly, he realized, wait, isn't it also made of stone? He decided, all right, let's give it a try. Adele quickly used permutation 1, swapping places with the wolf. He smiled. It worked. The confused wolf howled inside the room, trying to escape. Adele bolted, thinking he'd die if he stayed. Now Adele just needed to find the exit. As he was running, he froze. A praying mantis appeared before him. This probably isn't good. Each stage has a task, and this one is more dangerous than the wolf. He smirked smugly. Just as I predicted, they're just mindless objects. This is doable as long as I have permutation 1. He sprinted, then stopped in front of the final door. A voice echoed, "Welcome to the final destination." Adel was confused. What? You're welcoming an intruder? What the hell? Looks like this is the boss room. Is anyone in there? Inside was another monster, a death knight. Adel swallowed nervously. Based on his power, he seems to be on par with the 4 knights. The Death Knight spoke, "I express my respect for you having come this far." Adel immediately used permutation 1. The moment the Death Knight finished speaking, he had already teleported him outside. Adele greedily approached. A treasure chest? It's bigger than I thought, and there's a decoration carved in the shape of a black dragon. Suddenly, he realized, wait a minute. A black dragon decoration. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. He grew curious. A black dragon. Among the highest-ranking noble families are sloth, lust, gluttony, wrath, envy, greed, and pride, like a black dragon. The seventh of the 7 deadly sins of bears, pride. At that thought, he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it. If he catches me, I'm dead for sure." Without hesitation, Adel opened the box. It's come to this. It's go and just loot the box and run. There must be a useful item to escape this place. The moment he opened it, a flood of demonic energy clung to his face. It forced its way into his stomach. Adel cried out in pain, clutching his stomach and throwing up before screaming. His head felt like it was going to explode, and blood splattered everywhere. Now there was something hideous lying on the ground. Adel trembled, panting in confusion. How long was I out? Is my left eye bulging out? He checked his eye in the reflection of his blade and saw a black eye. Could that liquid that splashed on me earlier be? A status window appeared. Race, half-demon. Attribute, chaos. Talent, permutation 1. Traits, role-playing interest. Characteristics, interest, focus, killing intent, darkness, mana control, eye of pride. Mana, 341. Dynamic vision has skyrocketed to its absolute limit, activating after an enemy is defeated. Having gained a new ability, Adel was pleased. With this, I'll never lose to weaker opponents again. Not bad. Deciding to come to the demon world was the right call. After everything was done, he decided he had everything he needed. I should get out of here now. I was only paying attention to the chest, but there's a door behind it. What should I do? I've made quite a bit of noise, so there are probably a lot of soldiers waiting outside. If I go out, I'm dead for sure. Will I have to kneel faster than the speed of light to save my own skin? But if they find out I belong to the family, they'll kill me even if I beg. I have to hide this crest first. The Death Knight roared in anger. Open the door now! Hearing the noise, Adele turned around and saw the Death Knight relentlessly attacking the door. Her Highness is coming! Open the door! Adele was bewildered. What? Her Highness. Wait, could the reason they welcomed me with food and a stone bed be that this place was created by high-ranking families for testing? He wrote on a piece of paper, "Who is the owner of this place?" He figured he had stolen the reward they were supposed to receive. They'll slice me to pieces right here, he asked. Tell me, who is the person closest to me? The paper replied. That information has a price. Pay with an item worth 100 gold coins or a relic-grade treasure or higher, Adele wondered. What can I possibly pay that price with? He decided. Mana. I will pay with 100 points of my maximum mana. He thought it would be tough, but he could recover after surviving. The paper accepted. The assessment is satisfactory. I will take 100 of your mana, the paper replied. The person nearest to you is Renee, the youngest daughter of Chris Bears, head of the Bears family. Just then, Renee walked in, making Adel anxious. Crap, my life is over. From what he knew, this domain was created by the Bears family to train their youngest daughter. The Eye of Pride was surely her reward for completing the domain. Renee, who had enough power in the Bears family to cut through guards like butter, was now standing right in front of him. Renee swiftly beheaded the Death Knight, then looked over, making him break out in a cold sweat. Okay, I can do this, he told himself. Renee pointed her sword at him and asked irritably, Who are you? Adel quickly knelt respectfully. Congratulations on clearing the final domain, Lady Renee. You have also proven yourself worthy. Renee was annoyed. Explain, Adel explained. Sweating. The family head ordered me to be your guard. He thought. Our eyes met. But she doesn't seem to have noticed the Eye of Pride. Renee was skeptical. You? Adel cheerfully affirmed. Yes, even though I look like this, my skills aren't half bad. He was determined to use her to get out of here. Renee burst out laughing. Pfft, Adele worried. Doesn't she believe me? He immediately used his ability to make Renee believe him, startling her. He took her hand, pleased. How about it? I believe I will be useful in protecting you, Lady Renee. Renee angrily pulled her hand away, confusing Adele. What's this? Is she angry now? She turned away to think. Adele was secretly relieved. Luckily, she's letting what I did slide. He said, Let's go. Please go see the family head right away. He's waiting for you. Renee agreed. All right. Adele wanted to leave first. Then I'll go and handle the other tasks the family head assigned me. I need to get out of here as soon as possible. He flung the door open and said, I definitely won't be late. Suddenly, Renee stopped, making Adel look ahead in confusion. She called out, Father! Chris was radiating killing intent, but he smiled. Adel was shocked. Shit, why is Chris here? If he sees the Eye of Pride, he'll kill me. Why isn't he reacting? Chris curiously asked Renee, Have you successfully completed the domain? Renee replied, Yes, I have. Chris turned away. I see. Follow me. Adele was curious. Follow him? What is he thinking? He quickly followed Chris. He thought, I can't just get rid of all of them. I don't have anything left to offer the paper either, which means I can't use its power. He followed Chris to the palace. So this is the Bears' residence. Chris stopped and ordered, Go to your rooms. The people heard and obeyed. Yes, sir, Chris said to Adel. As for you, Wait here. I'll call you later. Adele was secretly pleased. He's leaving me alone. This is my chance, right? No, of course not. In the office, Renee stood before Chris. He mused, "You have completed my final task. You must enter the Saitan training grounds." Renee affirmed, "Yes." Chris pondered for a moment, then asked, "Putting that aside, how is he?" Renee thought back and confirmed, "He's strong." Chris heard this. "Interesting," he mused. "I see. How very interesting." He stood up and looked outside. "Since you've proven your worth, you may go to Saitan as you wish." Renee was happy. "Thank you, father." Chris thought with satisfaction, "I figured he'd die right after breaking into the territory. But he survived, even got the pride eye, and Renee even has an opinion of him. He's definitely worth using." Outside, Adel worried. How much longer do I have to wait? In the dim light of the castle, two men appeared. The subordinate bowed respectfully and invited, "Adele, this way." He pushed the door open, announcing, "I've brought him, my lord." As soon as he entered the room, Chris's face appeared like a demon from hell. Adele was instantly terrified, his mind in chaos. The family head. What is he thinking? He bowed his head, his posture cautious, afraid that one careless move would cost him his life. "Why did you let me live?" Chris flashed a grotesque smile, his voice fierce. "You bastard." He unleashed his power, the sound echoing through the dark castle. "Just as I thought. You're very good at deceiving my daughter." The sudden attack caught him completely off guard. Pain spread throughout his body, and all he could do was grit his teeth and endure it. Under Chris's immense power, he couldn't hold on and collapsed to the ground. He yelled, "You don't intend to kill me!" Hearing that, Chris retracted his power and smirked. You're spared." Adele gasped, desperately gulping for air, his body still trembling. He thought, This demonic energy is incredible. With the air of a supreme being, Chris smiled smugly and said, "You're pretty quick-witted." Looking at Adel, he continued, "What's your name?" Adel, still terrified, didn't dare to delay his answer. "I am Adel." Hearing the name, Chris seemed to grow even angrier. Adele was once again restrained by the power, not understanding why he was angry, his body weak with pain. He asked, "What do you want from me?" Chris ordered, "Open your mouth," a satisfied, evil smile on his face. "Just continue what you told my daughter." A horrific creature burrowed deep into Adel's throat, feeling as if it was invading his very mind. Chris increased his power, causing him extreme agony. A dark voice rang out, "If you have any other thoughts, this poison will tear your heart apart." Adel screamed in hopeless agony. Chris turned and walked away, saying, "I'll prepare a place for you. Wait until I call." Chris seemed completely indifferent to Adele writhing on the ground, weak but successfully threatened. He had been spared. Chris dismissed the man. "Go." Adele panted, unable to believe what had just happened. Damn it, what the hell just went on in that dark castle? He was led to a room. The subordinate spoke slowly. "From now on, you'll be staying here." Adel stood in the vast space of the room, thinking about the reason he was here. I've become a dependent of this family because of Chris's will. The subordinate bowed farewell. "Then please, rest well." Adel was still bewildered about being spared. Living in a comfortable place like this. "I'm grateful he let me live, but I feel like I'm being completely used." He sat down on the bed, satisfied with his accomplishment. Well, Chris has acknowledged me, in a way. This could actually be a good situation. But that creature was still deep inside his body. Adel clutched his chest, feeling the foreign object's presence. He was determined to get this thing out. He thought firmly, It has to work. After using his power to push the foreign object out of his body, he yelled joyfully, "It worked! Just as I thought. It's an inanimate object." Looking at the creature, still sleeping soundly, he thought, If I kill it, he'll find out immediately. So, what should I do now? Adele was startled when it opened its eyes. He slowly realized, It woke up because the mana supply from my body was cut off. He immediately offered it a drop of his blood. "Eat this." While it was blissfully high on the mana supply, he spoke in a helpless tone. "So I have no other choice but to pacify it like this," he urged. "Hurry up and go back to sleep." Adel collapsed onto the soft bed, exhausted, and sighed. Finally, I can relax. I wonder how much of the trap on my neck has been removed. I'm about to pass out. A status window appeared. Race, half-demon. Attribute, chaos. Talent, transposition 1, level 2. Traits, interest in role-playing. Characteristics, interest, focus, Dark Aura, Mana Control, Pride Eye. Mana 341, reduced to 241. Looking at the numbers, Adil observed carefully. Asterisk, I should still check, just in case. Asterisk. After finishing, he was satisfied. Asterisk. Transposition 1 has leveled up to 2, but the amount of mana is the real problem. Compared to the main characters, it's just a grain of sand in the desert. How am I supposed to increase my mana? Asterisk. After thinking for a while, he found a way. Asterisk. Ah, right, there's that method. Asterisk Renee appeared with a cold, gloomy, and lifeless expression. I don't like this, Adel asked, bewildered. Huh? He thought helplessly. Asterisk. It's been 3 days since I was assigned as Renee's guard. Asterisk. He walked behind her, observing her constant cold reactions. Looking at her back, he pondered. Asterisk. When she was little, she had such a radiant personality. But after she lost her mother to humans, she changed. As the author, I feel responsible for this. Asterisk. From a distance, a man shouted, Renee, the family head is calling for you both. Adele flinched, probably still haunted by the last incident. At the summons, he and Renee went before Chris. He understood the reason. Asterisk, the family head must have called us about Renee entering Saitan. Asterisk, even though Renee was hopeful after successfully raiding the territory, Chris wouldn't allow it. He explained slowly, Saitan is not an easy place. With your abilities, you'll die after a short time without being able to properly avenge your mother. The terrifying energy radiating from Renee frightened Adel. He regretted being there. Asterisk, I shouldn't be here. Asterisk, Chris continued. However, if you take Adel with you as your guard, I will allow you to enter. Both were stunned, not believing what they had just heard. Renee shook her head in refusal. No. Adel thought, asterisk, does she hate me that much? Asterisk. He remembered that Saitan was the demon world's school, a place where promising young demons gathered. They were in constant conflict with the Royal Academy, where the main characters studied. In that context, many students, including Renee, had died. Asterisk. It's the worst kind of place, where death is a ticking time bomb. Asterisk. Seeing Renee's resolute expression, Adel wondered, asterisk, I don't understand why she's trying so hard to go to a place like that. Asterisk. But he dismissed his initial thought, replacing it with a firm one. Asterisk. No, it's the best place to gather forces. Asterisk. Asterisk, I know most of the major events that happened between the Royal Academy and Saitan. Asterisk. A risky idea flashed through his mind. Asterisk. Yeah. Let's give it a shot. Asterisk. He quickly accepted Chris's request. But I have one condition. Looking at Chris's stern face, Adele hesitated slightly. Asterisk. If I'm being dragged there too, I should take what I can get. Asterisk. He made his demand clear. I request something related to mana. Chris laughed triumphantly, as if he had already won. Oh ho, I thought you were going to ask me to remove that thing. Adele trembled, afraid that his secret about the poison bug had been discovered. Luckily, Chris hadn't realized the bug was no longer inside him. Renee looked at him with suspicion. Chris immediately approved. Arrogant bastard, your request isn't difficult. I'll grant it. Chris ordered Renee. You may go. Renee bowed respectfully. Yes. She walked toward the door, but glanced back, giving Adele a deathly stare. Feeling that fearsome power, he wondered, does she really hate the idea of going with me that much? Now that only Adel and Chris were left in the room, he wondered what the man would give him. A mana potion, or maybe an artifact wouldn't be so bad. Chris spoke. That is a treasure to which those of my family may react sensitively, which is why I sent my daughter away. Adele was surprised to hear that a family heirloom. Chris unleashed his power. I know your mana is scarce. You are to die in my daughter's place, so this is the least I can do for you. His voice was eerie. Come closer. I will pass down the mana cultivation technique of the Bears family. Adele was shocked to learn the secret of this family. A mana cultivation technique? Chris's voice echoed throughout the room. Oh, demon god, grant this servant of yours clarity in the chaotic flow. Grant us righteous trials, and do not let thousands of demons starve. But do not put us to the test. If you do, your name will be glorified. Adel's mind was manipulated by the power, and he knelt respectfully before Chris. The man looked at his posture and said with satisfaction, a normal person would have lost their mind after hearing that chant. You truly are an interesting one. With this cultivation technique, mana will be granted to you directly by the demon god, so you will achieve what you desire. Adele tried to resist, thinking in a panic, a demon god? Chris continued, however, it seems your family is connected to the 7 deadly sins, Adel replied, confused. That's strange. Chris gave a grotesque smile, his lips curling into a contemptuous smirk. However, now that I have planted a poison bug in you, It doesn't matter even if you are a spy. Hearing that, Adel's face went blank. The information I wrote. Is my family connected to the 7 deadly sins? I don't remember creating a setting like that. Chris spoke up. You may go now. Adel replied, Yes, sir. In the wonderful atmosphere of the forest, he sat and cultivated his power. He decided he would train here since his mana could go out of control. He adapted to the dark energy boiling within his body. Oh, demon god. He slowly came to a realization. Once he accepted the demon god's demonic energy, he would no longer be able to use human mana. It's not like I have any other choice. From somewhere, a deadly voice rang out. You are a mongrel. Adel was shocked and bewildered by what appeared before his eyes, his voice stuttering. Don't tell me that creature has a life of its own. It said, I did not think you carried the blood of that child. It seems you carry the blood of a filthy traitor. Startled by the immense energy, Adele looked at it and asked, Are you the demon god? The voice in the space replied, Indeed. It seems the world calls me the god of pride, Adel asked, as if he already knew the answer for certain. Are you going to kill me? The creature explained, If I wanted to kill you, you would have been dead the moment you opened your mouth. For some reason, I have no desire to kill you. You seem to be burned by the same sin as I. I feel a strange kinship with you. I shall grant you a stigma. You, who walk the same path as I. This mark proves you may use my power. The power of the arrogant traitor. Make sure you do not let your pride cloud your judgment. Adele held up his hand, feeling the power being absorbed, his mind in a daze. I've borrowed the power of a demon god. It seems I've just earned 3 extra lives thanks to this stigma. But the mark is a tattoo. Soon my whole body is going to be covered in tattoos. He had no idea that behind a tree, someone had witnessed everything. Sensing someone watching, he turned to see Renee's silhouette. He thought in fear, why is she here? Was she eavesdropping on us? Renee suddenly called out, Dark Priest? He was taken aback. What? A month had passed since he received the stigma from the demon god. He looked at the data panel. Race, demi-demon, attribute, chaos, talent, permutation, trait, interest, roleplay, interest, trait, focus, dark killing, intent, mana control, pride, mana, 3,110,035. He was thrilled and satisfied. I've trained hard. I never thought my mana would triple in such a short time. It's probably thanks to the interest and focuses traits. In a few more years, I might even surpass the heirs of the 6 great families in the human world. With my current strength, I can even conquer that hidden area. Looking at Renee, he thought helplessly, but first, why is she training in front of my house instead of at the training grounds? He called out, attracting her attention. Excuse me, my lady. Renee bowed respectfully. Yes. He thought it was good that she was no longer avoiding him, but I think she's misunderstanding me as some kind of dark priest. In this world, only dark priests can communicate with demon gods. It's better if she didn't hear what I said to the demon god, but if Renee treats me as a superior, nasty rumors will spread through the family. He spoke up. My lady, she immediately replied. Yes. Adele asked slowly. My lady, what are you thinking? But I ask that you please treat me as you did before. Renee was confused, but he continued. I am only following the family head's orders to protect you. Please feel free to be comfortable around me. She hesitated. In that case. Then she turned and ordered, bring me some water. Adel was surprised. Huh? Renee paused. You told me to be comfortable, didn't you? I'm tired and thirsty after training. He thought he had achieved his goal, but something felt off. As expected of the prideful family, she changes her attitude so quickly. Renee raised her voice, urging him, hurry up. He replied, yes. Adele accepted helplessly. I guess I'll have to do whatever she asks. He stood beside Renee, holding a sharp sword. I need to conquer that domain quickly, but Renee won't leave me alone. I have almost no time left. I have to act before the main character gets past the demon world before I do. I need that treasure to survive in Saitan, he called out. My lady. Then he slowly asked, how are your preparations for enrolling in Saitan coming along? Renee was surprised. Why are you suddenly asking about that? He explained, so she wouldn't be suspicious. Because you will have to face all sorts of wicked people there. I'm just asking because I'm worried about you, she replied distractedly. I've already packed everything I need, he asked again. Are you sure? His hands were putting items into a basket. Why don't you go back and double check just to be sure, he persuaded. I wouldn't want you to be in trouble later if you find you forgot something important. Renee looked at him suspiciously and said bluntly, what are you trying to say? Get to the point. Adele immediately denied it, looking for an excuse. I'm only saying this because I'm worried about you. I am your escort, after all. She seemed to see right through him and blurted out, you liar. Where are you planning on going behind my back? Adel thought angrily. Damn it, she's not falling for it. Renee's voice was dark. Do you despise me? Adel cursed under his breath. Damn it! He tried hard to defend himself. Actually, I heard there's a domain in this area, so I was planning to conquer it. Please understand, it's for your safety. In his mind, he pleaded, please believe this excuse. After a terrifying silence, Renee said, now I remember what I forgot. Adele was overjoyed. Then why aren't you going back? She cut in, her words dousing him like a bucket of cold water. He asked mechanically. Excuse me, what do you mean? I haven't finished warming up. I'll go with you to that domain. If it's close, we can finish this today, right? Adel was bewildered. Milady, Renee urged in a loud voice. Let's go! Where is that domain? The scene was gruesome and filled with an air of death. Adel said, that's the immortal domain. The immortal domain was once ruled by necromancers, but now it's filled with soldiers who've been turned into vengeful spirits. After the necromancers were wiped out in the war between humans and demons, this place fell into ruin. After a moment of silence, Renee said softly, I know that place well. Just mentioning the domain's name was enough to make Renee uneasy. That place was probably at least an upper mid-level domain, and the number of soldiers must have increased by now. Adele thought that having Renee's help wasn't bad anyway, but the problem was that traveling together would make escaping the estate even harder. If their escape were discovered, word would get to Chris immediately. After a moment of thought, he spoke up to reassure her. Lady Renee, if it's a burden, maybe you shouldn't go. He continued, if the head of the house finds out you left without permission. Before he could finish, Renee replied, it's fine. She continued, I know a secret exit. With that, Renee led Adele through the edge of the forest to the ruins of an ancient city wall. When they arrived, she pointed to an arched hole near the ground, mostly hidden by overgrown green grass, and said, here. Adele praised her. You seem familiar with this place, huh? He privately assessed that she must sneak out often. Adele said to Renee, let's go, before we're discovered. She agreed. All right. After they went through the shortcut, a majestic landscape of towering mountains appeared before them. Below was barren, rocky ground, and a gloomy, cold atmosphere enveloped the entire scene. Looking around for a moment, Adel asked, Milady, how much further do we have to go? Renee didn't answer immediately, turning to look at him with a cold, unreadable expression. Seeing this, he quickly explained, I've had no reason to leave the grounds, so I'm not very familiar with the surrounding terrain. Only then did Renee reply, we're almost there. We just need to get past that spot. After a long time crossing mountains and hills in silence, Adel hesitantly broke the stillness. We must be close now. Renee maintained her cold attitude and replied curtly, yeah. The two of them finally arrived at the domain. Adel said, looks like we've arrived. The scenery outside the domain was indescribably desolate, with ruined fortresses scattered everywhere, and not a single plant could grow on the ground. Witnessing the desolate scene, Renee couldn't help but feel enraged. Damn it, that son of Karis. Adele thought to himself, she must mean that bastard. I have to hide from Renee that I share his blood, no matter what. He continued thinking. Only I know the way into the domain. After scouting for a moment, he said to Renee, I think we can get in by digging here. She replied immediately. Okay. Deep beneath the largest stone statue were the rotting soldiers protecting the land. After digging, the hatch leading to the immortal domain was revealed, engraved with intricate ancient symbols and patterns. Adele was certain it was the entrance. Adele took the initiative. Shall I lead the way? But Renee refused. No, I'll go first. Deep inside was a series of corridors brightly lit with torches. Adel exclaimed, it's brighter inside than I thought. Standing before the ancient but gloomy castle, Renee announced, over there, we're at the right place. Adel thought, this place is on a whole different level from the bear's domain. I bet there are at least 100 new graves here. Renee signaled to go. Adele responded, all right. As soon as the two of them moved, the ground swarmed with human skeletons controlled by magic, digging their way to the surface. Suddenly surrounded by enemies, Adele said to Renee, Milady, I'll leave this to you. She agreed. All right. With that, Renee drew her sword and charged in to fight the surrounding soldiers. Seeing her charge into a fight to the death with his own eyes, Adel thought with admiration, just as I thought. The decision to come with her was absolutely the right one. He shouted, there must be a necromancer controlling them at the back of the horde. I'll catch up soon. As soon as they were struck down by Rain's blade, the skeleton soldiers immediately revived as they were before. Renee grew anxious. They're reviving? Not far from the chaotic battle, the mastermind continuously controlled the horde through a magic orb. You've got some nerve. Coming here, he commanded. Destroy the intruders. Finish the enemy. But they kept reviving. Renee grew impatient. They just keep coming back to life. What should we do? Adel ran to her side, saying as he ran, it's because of that sorcerer, he continued. Don't stop. Just keep moving forward. Lady Renee asked, what? A skeleton soldier charged at them. As Adel swiftly killed it, he suggested, "I've got an easy way to clear this mob out." Without needing an explanation, Renee immediately replied, "Got it." With that said, they both simultaneously ran towards the sorcerer in charge. He ordered the magical soldiers to stop them. Adel shouted, "We just need to get close to him." Adel thought, "This will all be over once we break the sorcerer's orb. I can finally use my new ability, Swap 2. A giant skeleton soldier suddenly appeared, moving in to attack. Adele thought, "This won't be so easy," and shouted, "Lady Renee, charge!" The giant skeleton soldier was struck head-on by Renee, its body shattering into pieces. Seizing the opportunity, Adele and Renee coordinated to execute their plan to eliminate the sorcerer. Swap 2. Designate teleport. Adel thought of the ability to swap objects. The skill activated, and the sorcerer panicked as his orb vanished. Adel had successfully caught it in his hand. "Got it," the leading sorcerer screamed. "No!" Adele smashed the orb into tiny fragments. The orb is gone. The sorcerer was left without a shred of magic power. He dissipated, roaring in anger. "This can't be happening." After the sorcerer completely vanished, Adele exclaimed happily, "We did it." Lady Renee, still recovering from the battle, replied softly, "Yeah." The sound of dissipating spirits suddenly echoed. "Thank you." Adel looked around and said to himself, "The tragedy here. It all happened because of what I wrote. May you rest in peace." Suddenly, Renee asked, "Adel, is there anything else we need to do?" He replied with a cheerful expression, "Yes, it's time to collect our reward." Before them, not too far away, lay an ancient chest. Adel was overjoyed to finally get the item he needed. Fang of Darkness, a dagger made from the black iron of the demon world. It converts darkness into mana, increasing its sharpness and speed in the dark. Eternal Full Moon, an artifact ring that absorbs and senses mana and moonlight. Adel marveled, "Whoa, with this dagger, I can use the darkness attribute to its fullest. The ring is nice to have, but I don't really need it." He turned and asked Lady Renee, "Why don't you take the ring? I'll take the dagger." Renee agreed. Okay," Adel continued. "All right, then allow me." With that, he gently placed the ring on Renee's hand. She immediately pulled her hand back, her face suddenly flushing red. Adele wondered why she was reacting like that. Does putting on a ring mean something to demons? How should I even ask? Renee replied shyly, "This is amazing." Adel smiled. "I'm glad you like it." Then he sat down next to the chest full of gold coins and said, "Now, since I took care of the boss, I'll be taking all the gold." The sword in Renee's hand was instantly at his throat. Adel quickly tried to save the situation. I mean, we'll split it evenly, down to the last coin." After clearing the territory, the two returned to the mansion. Adel spent his time doing chores for Renee or training his mana. A month passed, and his status window appeared. Race, half-demon. Attribute, chaos. Talent, permutation. Trait, role-playing enthusiast. Characteristics, concentration. Dark aura, mana control. Provocation, mana. 1035 to 1297. Satisfying. Almost 1300 mana. This is about mid-tier in the demon world. I've improved significantly. A few days later, Chris summoned Adele and Renee. At the mansion, her father stood before them, his voice stern. "The time has come for you to enter Saitan. The moment has arrived," he continued. "Today, you two will go to the capital to enroll in the academy." Chris asked, "Are you ready?" Adele and Renee said in unison, "Yes, sir." Hearing this, he said, "Go on. I don't think a farewell is necessary." Renee remained silent and sorrowful, then bowed and left. Adel said, "As you command. I will be on my way with the young lady now." Chris instructed Adel privately, "I expect you to do well." He replied politely, "Yes, sir." Outside, the carriage was ready, and the two departed immediately. Adele looked up at Chris, thinking that he said he wouldn't see them off, but perhaps even demons have feelings for their children. He told himself he was worried about the future, but now that it had come to this, he would achieve his goal in Saitan. On the carriage, Adele noticed, "She hasn't said a word since we left. Did I do something wrong?" Renee silently sized him up. "At first, I didn't like him because he looked suspicious, but he's more handsome than I thought." Noticing the cold atmosphere, Adele spoke up, "Ha, nice weather today, isn't it?" Renee continued to think, his actions and words lack weight, and his strength is far from what's required. Is he really a priest? She reassured herself. How foolish. I saw him talking to a demon god. Why would I doubt him? Adel wondered to himself. Why does she keep staring at me? Did I mess something up? Renee's eyes were fixed on the ring. She turned away, embarrassed, thinking, an eternal vow. That's what it means in the demon world when someone of the opposite sex places a ring on your finger. And he did it without saying much. What kind of vow did he make? I'm so curious. Adel spoke up. My lady, we'll arrive in about an hour. Sooner than expected, huh? Renee glanced at him and quickly turned away. Fine, Adel pressed. My lady, did I do something wrong? Renee replied, I want to get some sleep. Yes, my lady. They finally arrived. Adel looked around, thinking to himself, so this is the capital of the demon world? It doesn't look much different from the human world. It has a medieval style. However, there were a few differences, like some people having horns and other distinct physical features. He noticed an elite-looking demon who had a tattoo on his neck, just like him. Seeing Adel distracted, Renee prompted, What are you waiting for? Hurry up, Adel said, flustered. Yes, my lady. He asked, So, where do we go now? Renee replied. The entrance exam is in 2 days. We need to register first, Adele quickly suggested. If it's in 2 days, why don't we explore the capital until then? Renee said coldly. Not interested. Hearing her cold reply, the ever-present smile on Adel's face vanished. He tried to persuade her. My lady, perhaps you could. Renee cut him off. We don't have time. Let's go register. Adel thought. Hasn't she been stuck at home ever since her mother passed away? Geez, I just don't get her. Gazing at the Saitan campus, he exclaimed, So this is Saitan. It's incredible. It's 3 times the size of a normal university. From the front, a proctor announced, You're registered. Come back in 2 days. When it was his turn, he spoke up. We're here to register for admission. The proctor looked him over and asked, What are you supposed to be? Adele was surprised. Huh? The man continued, You don't look like a demon. Clenching his pen, he grew angry. A half-demon dares to register? He shouted. We may have lost the war, but what do you think this place is? Hearing those harsh words, Adele thought to himself, I can already see a bleak future ahead of me. The angry registrar didn't hesitate to insult Adel to his face. It's because of rats like you. Renee's voice cut in. What's going on here? She approached the registration desk. Adel turned to her, embarrassed, while the registrar looked up at her in surprise and exclaimed, Oh, those horns. This year's admissions are truly extraordinary. I can't believe I'm witnessing a child from the clan of the 7 deadly sins. He softened his tone. If you're an applicant, please state your clan and identity. Renee calmly introduced herself. Renee, of the Bears clan. She emphasized this to the registrar. And this is my guard, who will be enrolling with me. He reluctantly filled out the information, still grumbling. A half-demon, as a guard. I guess the clan of the 7 deadly sins has really lowered its standards. Renee didn't let him finish, cutting him off as her killing intent flared. That's enough. She drew her sword, glaring. I will not stand by and watch you insult the Bears clan any longer. Panicked, he changed his tune, muttering evasively. We do not discriminate based on an applicant's status, so please forget what I just said. He said loudly, Please state your clan and identity. Adele answered. The man completed the procedure and reminded them, registration complete. Come for the entrance exam on the designated day. Adel thought, during the war between humans and demons, half-demons were stronger and fought for humanity, so it's natural for them to resent us. I'm angry, but there's nothing I can do about it. The two left, but Renee was still stewing over what had happened, still fuming. Adele tried to console her. All right, Miss Renee, we need to find a place to stay now. The two went to a nearby inn. Adele remarked, This place seems clean enough. But Renee didn't think so, saying dejectedly, The inns here are so old-fashioned. Adele comforted her. It can't be helped. We don't have the money. He thought to himself that the 10 gold coins Chris gave them were just enough for 2 people to live on for a month. The Bears clan has fallen on hard times because of the war, so I can't ask for more. Adel turned to Renee with a smile. Well, shall we go in? The door opened, and a greeting was heard. Renee looked around and asked the innkeeper politely, Do you have any rooms available for 2 people for 2 days? The innkeeper replied, We do. He then asked, Will you be sharing a room? Renee was startled, blushing as she quickly refused. No, 2 separate rooms, please. She was too embarrassed to look at him. The innkeeper was surprised. Oh, yes. He handed over the keys, instructing 2 rooms for 2 days, meals included, will be 2 gold coins total. The rooms are on the 2nd floor. Adel paid, thinking, This is equivalent to 2,000 in human currency. Not bad. Renee quickly went upstairs. I'm heading up first. Adel watched her go and nodded. I'll bring the luggage up later. Get some good rest, Miss Renee. She turned. All right, you too. Adel watched her back as she left, thinking she had always lived in a huge mansion, so this must be her first time sleeping in a place like this. Well, she'll get used to it soon enough. The sun set and darkness fell. Adel thought it was time to rest up for the next 2 days. The next morning, sunlight shone through the academy's windows into a clear blue sky. A guard shouted, All candidates, please enter and follow the instructions. Adele and Renee moved forward with the massive crowd. He glanced around. There are so many people. Are there at least 100 of us? As everyone gathered in the area, Adel grew worried. I can't believe so many candidates signed up to defeat humanity. I have to be careful not to reveal my identity. An announcement echoed. From this moment on, Please present your identification and board the train in an orderly fashion. Adel was surprised. A train? A train pulled right in. Everyone stared in awe. Adel exclaimed, "A train! I never expected this." The train sped through a mystical space. They say many labyrinthine space gates were set up to prevent intruders, and only the train can reach Saitan. They both boarded the train. Adel was amazed. So the giant fortress we saw from the outside was just a part of it. Just how big is this place? The train's speed was terrifying, and they both clung to their seats. An announcement came on. "We are about to arrive at Saitan. Prepare yourselves." Adele looked at the scene, unable to believe it. "The Academy's magnificence is incredible," he said to Renee. "We're finally here." She just replied, "Yeah." The train stopped inside the Academy. Adele carefully helped Renee off the train. An announcement immediately rang out. "All candidates, please follow the guide and enter the hall where the exam will be held." Everyone quickly moved through a large door and stood in the grand hall. Adel looked up. "Whoa, it's huge. This is overwhelming," he observed the crowd. Most of them are young demons. I wonder if there are any other heirs of the 7 deadly sins clans here. Suddenly, 3 people in unusual attire appeared. One was a fierce-looking purple-haired man with a long, large sword at his waist. Everyone only dared to glance at them. Adel thought, they're not students. Judging by their outfits, they seem to be instructors. He smiled. If I make a good impression on them, life here will be easier. But Renee said time's up. Adel was bewildered. The large door that had just opened slammed shut. Everyone was terrified as the lights began to dim, and they all looked up. Adel broke into a cold sweat, thinking, it was clearly daytime. Create, what kind of magic effect is this? What kind of exam is this going to be? A demonic voice echoed. Silence. No one moved a muscle. High above the hall, a spotlight revealed a figure with fierce red eyes and a long symbol that stretched from around their neck up to their face. The figure looked down contemptuously. "Welcome to Saitan, you pathetic, stupid fools," the person threatened. "Let's see. So many eager to die this year, huh?" Everyone trembled. Adele shivered too, thinking, unbelievable. Just their voice alone carries so much pressure. The person let out a demonic laugh as a powerful light appeared around them. "Enough chit-chat," the person yelled. "Let the entrance exam begin immediately." A brilliant, blinding blue light and a surge of power flooded the hall. People stumbled and worriedly called out, "Lady Renee." She focused on keeping her balance and said, "Focus on the exam. This isn't ordinary light." Someone clutched their throat, writhing and unable to breathe before collapsing. Adel gritted his teeth, enduring it. The 2 people in strange clothes from earlier watched, unsurprised as the student screamed. The short-haired person laughed. "The headmaster has some truly twisted tastes, don't you think?" The purple-haired man replied, "Well, no matter how talented they are, if their spirit is weak, they're useless." The one creating the light was Headmaster Lucien, who was personally supervising the first stage of the exam. It was a test of mental endurance, designed to see if the candidates could withstand torture and keep secrets if captured by humans. The purple-haired man observed, 5 minutes have passed, and almost no one is still standing. The short-haired person said, "Besides those 8, everyone else has collapsed. I had high hopes since there were so many candidates." But the purple-haired man was focused. Well, 40% lasted more than 5 minutes. That's more than last time. What a relief. They noticed the ones who were unaffected. The man mused, "I heard there would be heirs of the 7 deadly sins clans this time. It seems the rumors were true." The purple-haired man suddenly realized, looking at Adel, who was trembling, about to lose his footing. "Who's that kid? He doesn't look like an heir of the 7 deadly sins clans." The short-haired person chuckled. "That's right, yet he's been conscious for nearly 10 minutes. The short-haired person remarked, "But he probably won't last much longer." Adele was about to collapse to his knees. Suddenly, the purple-haired man noticed something strange. Wait, something's not right. Terrible streams of dark power erupted from Adele. The 2 men were stunned. Even Headmaster Lucien looked towards Adel in surprise. This is dangerous. There's another figure within him. The purple-haired man quickly drew his sword without hesitation. "We have to kill him, right here. He doesn't look like anything special." The purple-haired man looked at Adel, who was panting heavily, but the sudden change in the aura around him took him by surprise. What is this? A dispassionate killing intent. The murderous aura enveloping Adel terrified everyone, like that of someone picking a flower or crushing an insect. It wasn't the primal killing intent of a wild beast, but the kind belonging to the most ruthless murderers. Suddenly, all the instructor's attention was fixed on him. The purple-haired man's body reacted before he could even think, and he drew his sword. Headmaster Lucien glanced at him, seemingly sensing his intent, and looked slightly concerned. The purple-haired man thought to himself, "Damn it. I'm actually getting nervous facing a new candidate." The short-haired person next to him turned and just gave a knowing smile. The new students had nearly all collapsed on the floor. Adel trembled, still trying to stand, his mind about to break. I'm about to lose it. I have to find a way to endure this, he thought, gritting his teeth. Wait, what if I use my own killing intent? Maybe it's enough to counter her aura. Knowing he was at his limit, Adel took the gamble. I have no other choice, he screamed, his eyes slowly turning red as the killing intent around him became a brilliant crimson. Headmaster Lucien focused on Adel. You're holding up quite well. Maybe I should increase the intensity a bit? A demonic presence began to invade him, just a little more. Adel's red killing intent enveloped him, pushing back against the headmaster's invasive aura. Lucien was a bit surprised. Adel panted heavily. I feel like I've regained my strength. I can stand straight now. What a relief. I feel much better. Adel quickly turned to Renee. Right. How's Renee doing? She seemed mostly unaffected, still standing perfectly still. He thought, she's holding up well, just as expected of her. Observing the others who were still standing, he noticed the heirs of the seven sins were also holding up well. The man with golden eyes, the heir of envy. Bantan, the girl with two horns on her forehead, the heir of lust. The green-eyed young man, the heir of gluttony, Samuel. The mysterious man, the heir of sloth, Aaron. The burly man, the heir of faith. Looking at Renee's back, Adel thought, the six of them, including her, were characters built with sincere emotions, yet all were destined to be killed by the main character's group. He frowned, suddenly recognizing a familiar figure with long white hair. The girl with red eyes and a brown crown of thorns. Adel was stunned. There's no mistaking it. The girl with brilliant red eyes, unaffected by the headmaster's power, was the future's worst villain of the demon world. Demon King, you have inherited wrath. An announcement rang out. All right, the first test is over. Adel focused, thinking. The Demon King always comes from the Wrath clan, so there's no reason for her to be here. The successor to the Demon King comes to Saitan as a candidate. Did something happen that I don't know about? A shout drew Adel's attention. I failed? Impossible. The purple-haired man stood with his arms crossed. As the students protested, what kind of test is this? Don't you dare touch me. Do you have any idea who my father is? A large hand clamped down on the guy's face. The purple-haired man glared. I don't give a damn who your father is, understand? The other guy trembled. The man let go, saying flatly, don't make me repeat myself. The student collapsed to the ground. The man then announced loudly, anyone who couldn't even last 5 minutes in the first test has no place here. Failures are eliminated. As the announcement rang out, the gates began to close. Adel smiled in relief. Saitan really is merciless. Good thing I passed. He turned to look at the headmaster, thinking that girl was the head of Saitan. I knew it. I've seen her somewhere before. He figured that despite her cute appearance, she was one of the strongest beings in the demon world. Lucia, the headmaster of Saitan, tightened her grip on her sword. I was lucky to pass the first round, but I need to be more careful. I could fail at any moment. Not many are going to pass the second test. Whispers arose, and Adel turned to listen. Is that Renee, the combat prodigy from the Bears family? Renee stood there as people whispered about her. Adel glanced over, thinking, so she's famous, huh? Nearby, an arrogant-looking orange-haired guy was also surrounded by a crowd. It makes sense, Adel thought, since they're heirs to the 7 deadly sins clans, and they withstood the headmaster's overwhelming killing intent. He felt a pang of frustration. But why isn't anyone paying attention to me? 2 figures behind him were giving him judgmental looks. Renee walked up to him. You passed too, huh? Adel replied. Yeah, I passed. He thought, I guess I should be happy with that. At least I made the impression that I'm not just some ordinary candidate. The instructors and the headmaster will definitely remember me now. The purple-haired man yelled, attention! Everyone immediately snapped to focus. He announced loudly, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ares, the instructor in charge of whipping you into shape. The students broke into a sweat, thinking he looked like the type of guy who keeps a sashimi knife in his pocket. Ares turned and said, congratulations on passing the first test of mental fortitude. It was a test to see if you can maintain your sanity while being tortured by humans in the future. The heiress of lust crossed her arms and smirked. Ares continued, the 8 candidates who held out until the end will receive bonus points. If you perform well on the second test, you'll be granted access to the armory. Adel was ecstatic. The armory! I'm so lucky! Thank God I held out until the end. But he could feel the killing intent radiating from everyone's envious stares. Ares announced, now, I will explain the second test. Renee listened intently. Ares said, in the second test, you will demonstrate your abilities. Specifically, you will show us the talents and weaponry you would use to fight against humans. The class you're assigned to may depend on this test. Keep that in mind. Adel thought. He probably means we'll be assigned to a class that fits our weapons and talents. Anyway, I wonder what kind of human we'll be up against. Ares raised his hand and began casting a spell. The assignment for the second test and the human you will be facing is this. A small blue light appeared, swirling violently into a huge vortex. A figure emerged, wearing a fox's head emblem on their chest and wielding a long, sharp sword. Everyone was stunned, including Adel. Wait, isn't that the strongest hero of the 6 great families' 9 sails? The resolute face of legend. Adele was shocked. Why is that human here? This is so random. But Renee remained calm and turned to ask, do you know who that is? He thought to himself, of course I know. That's 9 Sails, the head of the Sails family, who's closely connected to the protagonist in the original story. It's more than just a close connection. His bloodline was destined to give birth to the protagonist's father, the Sword Saint. You created the most powerful family with your talent alone. 2 guys nearby started talking. That's the Sword Saint. Aren't they trying to eliminate us right from the start? Adel glanced around, thinking that other people recognized him too. Well, he has defeated quite a few demon clans, after all. Instructor Ares casually explained. Obviously, we don't expect you to fight against the Sword Saint's full power. He will only use a maximum of 10% of his power. As everyone listened, Renee turned and remarked, 10%? Won't that be too easy? Adele smiled. Not at all. Even when weakened, a monster is still a monster. He looked apprehensively at the Sword Saint. 10% of his power is enough to destroy an entire city. I wonder how this batch of recruits will pass this brutal test. The thought occurred to him that there must be a specific benchmark for passing. If I could, I'd use an information scroll. But we're low on funds and the number of questions is limited. The instructor continued his announcement. At your current level, you can't face him alone, so we will divide you into teams of 4. To ensure fairness, the top 8 performers from the first test will be placed on separate teams. The rest of you will be assigned randomly. Adel mused. The top 8 must be the heirs of the 7 deadly sins. And me. Well, I guess this gives me a leg up. The male students followed Renee with admiring gazes, but she paid them no mind. I'm used to those kinds of looks by now, Adele thought. He, on the other hand, was getting hostile looks. Their expressions were basically saying, I just got lucky with my draw, and that the rest of them are nothing but trash. A small hand touched him. Renee spoke softly. Make sure you pass and come back safe. Adel smiled. Yes, and I wish you success as well, Lady Renee. An announcement rang out. I will now call out the names, starting with Group 1. Adel's group was announced. Group 33, Team Leader Adel. Members Kina, Chris, and Sanch. He walked towards his team, thinking, I don't recognize any of these names. Are they just insignificant side characters from the original story? Adel offered a friendly introduction. I'm Adele. It's nice to meet you all. The enthusiastic white-haired boy replied, Hey, I'm Chris, and this is Kina. The blonde girl waved. Hello. The other guy looked irritated. Chris introduced him, and that's Sanch. Sanch sneered at Adel, a half-demon as a team leader. What a disgrace to the family name. Adel gritted his teeth, feeling powerless. Even these nobodies are looking down on me. A disgrace to his family? Who does this guy think he is? An heir to the 7 deadly sins. He turned to the other 2. Whatever. I'll just have to do my best with what I've got. He took the lead. First, we should figure out our roles. Let's share what kind of weapons or abilities you all use. We'll start with you. Chris demonstrated his power. My ability is mana manipulation. I can form triangular prisms and shape them into armor or a sword. He skillfully demonstrated his abilities. It didn't have much attack power, but it was extremely versatile. Adel was satisfied. Not bad at all. You pass. Next. Kina said excitedly, I'm not suited for combat. I'm more of a support type. Adel asked, A support type, huh? She crossed her hands and began casting. I pray to the demon god to increase the speed of my allies. A magical aura appeared. Kina panted heavily. Asterisk pant, asterisk. So? Do you feel any lighter? Adel replied casually, Yeah, I think so. Kina snapped in anger. You're the worst! Adele tried to backpedal. Ha, I'm just kidding. Don't be mad. But he thought to himself, asterisk, it's better than nothing, but it's so weak I can barely feel a thing. Asterisk. Honestly, I have no idea how she passed the first test. Asterisk, he turned to Sanche. All right, what about you? Sanche cast his ability, showing off with a satisfied look. My ability is hardening. Adele smiled. Oh, perfect for the front line, Sanche yelled. Now it's your turn. Asterisk. Whoosh. Asterisk Adel vanished and reappeared right next to a startled Sanche, introducing teleportation. That's my ability. He rested a hand lightly on his sword, and Sanche's face went pale. Kina and Chris were impressed. Whoa, that's amazing. Teleportation is seriously cool. Adel laughed. Ha, thanks. But he thought, asterisk. Even so, who knows what variables might pop up. I'm not going to reveal the full extent of my ability just yet. Asterisk. Adele assigned the positions. It's simple. Chris and Sanche are good on defense, so you take the front. I'll be in the middle. Kina, you support from the back. Sound good to everyone? Kina agreed. Sounds good to me. Sanche had no objections. An announcement echoed. We will now begin the second test. All groups, prepare yourselves. Asterisk. It's finally starting. Asterisk. The instructor shouted, Group 1, step up. Adele watched intently. Asterisk. Even facing the sword saint, their eyes are still burning with the will to fight. Asterisk. With a single swing of his sword, the sword saint sent the entire group flying. One member clutched their stomach and rolled on the ground, screaming, leaving Adel stunned. Asterisk, I didn't even see him move. Was that really just 10% of his power? Asterisk, the instructor shouted again. Group 2, just like the first group, they were taken down in an instant, and everyone grew anxious. Group 3, Group 4, step up. 2 members from Group 4 approached the instructor. It's pointless. We're sure to lose. Ares was silent for a moment, then said, Very well. You 2 may be excused from the test. Will the remaining 2 continue? One of them replied, Yes, sir. We'll give it a try. Adele realized something. Asterisk, they're actually going through with it? I get it now. The real condition to pass the second test must be... Asterisk, Chris was surprised. What? So they don't have to take the test? Adel smiled. Of course not. The 2 remaining students from Group 4 got into position. The instructor shouted, Group 4, begin! Adel watched them. He thought, Asterisk, there's no way the 2 of them can handle the Sword Saint. I'll just watch a little longer. Asterisk. And again, with a single move from the Sword Saint, both of them were sent flying. One cried out in pain. Adel thought helplessly. Asterisk, if he had used his real sword, they would have been sliced in 2. Asterisk, Chris was panicking. Can we really beat a monster like that? Sanche was still trying to act tough. Are you guys really scared of a mere human? Adele saw him smiling. Asterisk, I can hear his legs shaking from here. Asterisk. With just one move from the Sword Saint, Group 5 was defeated and left scattered on the ground. Group 9. The tension was even thicker. Asterisk, Group 10 stepped up next. Asterisk, Adel thought. They forfeited. Renee watched on, expressionless. Group 20 was called, then Group 30. Stepping forward, he thought, Asterisk. By the time we reached Group 30, 5 groups had already forfeited. Not a single one managed to land an effective hit on the Sword Saint. Asterisk. The next group formed up, focused on the fight. A battle against an invincible opponent, with no penalty for quitting halfway through. One student managed to block a strike from the Sword Saint with his sword. Chris was amazed. Whoa, he actually blocked it. Adel remained silent. Asterisk. The later groups are lasting longer in the fight. Their skills are better than those who went before. Asterisk. His eyes fixed on the Sword Saint, he said, I get it now. That's the real condition for passing the second test. Sanche yelled arrogantly. It's almost our turn, Chris replied. Yeah, I'm trembling, Adel said. I've figured out how to pass this second test. Sanche was surprised. What are you talking about? Adel smiled. The criteria is to stand up and fight to the end, even when facing overwhelming power. Considering how the instructors dealt with those who forfeited and the Sword Saint's strength, I'm positive. Sanche was skeptical, but then Instructor Ares shouted, Next, Group 33. Adele drew his sword and smiled. How about we try and take down the Sword Saint? With our power, we can do it. Sanche hesitated. What? Kina and Chris were fired up. Yeah, let's give it a try. Right, it doesn't matter if we lose. Adel chuckled to himself. Asterisk, so what if I'm only a half-demon? With the talent of the ultimate villain, I can win this. Asterisk, the group got into position. Adel said loudly, All right, let's do this. He thought, Asterisk, unlike the protagonist, I don't have much information on the Sword Saint since it wasn't detailed before. What do I do? Asterisk. He reassured his teammates. Don't worry. Just hold your positions and fight. Chris and Sanche put their trust in him. Got it. I know. The Sword Saint attacked. Adele yelled, He's coming! The Sword Saint swung his sword, and Chris's shield shattered into pieces. Chris was thrown high into the air. Kina rushed forward. I've got him! I need to soften his landing. Adele looked ahead, worried. Asterisk Sanche. He's still holding his ground. Asterisk. Sanche replied, I know. The Sword Saint swung again. Sanche stood his ground and blocked the blow. I held on. Adele clapped him on the shoulder. Nice one. Adel noticed it. Asterisk. Right before the second slash, there was an opening. Asterisk. But he thought, Asterisk. This opening is way too obvious. My instincts are telling me not to take the bait. Is he setting a trap? Asterisk. Adel yelled, The second attack is coming. Get ready. Chris struggled to cast his shield. Damn it. Adel sensed things were going south. Asterisk, Chris has reached his limit, and Sanche's hands are starting to crack. Asterisk, Adel kept his cool. Asterisk, just one hit did this much. This isn't good. Hold on just a little longer. Asterisk, the Sword Saint's next blow arrived. Sanche started to fracture, barely holding on. Asterisk, is this one even stronger? Asterisk. Sanche screamed at Adel, what are you waiting for? We're going to die if this keeps up. Just hold on a little longer. Sanche was furious, cursing, you crazy son of a bitch. Adel calculated. Asterisk, we're the only team to block a second strike. Is this what he's planning? Asterisk, the Sword Saint quietly observed the group. Adel realized something. Kina was shaking Chris. Chris, Adel asked urgently, are you all right? He spoke to a trembling Chris. I know it's tough, but I need you to try just one more time. Sanche called out. What are you doing, Adele? He's about to attack, Chris asked. You have a plan, right? Adel nodded. I do. Suddenly, Adel transformed into that bizarre demonic form from before. I'm going to run my sword right through his throat. Chris and Kina stared in shock. The Sword Saint prepared to strike. Sanche yelled, here he comes! Standing behind him, Adel said, Sanche, this time, you have to block it without Chris's barrier. Sanche panicked. What? What are you talking about? The Sword Saint struck, and Sanche, unable to block it, was sent flying. Adele leaped up, casting Swap 2 and teleporting directly in front of the Sword Saint. As he launched his next attack, Adele used Swap 2 again, switching their swords. Now standing before the Sword Saint, he launched his own attack. Die! The Sword Saint rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. Instructor Ares frowned in annoyance, watching intently. Renee found herself leaning forward. The Sword Saint's knee slammed directly into Adel's chest. Luckily, the barrier held. A spray of red blood splattered on the floor as Adel endured the immense pain. Asterisk, this bastard. I have to push through one more time. Asterisk. He dodged the next blow and continued to manifest his shadow attribute. A black vortex began to swirl within. Adel thought, asterisk, if it wasn't for Chris's barrier, my insides would have exploded. The position swap failed, but at least I managed to trap him. Asterisk. Before him was the Sword Saint's back in a pitch-black, lightless space. Adel frowned, but I have the Fang of Darkness. In this space, it's stronger than any weapon. Standing behind the Sword Saint, he thought he would defeat the man with everything he had. The Sword Saint suddenly sensed him, spinning around to face Adele, catching him by surprise. With breakneck speed, the man rushed forward, raising a fist. Adel thought, this guy really is a monster. He spread his arms, one eye flashing red. Adel smiled, and the sword in his hand suddenly appeared in another spot behind the Sword Saint. Adel raised his hand in front of the man. This time, the one lured into the trap was the Sword Saint himself. Not just one, but countless swords appeared in the space. Adel clenched his fist. Fang of Darkness, activate! Black sword dance. A barrage of blades shot forward, stabbing repeatedly into the Sword Saint. Outside, everyone was focused on the vortex. Chris was worried. What the hell is happening in there? Instructor Ares said nonchalantly. It seems to be ending soon. The vortex gradually disappeared. Adele stood there as if nothing had happened. When the vortex completely faded, the Sword Saint fell to the floor while he remained standing. Everyone was stunned, noticing the satisfied look on his face. Adel thought, this silent atmosphere. I did it. The orange-haired guy watched in admiration. How very interesting. Chris and Kina ran over joyfully. Chris praised him. That was seriously amazing. Kina asked, how did you do something so cool? Adele smiled. It was all thanks to everyone's great teamwork. He turned to Kina. What about Sanche? She replied, he's in a bit of shock, but the instructors are helping him recover. Adel raised his sword. That's good then. He walked toward the Sword Saint. So, shall we end this? Chris and Kina were baffled. End it? Isn't it already over? The Sword Saint's leg suddenly twitched. Chris was shocked. What are you doing? Adele looked back over his shoulder. Well, don't we need to make sure he's really lost? Instructor Ares stared intently. A seductive figure remarked, Humph, for a half-demon, you're not too bad. The young man beside her said, but compared to you, he's nothing special. The wench laughed. Of course. She continued, he was born inferior. No matter what, his true nature will eventually show itself. Renee, full of killing intent, stood staring at her. The wench was flustered. What the hell? Who is that? Recognizing the horns of the bear's family, she trembled uncontrollably. Why is she looking at me like that? It's so scary. The people around them started gossiping. As expected of an heir to the 7 deadly sins, they've entered a battle of intimidation. I wonder who will win. The fanatics beside the wench cheered enthusiastically. Of course it's her. That other brat isn't even worthy of being a side dish. The wench thought, maybe she's not that weak after all. Adel suddenly realized, wait, isn't that Renee? Why is she emitting such killing intent? Instructor Ares called out, Adel. He walked over and stared. Adel smiled. Yes. Is something wrong? Ares said sternly. You really don't know? Adel said nonchalantly. Nope, I don't. Ares turned and walked away. From now on, I'll be keeping an eye on you. Adel sighed. What the heck? I thought I was going to get praised or something. Looks like I'll have to keep an eye on Renee. She's about to fight another student again. Renee was filled with killing intent toward her opponent. Adele was surprised. Whoa, they're still going at it. He wondered who the girl opposite Renee was. Blue eyes, long hair, and a single onyx horn on her forehead. That's someone from the Lust clan, Bronze. But why does she want to fight Renee here? I was so busy following human stories, I'm completely clueless about the demon world. Bronze suddenly noticed Adel watching and shouted, pointing at him, Hey, half-demon! Adel was startled. Huh? Why is she suddenly calling me? Bronze said loudly. Become my slave! Renee, filled with killing intent, charged forward. She leaped up, drew the sword from her back, and aimed for Bronze. Bronze frowned, looking at Renee in alarm. Before she could react, she shouted in fear. Are you insane? Noticing the conflict between students, Instructor Ares shouted just in time. Stop! Renee looked up at Ares. He declared that all meaningless disputes are strictly forbidden at Saitan. Bronze was lucky enough to block Renee's attack. Ares continued. Settle your personal grudges outside. Adel sighed in relief. Thank goodness Ares stopped them. It's a good thing nothing happened involving the 7 deadly sins before the entrance ceremony. Renee sheathed her sword, turned, and walked away, ignoring the trembling Bronze. Her head must really be messed up. Adele, sweating, walked over. My lady, are you all right? Renee just stared and nodded, since her group's turn was next. Adele was flustered. Renee gently wiped the sweat from his face and said, You did well. Bronze was shocked. Whoa, what's the relationship between you two? Are you dating a half-demon? Adele was overjoyed. After passing the test, I'm being treated better. He gently thanked Lady Renee. Renee looked at him. You're hiding your power, aren't you? To make yourself look weaker. Adele was surprised. Huh? An announcement rang out. Group 34, step forward. Renee turned. I must go now. I won't tell anyone. Adel thought quietly. I used all my strength to pass. Do I really look that weak? She probably thinks I'm a priest from her clan. A voice called out from behind him. State your name. Adele was surprised. Me? She nodded. Yes, you. Adele replied. My name is Adel, Bronze mused. Adel? Not a bad name, he wondered. Why did she call me over here? Bronze thought. You interrupted me earlier. She crossed her arms seriously. Ditch that bear's bitch and serve me, Bronze said calmly. Adel, witness my undeniable charm. I'll steal you away and smash that wench's nose in. Adele turned away, unconcerned. Sorry, but it's my lady's turn now. Maybe next time. Bronze was stunned. Wait, hold on. It didn't work? Adel was thrilled. I finally get to see Renee's full power. Her group looks pretty strong, so just how powerful is she? I'm really looking forward to seeing the other children of the 7 deadly sins, too. The Sword Saint and Renee directed their killing intent at each other. Adel and everyone else were astonished. What a tense confrontation. It's even more incredible than I imagined. Renee stomped her foot, but her group was calm, not tense at all. The orange-haired guy laughed heartily. She's pretty funny, too. Renee walked towards the Sword Saint, and Adele was alarmed. She's walking straight towards him? What is she thinking? Renee stared intently at the Sword Saint, and their killing intent exploded. A silent wait, then Renee burst into action, and so did the Sword Saint. In a flash, both sides attacked. Renee slashed through the Sword Saint. Everyone was stunned. Not only was his sword broken in two, but his arm also fell to the ground. Renee turned and walked away as the thunderous cheers of the students erupted. Instructor Ares was pleased. Not bad, everyone chanted. Renee, Renee. Adele was stunned. No way. Am I seeing things? She won that easily? He realized. So that's why that guy didn't attack Renee when she approached him. He had already recognized the level of her power. Bronze, standing nearby, commented, Renee. It's a shame I didn't get to see her get mocked by the Sword Saint, but at least she needs that much ability if she wants to face me. Adel was astonished. Do you mean that if all the daughters of the 7 deadly sins gathered, they could actually defeat the Sword Saint? Bronze replied, What are you talking about? No one can defeat the Sword Saint right now. Maybe if the previous Demon King were still alive, there'd be a chance. Adel asked again. But what if the kids have skills that exceed 10% of the Sword Saint's power? Bronze reacted strongly. Are you mocking me? Anyone with eyes can see that pathetic fake wasn't even using 10% of the Sword Saint's true power. Adele stared blankly at the Sword Saint imposter. To think I struggled against a fake who wasn't even 1/10 as strong as the real one? I may be the creator of this world, but I know nothing about the demon realm. He smiled, a sense of anticipation buzzing in his heart. Let's see how things play out. An announcement rang out. Next up for Group 35 were the 7 deadly sins. The test became a breeze for them. Perhaps inspired by Rene's performance, the others also managed to defeat the Sword Saint. Group 40 passed, and the orange-haired guy laughed loudly. Ha, that was too easy. A girl went next, and the fight was so one-sided it became difficult to tell the power gap between the children of the 7 deadly sins. Adel thought, still, I know who the 2 strongest are, so there's no need to worry. Instructor Aries announced, the entrance examination is now over. Everyone, gather in front of the podium. The students listened as he continued. We will now announce the results of the second test. All of you who participated in the combat portion have passed, regardless of the outcome. Just as Adel had thought, those who quit all failed. Rene remained unfazed, a stark contrast to the overjoyed crowd. Aries continued, congratulations to everyone who passed. From this moment on, you are official members of Saitan, as well as official trainees. He then added a warning that made the students anxious, but don't get too excited just yet. A hellish path awaits, one so difficult you'll want to quit. Finally, Aries announced loudly, those of you who passed, assemble for the entrance ceremony in 2 days. Braun looked smugly at the instructor. Aries said, the 8 of you who defeated the Sword Saint remain where you are. Rene turned to Adele. Why does he want us to stay behind? Adele smiled. Don't you think he's about to reward us with that armory he mentioned during the first test? Aries walked down the stairs and approached them. You all passed with flying colors, and as promised, I will grant you access to the armory. The orange-haired guy excitedly raised his hand. I have a question. Aries nodded. Speak. It was the greed trainee. He asked loudly, can we take more than one weapon? The weapons of Saitan sound incredibly useful. Adel listened intently. He really is the son of Lacan the Greedy, Adel thought. His greed and curiosity know no bounds. He had a decent amount of screen time in my novel. Aries frowned. No. Wielding multiple weapons will make it difficult for you to focus. You may only choose one. He then instructed, we don't have much time, so I won't be taking any more questions. Follow me. I will take you to the armory. Aries raised his hand, lightly touching the wall in front of him and casting a spell. A door of light materialized before the student's eyes. The greed trainee was ecstatic, while Adel was simply amazed. This is a special privilege granted by Saitan. Whether you choose the best weapon or the worst is entirely up to you. Adele watched with a skeptical gaze. Is this really the armory? Why does the door look more like the entrance to a dungeon? Instructor Aries gestured towards the door. You will enter one by one, in reverse order from the second test, as a precaution. Each of you will be inspected on your way out. Adele thought suspiciously. Wait a minute, does that mean I'm going last? Is he just going to do whatever he wants? The orange-haired guy, however, was thrilled. Awesome, I'm first. He strode toward the door, waving. I'm going to pick the best one. Haha, Instructor Aries scowled. Shut your mouth and get in. Rene said softly, I'm going to pick an artifact since I already have a weapon. What about you? Adel beamed. I think I'll choose an artifact as well. He suddenly paused, a worried thought striking him. Wait, does that mean everyone else will do the same? Will there even be anything left when it's my turn? Rene gave him a confused look. Instructor Aries shouted, Next, get in. The orange-haired guy walked out, showing off a crown on his head. Ha ha. Isn't this thing cool? Adele watched, a little disappointed, as 2 more people came out with the items they wanted. Just as I thought, everyone is coming out with an artifact. Maybe it's better if I choose some armor then. Rene reminded him gently. Adele, it's your turn. Adele looked at Rene, remarking, I see you picked a bracelet. May I ask? What does it do? She looked pleased. You'll see when you get inside. There are descriptions. Adel looked surprised. Descriptions? Rene smiled. Yeah, but some of the items don't have one. Adel nodded. I get it, he thought to himself. Some of them don't have a description. Does that mean they're worthless? I doubt it, considering how carefully they're being stored. Adele walked past Instructor Aries, thinking, there must be something special about them. Aries said, You're the last one. He scowled coldly. If you have something to say, then spit it out. Adel began to sweat, asking hesitantly, can I ask what it means when an item doesn't have a description? Aries replied, It means we haven't figured out what it is yet. Adel's eyes lit up. So, you haven't found its rightful owner or discovered its abilities? Aries nodded. Precisely. If you're lucky, you might walk away with an item with fantastic powers. But if you're unlucky, you could end up with a curse for the rest of your life. Adele froze. Aries pushed. We don't have much time. Move it. Adel stepped inside, intrigued. Maybe whether going last is good or bad all comes down to luck. The door opened and he entered, looking around. The inside was surprisingly bright and tidy. Hope nothing jumps out at me. He saw another glowing door on the far side. That must be it. He proceeded into the next room, where numerous items were stored. Adele's eyes passed over a red sword. Whoa, this thing is nuts. Then, he stopped in front of a long spear. This spear looks pretty unique. Let's check the description. Twin Fang Spear. A spear used by a nameless demon to hunt soul serpents. The vengeance of the slain serpents dwells within. When a certain amount of mana is channeled into it, the forms of two serpents will emerge. Adele molded over. The description sounds grand, but the ability itself isn't all that amazing. I've already got a dagger, so this is a bit redundant. He moved on to the next weapon. Starlight Crystal. A crystal orb steeped in starlight, once used by a master astrologer. Channel a small amount of mana to borrow the light of the stars to illuminate your surroundings. Adel turned away. Not really compatible with me. I can just use my darkness element to make a torch, so pass. Suddenly, something strange caught his eye, drawing him in. Huh? Why is this display empty? I wonder what was here. He leaned down to read the description. Great Crown of the Victor. Grants the wearer extraordinary regenerative abilities and stamina. Becomes bound to its owner until death. Adel's brow furrowed. This is the crown that Greed trainee was wearing. That greedy son of a bitch. He let out a helpless sigh. I specifically got rid of all the soul-bound items in my novel, yet here one is. Adele glanced around. Most of the good artifacts were already gone, leaving only empty displays. The serpent shackles were gone. The demon general's war banner. The crest of the opulent noble. All empty. Adel cried out, "Ugh! There's nothing left!" He paused to think. The children of the 7 deadly sins already took most of the good things. What should I do? He turned to look at a lone sword, thinking, most of the remaining armor and weapons aren't that great. Looks like I don't have much of a choice. But what if this is a cursed holy relic? Then, an idea struck Adele. That's it. I can use that method. He took out a pen and paper. I need to be saving my gold, but I'll have to use it now. He wrote, "Tell me about the broken sword in the armory that has no description. Price for this information will be paid with 1 treasure of relic grade or higher, or 100 gold coins. I remember... Wait a minute. An old item in an undescribed box. Tell me about the undescribed divine scroll right next to it. Payment of at least 50 gold coins." Adele broke into a sweat, realizing the 50 gold was because it indicated the cost, so he just had to choose the most expensive item. He figured there were 7 undescribed boxes in this row, and he would ask about them in order. He wrote, "An undescribed blue-eyed falcon. Tell me about the eagle-shaped black stone. Payment of at least 1 gold coin." Adel was disappointed, if it's only 1 gold coin. The description said it exchanges the owner's good fortune for another's misfortune. He was surprised. Whoa, this has to be it. Next, he continued writing about the next item. Payment of at least 100 gold. Payment of at least 50 gold. Adel panted, holding the paper and approaching the next box, hesitating. None of them were particularly good, only 2 left. He wrote, "Describe a strange weapon. This is an artifact of at least mythical grade. Payment of at least 300 gold coins." Adel was thrilled. Whoa, mythical grade? How lucky. This is even better than the artifacts the others got. I'll take this one. Suddenly, a strange feeling made him stop. Adel turned to the box next to it, which was glowing. What is this strange feeling? It's like someone's watching me. Inside the box was an ornate necklace. Adel thought, that's right. There's one last one. He wrote, "Tell me about this nameless necklace." Suddenly, the paper floated in the air and began to glow. Adel was shocked. What? The paper read, "You must sacrifice a god." The light flashed even brighter. Adel was astonished. Is this a legendary item? Adel was completely stunned. I thought I was done for. But who knew I'd get this lucky? Looking at the floating paper, he thought carefully, wait, it's too early to celebrate. Which god should I sacrifice? Right now, I don't even have a minor god, let alone a demon god. Adele stared intently at the necklace in the box. What on earth is this necklace? He tried to inspect it. Maybe I should try channeling some mana into it, but there was no reaction. The necklace remained still. Adele wondered, damn it, this is so frustrating. I wish I knew what it could do. It just says to sacrifice a god and nothing else. Not giving up, he continued to write on the paper. Maybe I should try a few tricks. Tell me which god is related to the nameless necklace in the basement. The paper still read, sacrifice a god. Adele was confused. It's not working. He held the box with regret. Even if I rephrase the question, I'll probably get the same answer. Should I give up? He no longer hesitated, opened the box, and confidently took the necklace. No. I'm sure about this one. After putting it on, he was certain this was something far more valuable than any ordinary artifact. His instincts told him so. He checked the information. Race, half-demon, attribute, chaos, talent, position, swap 2, traits, interest, focus, dark killing intent, mana control, patience, mana, 1,297. He thought, status window, huh? Just as I thought, no one would be interested in this thing. I can take my time figuring it out. Instructor Ares was surprised to see the item Adel took. What is that necklace? Adel was flustered. It was one of the undescribed items. Ares was surprised. You chose an artifact without knowing its function or origin? So you do know something about it. Adel smiled. No, I know absolutely nothing at all. Ares frowned without saying a word, making Adel break into a sweat. He's making that face again. Why does he hate me so much? Ares turned away. All right, I'll trust you. As a Saiton instructor, I must trust my students. Ares turned to everyone. Now, take good care of the artifacts you have chosen. In times of crisis, they could even be a second life. The students replied in unison. Yes, sir. Adel looked at the students with a sigh. Everyone here, except for me, has the potential to lead the future of the demon world. They will receive endless investments and support. He felt insecure. I wish I had something like that too. Can I really survive at Saiton? The armory gate vanished. Ares said, all right, dismissed. We will meet again at the entrance ceremony. Adel approached Renee. Shall we head back to the dorms, my lady? Renee nodded. Yeah. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. It was the orange-haired guy. Haha, sorry about that. I was a bit rude when we first met, leader of Group 30. Adele turned to look at Bantan. He raised his hand enthusiastically. Nice to meet you. I'm Bantan. The way you fight is really impressive. Adel happily returned the gesture. Nice to meet you too, Bantan. I'm Adele. He thought, this is unexpected. It's good that he approached me first, but the smile didn't last. Adel felt a sharp pain as Bantan squeezed his hand tightly. Adel gritted his teeth in pain. Ugh, this bastard. What the hell is he doing all of a sudden? It seemed like Bantan was just now showing his true colors. He knew Bantan was the type who didn't care about the weak, only the strong, a battle-crazed guy driven by envy and greed. He once pushed the main character in the human world to the brink of death, but spared him when he realized his potential, promising a rematch. Bantan feigned innocence. What's wrong? You look like you're struggling. Adele forced himself to speak. It's nothing. There are stronger people around, so why are you coming after me? He channeled his magic. Bantan's sword lit up. Position swap 2. Target set. Suddenly, Adel was standing right behind Bantan and said, Can we just stop? The test just ended, and everyone's tired. His hand was trembling. Damn it. My hand. Bantan laughed loudly. Haha, I didn't expect that. He turned his head, his eyes full of a provocative bloodlust. You're strong. Fight me. Right here. Right now. Until one of us is dead. Adele was horrified. He's insane. A complete psycho. I already said, I don't intend to fight. Renee shouted, Stop! She glared defiantly at Bantan. If you want to fight my guard, you'll have to fight me. Someone else yelled, Bantan, stop. Haha, I do love a good fight, but fighting both of you is a bit much. I don't want to get hurt before the entrance ceremony. He turned back and smiled threateningly at Adel. Well, I'm sure we'll have plenty of chances. See you around. Adel was wary. He says he doesn't want to get hurt before the ceremony, but he wants to fight to the death. What a psycho. He looked at Bantan, realizing firsthand that he couldn't figure this guy out. Bantan raised his sword, and he wondered, when did he even draw his sword? Renee called out, Let's go. Adel turned back and smiled. Yes, Lady Renee. He thought, it's only been a day, but it feels like several have passed. I'm starting to look forward to life at Saiton. The next morning, Adel woke up full of excitement. Standing by the window, he couldn't help but marvel. Maybe it's because of how tough yesterday was, but I feel unusually refreshed today. He looked at himself in the mirror. His body was in much better shape. He was definitely getting stronger. He happily picked up his clothes. Let's try on the uniform Saiton sent over. They knew where we were and sent it directly. That's pretty thoughtful. Adel put on the uniform. Oh, this is more comfortable than I thought. He admired it. They say we'll only wear uniforms for 3 years, but at least they're practical. He thought of Renee. I already gave Renee her uniform. I wonder what she looks like in it. Should I go check? Adele knocked on her door. Lady Renee, I wanted to ask if you need anything before we head out. The door opened slightly. Come in. Renee was standing in the sunlight, wearing her uniform, looking shy. Adele was stunned. You look beautiful. Renee blushed, flustered. Ahem, where are you off to? Adele saw that her ears were red too and thought, is she embarrassed? I never knew she had such a cute side. He smiled. It's a rare day off, so I was planning to take a little walk around the city. He bowed slightly. You should get some rest too. Miss Renee, if you'll excuse me. He turned to leave. Renee spoke up. Wait. She was too embarrassed to look at him directly. You have something you're supposed to be doing, don't you? Adel was confused. Pardon me? Something I'm supposed to be doing? Renee blushed as she looked at him. Adele turned back to look at Renee, thinking to himself, wait, did I forget something? He suddenly remembered his duty to protect her and got flustered. Oh, that's right. I have to protect her. He'd completely forgotten about it, too excited by the thought of a day off to himself. Renee turned around. I'll go with you. Let me get changed. Wait a moment. Still blushing, she said, How long are you going to stand there staring? Adel understood. Oh, of course. I'll wait outside. He stood outside the door, silently mourning his lost day off. In the bustling and noisy city, people were busy trading and shopping. The city was clean. It was hard to believe a war had taken place here just 10 years ago. Adele looked around, thinking that while reconstruction was still happening on the outskirts of the capital, it seemed that although humanity won the war, they couldn't completely take over the capital. Renee gently tugged his arm, pointing towards a food stall. Let's eat that. Adel looked over. She meant the street food, golden skewers sizzling over a charcoal grill. He walked over and asked the owner, "What kind of skewers are these?" The vendor replied, "They're seasoned venison and vegetable skewers, sir." Adele thought, Renee looks so excited standing next to me. I wonder if they taste like chicken skewers. He said, "I'll have 2, please. Thank you." Renee brought the skewer to her lips. They both ate carefully. Adel asked, "This is good. Do you like it?" Renee nodded. It's really good." He watched her intently, thinking, who would have thought someone as quiet as Renee could make a face like that? Perhaps she's finally starting to open up. They walked past a fountain in the city, engrossed in conversation. Adel was enjoying his first real vacation in a long time. This is probably the last time I'll get to relax like this. They both stopped in front of a giant statue in the middle of the city. Adel looked up, he pointed at the statue and asked Renee, "Who is she?" Renee replied, "You really don't know? That's the first Demon King." Adele exclaimed, "Oh, the first Demon King. Now that I think about it, doesn't she look a little like Diana?" He thought, "It's not like I'll get many chances to see the first Demon King up close." He said, "Let's get closer for a better look." Suddenly, the statue's 2 eyes flashed, and the necklace around Adel's neck also began to glow. He grabbed the necklace in shock. "What the? Why is my necklace glowing?" A stream of light shot from the statue to his necklace. Adele held it tightly, stunned. A gem on the necklace turned gray. He exclaimed, "What the hell is happening?" Renee called out. "What are you doing? Why did you suddenly pull out your artifact to look at it?" Still in shock, Adel stared at the statue, wondering, was I mistaken? I definitely saw light coming from the statue, and the color of the necklace changed. He turned to Renee. She had no idea what was happening. As I thought, I'm the only one who saw it. The statue returned to normal. Adel thought, I only ever got vague answers, like making a sacrifice to a god, but now I've discovered something important in the most unexpected place. He realized this necklace was definitely connected to the first Demon King. If I investigate everything related to it, I'll find some clues. Renee called out, "What are you standing there for? Let's go home." Adele replied, "Yes, Miss Renee," but he was still thinking, now I'm really curious about the true nature of this necklace. The next morning at the academy, they both arrived after their day off. Adel called gently, "Hurry up, Miss Renee. The entrance ceremony is about to start." She replied, "Okay." In the grand hall, the headmaster stood on the podium, welcoming the new students. The headmaster and the instructors were already seated in the hall with about 100 new students. Adel thought, it's just a normal entrance ceremony. 2 students below were whispering, "I can't believe that kid is the headmaster. That kid is a monster who can overwhelm us with her presence alone." Someone else commented, "She's still cute though." Adel snickered to himself. "Cute? My ass." He looked at the headmaster and thought, she's covered in tattoos and has the body of a child. And you call that cute? Suddenly, the headmaster's gaze shot down at them, and the students flinched in fear. The headmaster was radiating killing intent. Adel quickly thought, I mean, she's absolutely adorable. Can she read minds? Instructor Aries said sternly. Everyone, silence. The entrance ceremony will now begin. Renee and Adel stood together in their uniforms. The headmaster's ordinary speech was about to end. The atmosphere settled down. An instructor said, "You must all abide by the rules of Saitan." He continued, "The headmaster's speech is now concluded. We will now begin the oath-taking ceremony for the top student and the runner-up." The 2 outstanding students were called to the stage. The top student and the runner-up, please come forward. Adel watched quietly. Just as expected, those 2 took the spots. Renee was unfazed. He thought, the only reason she enrolled is to get revenge for her mother. She probably doesn't care about competition. As for me, no matter what anyone says, I have to focus on what I need to do. Suddenly, Adele felt a finger pointing straight at him. Bonton, he's still targeting me. He sighed. This creepy guy again. What the hell is wrong with this stalker? He tried to stay calm. No, don't react. Just ignore him. Stay calm. Don't get dragged into his pace. A girl stepped forward. The top student, please come forward. A beautiful figure walked forward coldly. The male students were in awe. Even Adel thought, truly, someone blessed by the gods. The daughter of a demon king, huh? Now that she's the top student, who's gonna stand in her way? The 2 students stood before the headmaster and took their oath. I solemnly swear. We, who have been accepted into Saitan, will erase our shame and vow to rebuild the demon world. Her vow echoed, and the atmosphere in the hall changed. Adel touched the black mark on his neck, feeling the resentment from those who lost their homes and families to the humans. He thought, if anyone finds out I have demon blood, just thinking about it is terrifying. A horrific scene appeared in his mind. Adel being brutally tortured. He thought, in the worst-case scenario, I'll be tortured for eternity. The ceremony ended. Instructor Ares shouted, the Saitan entrance ceremony is now concluded. Students, please check the bulletin board behind you to find your assigned class. After confirming, please proceed to your classrooms. Adel smiled brightly. Let's go, Miss Renee. She nodded. Right. The students were all staring intently at the bulletin board. Let's see. I'm in Class A. And Renee? He felt his heart sink. What a shame. He announced, you're in Class C, Miss Renee. Honestly, I'm sad that we'll be separated. Renee looked annoyed. Wipe that smirk off your face. She turned away angrily. You're still my guard, so you'd better come the moment I call. Adele replied, of course, Miss Renee. He thought to himself, perfect. Looks like I can finally relax a little. Suddenly, he brushed shoulders with another student, whose eyes glared at him as he snarled, you wanna die, you damn commoner trash? Adel was taken aback. Wait, this guy is… Adele recognized the person in front of him belonged to the clan of Greed, the son of Various Samuel. If I remember correctly, he's pretty strong among the 7 deadly sins. He bumped into me, and he's still trying to pick a fight. How ridiculous. But I should probably avoid him for today. Adele brushed himself off and gave a small smile. Ah, my bad. I wasn't paying attention. Samuel snapped. Get lost. You're lucky it's the first day of school, Io thought. Ha, why are the kids of the 7 deadly sins all like this? Please don't let Samuel be in my class. And there's no way Bonton is in Class A too, right? A hand slammed on the table. Idea. Does that mean you don't trust me? Ares said calmly. That's not the issue. That kid is too dangerous. I'm speaking from experience. It would be better if I handled him. Idea refused. They are the students assigned to me. As the instructor for Class A, you can't just override my authority. The principal cut in. That's enough. Sit down. The instructor sat down resentfully. The principal asked Instructor Ares, what is your reason for wanting to switch classes? Ares replied, I plan on handling that student myself. I've faced countless people just like that kid on the battlefield. He was born to be a killer. He could point his sword at an ally at any given moment. He needs to be reined in, right now. Another instructor spoke up. Aren't you being a bit too cautious with a mere half-demon? He's considerably weaker than the children of the 7 deadly sins, Ares retorted. No, strength isn't just about raw power. His willingness to try audacious things and his composure are no less than those of the sins. The other 2 instructors glanced at each other, saying nothing. Ares continued, that's why I want to be in charge of Class A. We need to be careful with him. Idea. Hold on. Are you saying you don't trust me? The principal sighed at the squabble. I apologize if I upset you. Ares, when are you going to stop treating her like a child? The principal's aura turned menacing. Enough. The room fell silent. She said, I understand your concerns, Instructor Ares, but the classes have already been assigned. Changing them now would cause more harm than good. Ares didn't argue. I understand. However, a little caution never hurts. The principal instructed her, make sure you pay special attention to that child. Idea was ecstatic. Got it. The principal ended the meeting, and the instructors headed to their classrooms to greet their new students. In Class 1A, Io was disappointed. How could I be this unlucky? Braun walked up to his desk. Feeling relieved it's not Diana or Banton, are you? She asked. Did you follow me here? Io explained. Class assignments are random. Braun was thrilled. Oh-ho, excellent. I grant you the privilege of becoming my slave, Io thought. And so it begins. Samuel's voice cut in. Hey, you two. Shut up before I kill you both. Braun exploded with anger. What did you just say? You little punk, Samuel shot back. What was that? You call me a brat. I'll kill you. Io tried to reassure himself. I'm sure we'll all get along just fine, right? The door slammed open. Everyone instantly went quiet, their eyes fixed on the doorway. An instructor entered. My, you're all a noisy bunch. You're not planning to start a fight on the first day, are you? Idea clapped her hands excitedly. Welcome, everyone. I'm Idea, your instructor for Class A. Make sure you remember it. Your seniors even call me the Legion of Disaster. Adel pondered the nickname while the others whispered. The Legion of Disaster. She's the one who killed 10,000 enemies by herself at the Polis River. Wasn't it 30,000? Adel smirked. Having someone that strong as my instructor, this might just increase my odds of survival. Idea spoke. That concludes my introduction. Now, I'll give you an overview of how our classes will progress. Idea wrote on the board, hunting methods. This is what I'll be teaching you. We're not hunting animals. We're hunting beasts. Samuel gritted his teeth. One student boldly asked, "What exactly will we be hunting?" Idea replied, "One of the reasons you came here. Humans." The classroom buzzed with commotion. Idea continued, "I will only be teaching you hunting methods. Magic and weapons will be handled by other instructors." Braun thought to herself, she's quite beautiful for an instructor. Idea said, "I'm also in charge of your basic physical conditioning." Io froze. "My biggest weakness." Idea finished. "Now, for our first class, everyone assemble on the training grounds." At the training grounds, Io exclaimed, "Whoa, this place is massive. It's got to be 4 or 5 times the size of a regular field. I wonder if it's for weapons or magic. We don't even know what we're learning." Idea's voice cut through. "Done staring? Focus. And don't take your eyes off this." A black void began to grow, and suddenly, a troop of soldiers marched out, weapons in hand, standing ready for orders. Everyone was terrified. She laughed. They're not real, just illusions I made with my magic." She playfully poked a soldier's face. "Oh, and I'm the one who created that sword saint you fought in the entrance exam. A replica with roughly 1/10 of the actual sword saint's power." Io thought, "This woman is a monster." Satan was intimidating enough, but this Royal Academy is something else entirely. Idea said, "Your mission is simple. Get past these soldiers and reach me. Now who should go first?" Her eyes landed on Io, and she asked in a bewitching voice, "What was your name, dear?" "Why not try putting a sword to my neck like you did with the sword saint?" Io thought. "First instructor Ares, now this one's got me in her sights," he asked timidly. "I don't have to fight you directly, do I?" Idea gave him a hint. Among those soldiers is a leader, the source of their mental power. Once that leader falls, the rest will collapse like dominoes. If the leader is strong, so are they. And I'll be playing the part of the leader. Io confidently drew his sword. "Got it. Sun Tzu's Art of War. To crush the army, you must first capture its commander. Taking out the leader amidst a bunch of soldiers? Piece of cake." He smirked. "Obviously, I can't actually take you down, so if I just touch your hand or your weapon, I pass, right?" Idea gave the signal to start. The soldiers charged. Io activated his skill. Position swap, 2. In an instant, he was behind Idea, his sword resting against her neck. "So, do I pass?" "Instructor?" His breath was hot on the back of her neck. Io thought, "We were separated by tens of meters, but that distance is meaningless now. I used to only be able to move a few meters at a time. This is a massive leap forward. I could easily destroy an enemy base now." Io swelled with pride at his own ability. Idea chuckled. "Ah, I see now why they told me to be careful with you." She pushed his sword aside. "You pass. Return to your place." "Yes, ma'am," Io replied. He thought, is it hostility or curiosity? I don't know what it is about me that gets this reaction from them. They haven't found out my true identity, right? He sheathed his sword. He couldn't stop thinking. Idea spoke up. "All right, now you all see what needs to be done, don't you? Those who fail will be staying for remedial lessons." That statement sent a new wave of fear through the class. The soldiers advanced again, Io observed, thinking, "They execute the basics very well, just what you'd expect from the demon race. But then again, they're just ordinary people with no powers, so it makes sense. But they can only take down a few people if the instructor is controlling them directly." The soldiers used different weapons to target the students. A student yelled, "Ouch, that's gotta hurt." He launched himself into the air. "I'll just leap over you all!" But the soldiers switched to bows and arrows, firing directly at him. He screamed and plummeted to the ground as the others watched, helpless. Io thought, position swap is just overpowered. With this skill, I can aim for the top of the class. He felt certain of his goal. The next student, Samuel, stepped forward and barked coldly, "Move." Io thought, Samuel's up. Let's see if he has the skills to back up that arrogant attitude. A blue light began to radiate from around Samuel. Io anticipated him gathering his magic before unleashing his power. The light engulfed the entire training ground, even affecting Io. In the blink of an eye, Samuel annihilated all the soldiers. Io was astonished. Is that magic? The unique power of greed, a freakish skill that devours everything. He thought, I guess I'll let him take first place for the time being. Idea lightly flicked her hand, and Samuel's magic vanished. She said, well, that makes sense. There's no way an instructor would lose to a student. You obliterated everything but me, which was impressive. I was stunned for a second there. But unfortunately, you fail. Samuel stood frozen for a second. Idea snapped her fingers, and a fresh squad of soldiers appeared instantly. She said, I told you. If you don't take out the leader, the soldiers will simply find another one. No matter how many he killed, they just kept coming like this. At least 200 soldiers charged in. Idea commented that his magic was quite strong for a freshman. Samuel's hands trembled as he walked back to his spot in anger, his face full of resentment, but he accepted the result. Walking past, he glanced at Adel, thinking that confident look on his face was infuriating. He said, Samuel, your overconfidence is why you failed. If you had focused on the objective like I did, you would have passed easily. Bronze laughed loudly. Ha ha, it's finally my turn. Adel thought of Bronze from the 7 deadly sins, wondering how she would pass this. The students murmured as Bronze pointed directly at the soldiers. You lowly minions, how dare you block my path? She cackled, but remained standing still. Everyone wondered what she was doing. Bronze's face turned purple with fear. What should I do? Adel thought, just as expected. Bronze, the child of lust, doesn't fight directly. She controls her minions like a queen bee. Without them, she can't do a thing. Bronze was still frozen in fear. Adel thought she needed to do something. Suddenly, Bronze turned her head to look at him with pleading eyes. Help me, my slave. Adele was surprised by her action. He was confused. Slave? People around them started whispering. Did she just call him a slave? He looked at Bronze, unable to stop thinking about her insane words. Oh, what was she thinking saying that? Bronze turned back and yelled, hurry up and help me. Idea, with a stern expression, ordered 2 of her subordinates to advance. Bronze fearfully backed away, screaming, help! Adele realized she had no defensive abilities. Could it be that she can't even enhance herself? But the thought passed quickly. Impossible. Maybe she has a special reason. On the other side, Bronze endured a rain of blows, crying out helplessly, save me. Another source of energy caught Adel's attention. He turned to see a girl healing a boy's wounds. He said, thanks a lot. She replied, it's nothing. I'm glad you weren't seriously injured. Adele was surprised. Healing magic, but that was a power only humans could use. So this kid is also a half-demon. I never expected to be in the same class as someone with such a rare healing talent. I don't remember her name, but I need to connect with her. Should I approach her now? Idea's voice cut in. Student Bronze is asking for your help. Now that the test is over, it would be great if you helped her up. Adele replied immediately. Oh, I understand. I'm coming. In reality, he was cursing Bronze in his head. Tisk, she picked the worst time and ruined a good opportunity for me. Looking at Bronze's disheveled state, he teased, useless Bronze. She shrieked in pain. Adele dropped the pretense. Please, get up. It's over. Bronze sat up, tears streaming down her face, her body covered in wounds. Sniffling, she asked, you saw everything, didn't you? He played dumb. What are you talking about? Bronze yelled angrily. Don't pretend, you slave, Adele retorted. Well, from what I saw, you're weaker than a slave. Bronze was furious, wishing she could tear him to shreds. Are you mocking me? Idea requested. All right, let's clean up. Everyone gather round. But the result was just as expected. Idea said, you all did well for your first lesson. Experiences like this are important for you to understand your own standing. The mistakes you make help you support each other and coordinate perfectly in battle. Samuel gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed in anger. Tisk, Adel thought, listening to Idea's explanation. At the Human Royal Academy, students are sorted by ability. But at Saitan, classes are assigned randomly, so coordination is key. Her ideas emphasized this point. Idea said loudly, as for the only one who passed, student Adele, he felt a surge of pride. Yes, ma'am. Her deep eyes were full of expectation. I look forward to your progress. Adele replied without hesitation. Thank you, ma'am. I will do my best to learn. He was surrounded by envious and jealous glares. The lesson ended. Idea turned and went back to the classroom for the next period. Adel thought, hesitating. She was praising me, right? But why did her tone seem so hostile? She's always looking for a chance to cause trouble and make me Bronze's slave. Can I even build a faction here? The clock struck 10. After Idea's class, the next lessons began. A teacher in a neat military uniform stood at the podium. A pleasure to meet you all. I am your theoretical education instructor. We will be learning about the history of the demon world and the weaknesses of humans. The demon race revolves around the first demon king, and our physical structure is similar to humans. Adele mused. Getting hit there would hurt a demon just as much. The teacher announced, next, we will have a test on today's material. If you don't want to retake the class, memorize it. Adele closed his book and slumped onto his desk, exhausted. Are you serious? This is no different from my old school days. I'm already discouraged on the very first day. Seeing everyone laughing and talking happily, he felt dejected. I'm the only one who's isolated and lonely. I don't even have any friends now. Just like back then, a tear fell from his eye, but then he saw the girl with the healing ability. His spirits lifted. That's right, there's her. He started to walk over. This time, I have to strike up a conversation. He greeted her. It's nice to meet you. I'm Adele. The stares from those around them made him uneasy. Wait, why is everyone looking over here? The girl didn't seem to notice. She said absently. Yes, nice to meet you, Adele thought. When two half-demons do anything, it's bound to attract attention. She's uncomfortable. I should save this conversation for later. Feeling disrespected, he said his goodbyes. I'll talk to you some other time then. She seemed flustered. Okay, goodbye then. As he walked away, he tried to console himself. Maybe I should just go to the bathroom and replenish my mana, or whatever. Just before he touched the door, Samuel flung it open. Adele cursed his bad luck. Ah, what terrible timing. Samuel saw him, his voice filled with anger. You again! Adele didn't want any trouble. I was just about to leave. You go first, I'll go after. But as Samuel passed him, he insulted him. You disgusting, inferior creature. Adel couldn't let that slide. He shot back, your family must be wonderful, huh? The question enraged Samuel, who turned around, his power flaring up as he growled. What did you say? Adele continued. I mean, to give birth to a walking, talking piece of trash like you. A torrent of curses spewed out, you filthy, petty scum. Samuel ground his teeth and roared, I'll tear you into 100 pieces. A deadly look appeared in Adele's eyes as a cruel plan formed in his mind. Unlike at Saitan, this guy shows pure hatred. If he gets in the way of my plans, it's better to get rid of him now. The power of both sides surged, ready for a life-or-death battle. Looking at Samuel's hands, which were covered in sharp spikes, Adel had a crazy thought. If I use magic, no one would care if I blew his arm off. Suddenly, a teacher appeared. Stop it right now. Class is about to start. Both of you, get to your seats. Like a bucket of cold water on a fire, both of them were startled. When did he get here? The will to fight vanished. Both Adel and Samuel were surprised. When did he get here? They both simultaneously withdrew their intense auras, but the signs of the confrontation were only put on hold. Even so, the tension still hung thick in the air. Adel knew Samuel wouldn't let this go easily, at least not yet. The new teacher who appeared was introduced as the magic instructor, Robond. Adele immediately paid attention to his sudden appearance and calm demeanor. This made him wary. But he told himself, a person entrusted with teaching at Saitan Academy must be a master. If that's the case, learning magic from him is an opportunity that can't be taken lightly. In this world, magic is not an innate gift, but a skill that can be trained, even academically. Robond emphasized, to learn magic effectively, you must understand its properties. He explained the 4 basic elements, earth, water, stone, and fire, the foundation of all magic, combining darkness and light. A total of 6 attributes make up the current magic system. Robond added, most people only possess 1 attribute. Adel wondered if his mixed heritage made him an exception. He thought about the 2 bloodlines within him. His paternal family, the renowned Bear clan, was famous for the darkness attribute. But his maternal family, the Asen clan, was a complete mystery to him, never clearly mentioned. After the introduction, Robond announced that the class would focus on determining their mana attributes. He asked the students to place their hands on a special orb one by one, which would change color according to their mana attribute. The students lined up and approached in order. Adele deliberately stood at the back to observe. As each person placed their hand on it, the orb changed color, and Robond announced, red for fire, blue for water, green for wind, brown for earth. The process went quickly and smoothly. When it was his turn, before he could even step forward, Robond called his name directly, startling him. Adel, how did he know my name? Surprised and wary, he slowly walked forward and placed his hand on the orb. Instantly, a strange color appeared, half black, half gray. The entire class fell silent. The color drained from Robond's face. He stared at the orb in disbelief, as if he couldn't trust his own eyes. He explained, black represents darkness, usually seen in high-level demons, but gray is extremely rare, almost never seen before. Adel tilted his head. You don't know what that color is, sir? Robond shook his head. No, I know. I'm just surprised at how incredibly rare it is. He continued, gray symbolizes chaos, a magic that doesn't follow natural laws, even breaking the fundamental principles of the world. Adel stood frozen, his mind reeling. The word chaos echoed in his thoughts. As the creator of this world in the original novel, he had never considered this attribute. Now, he himself possessed something that didn't exist in the original draft. Magic that goes against the natural order could also be the key to his special ability. But for now, Adele focused on darkness, the one thing he was sure he could control. Lost in thought, he felt a gaze on him from behind. Whirling around, he saw Bronze standing behind him. She was standing silently, clearly using a concealment technique, but he had spotted her. A flicker of surprise crossed her face, not expecting Adel to notice her, but in a flash, her expression turned cold and angry. Bronze growled, "Hey, what the hell were you just thinking?" The question was sharp as a knife, making Adel freeze. He played dumb. What do you mean? But she wasn't easily fooled. Her gaze was sharp, untrusting, as she accused Adele of deliberately provoking Samuel. Adel defended himself. I just couldn't stand being bullied. She let out a sarcastic, mocking laugh, her eyes narrowing like blades. The guy you picked a fight with is no nobody. He belongs to one of the 7 great sinful families, Adele retorted. Outsiders can't interfere within Satan Academy, so it's not worth worrying about. He tried to end it there, but she only grew more annoyed. Sighing, she spoke as if to an ignorant child. You clearly don't get it at all. She started to say, that kid's family is actually, but stopped midway, leaving the sentence hanging with implication. Turning to leave, she left him with one last line, anyway, be careful from now on. Adele watched her retreating figure, his mind spinning. What was she trying to say? Was it that Samuel's family is known for its brutal revenge? Her tone wasn't just a simple threat. It felt dangerous, more complex than a personal grudge. Adele shook his head to clear his thoughts. The last class was about to begin. He needed to focus. The swordsmanship instructor walked in, his face soured as if the whole world owed him something. He didn't greet them. He scolded. Normally, with your skill level, you lot wouldn't even deserve to be sitting here, he said harshly. In the previous training, even though it was just practice, you only activated 10%, then 5%. All the teams except for the top 8 were wiped out. His words were like knives, cutting into the student's pride. Adele thought, he's deliberately trying to provoke us. The instructor announced coldly, from today on, I will teach you how to hold a sword, so that when you die, you can at least take one of the enemy's hands with you to the grave. The class began with a run around the grounds, a true test of physical endurance. He explained that the foundation of swordsmanship is physical stamina. No matter how good your technique is, if you have endurance, your strength will be 2 or 3 times greater. The training was grueling. Before long, the students were panting, their legs burning after each lap. When is this run going to end? Is this the 20th lap already? Moans echoed around. Some students secretly used magic to cheat, but they couldn't fool the instructor. He shouted, ordering them to do push-ups as punishment, then made them start running again from the beginning. No one dared to argue. The nightmare continued. Adel smirked to himself. These rich kids always look for a way to cheat. He remembered how he'd caused chaos when he first transmigrated into this body, without needing any cheap tricks. Finally, the instructor announced that the final lap was the 50th. Anyone who completes 50 laps can return to the dorm. Anyone who doesn't stays for extra lessons. Adele sighed in relief. Today had been mentally taxing, and now his physical energy was drained. His whole body ached. He just wanted to get back to his room and collapse onto his bed. On the way back to the dorm, Adel froze, his whole body tensing as someone grabbed his shoulder from behind. Whipping around, his heart pounded, ready to react. When he saw the person in front of him, Adel's eyes widened in shock. What is Times doing here? He was bewildered, turning back in a flustered state. Seeing Lady Renee made him wonder what she was doing here at this time. With her reddish-brown hair and gentle smile, Adel smiled and greeted her first, asking softly, "Are you on your way back to the dorm? Today was the first day of class. What did you think?" But Renee didn't say a word. Her silence made Adele suspicious. Did someone in class upset her? That scene from earlier was definitely easy to misunderstand. In the end, Renee just said one cold sentence, "You're still lacking in training." Then she suddenly suggested, "How about a light workout to stretch our muscles? Come train with me." Adel was completely taken aback by the invitation. Despite that, Renee's face showed a hint of eagerness as she asked again, "You'll help me, won't you? Right?" Adel remained silent, his expression unreadable. It was unclear if he was reluctant or agreeing. Finally, he let out a soft sigh, thinking to himself that this girl truly never gets tired. Seeing a training area for students nearby, Renee pointed towards it. "Let's hurry over there. We can still make it." Adel gave a slight nod, thinking to himself that he was about to train with a descendant of one of the 7 sins. It would be exhausting, but it would definitely be beneficial. They entered a spacious building together. Adel glanced around and blurted out, "Wow, it's huge." Inside, the training equipment was fully stocked, and other students were also training diligently. Adel nodded. With conditions like these, our physical strength will definitely improve significantly. Seeing a large barbell loaded with heavy plates, he asked, "Should we start with this?" He suggested he go first, eyeing the clearly heavy weight. With a mix of confidence and pride, he reassured Renee, "I've been training for years. This is nothing." With that, he stepped forward, bent down, and got into position to lift the barbell. The veins on his neck bulged, his facial muscles tensed, and he strained with all his might to lift the bar, letting out a raw-throated groan. "Ugh!" Lady Renee stood beside him with her arms crossed, observing coldly. Finally, she dropped a single, curt sentence. "Too weak. Don't force it. You'll tear a muscle." Adel gritted his teeth in silence, cursing internally. This damned body. After all those years of being imprisoned, my current physical strength just can't handle this kind of pressure. He collapsed onto both hands, panting, sweat dripping onto the floor. Without a shred of concern for his struggle, Renee casually walked over, bent down to grab the barbell, and said nonchalantly, "This kind?" and with just a light jerk, she effortlessly lifted the barbell over her head. Adel's jaw dropped, utterly astonished. What the hell? That kind of strength was on a whole other level. He realized that even with all his raw power, he probably couldn't keep up with her. I have to train harder. A determined smile quietly formed on Adel's lips. 2 hours passed under the harsh afternoon sun. Finally, he approached Renee, who was still lifting weights. It's getting late, we should stop. Renee set the barbell on the floor with a solid thud. She didn't object, just nodded and said, Yeah. Adel spoke softly. Let me walk you to the dormitory gate. She didn't refuse, simply walking silently beside him. On the way, Adele observed her quietly, thinking to himself that she's clearly been training a lot lately. Curious about Renee's current status, he quickly activated a special skill when she ducked away to change. A glowing blue interface appeared before his eyes. Displaying Renee's status information, the content showed race, half-demon, tendency, chaotic, talent, second-level permutation, traits, curious, easily immersed, high killing intent, dark attribute, magic control, arrogant gaze. Adel looked at the information panel, filled with an indescribable mix of surprise and interest. Someone like her was definitely not simple at all. Renee's magic stat was clearly displayed on the interface, ranging from 1,297 to 1,321. Adel noted that almost all her other stats were unchanged, with only her magic having increased by exactly 24 points. He thoughtfully admitted that even though Renee diligently practiced mana control every night, her growth rate was frustratingly slow. This truly was the slowest stage of development. He sighed internally, briefly considering buying some kind of potion to help her speed up her training. But before he could think further, Renee's voice came from behind. I'm done changing. Adele turned, slightly surprised by her speed. Renee frowned at him. What are you doing? Adel regained his composure and smiled lightly. Oh, it's nothing. Let's go. After their workout, he walked Renee to the gate of the girls' dormitory. He said his goodbye. Get some rest. Renee gave a small nod. You too. Sleep well. Then she went inside. Adel watched her go, letting out a heavy sigh, his body feeling like it was about to fall apart from exhaustion. He had really overdone it since the beginning. He decided to head back to the men's dormitory to rest. Walking up the grand staircase of the luxurious building, he recalled the directions to take the stairs and turn right. He pulled out his admission letter to confirm his room. Room 407, Adele mumbled, his eyes scanning the fourth-floor hallway before quickly finding his room. Standing in front of the door, he wondered, I wonder who my roommate is. He hoped it would be someone both skilled and easy to get along with, maybe even someone he could win over to his side. This could be the first male friend I make in this demon world. The thought made him a little excited. Taking a breath, he pushed the door open with a friendly smile. Hello, it's nice to. His voice caught in his throat, his smile freezing as his eyes met the person lounging on the bed. Samuel was casually sucking on a lollipop. Samuel looked up, his expression shifting from surprise to disgust. His green eyes narrowed with killing intent. They both shouted in unison, What the hell? Why are you here? Adele nearly collapsed against the door frame, his hand on his forehead, tapping his fingers anxiously. Unbelievable. Out of hundreds of students, I end up rooming with this guy. Samuel was just as furious, biting down so hard on his candy that it shattered, clearly not happy about it. The two rivals stared each other down, the air thick with hostility, as if a single spark could ignite an all-out brawl. From the bed, Samuel sneered contemptuously, You filthy half-breed. Tisk. Still by the door, Adel gritted his teeth, wrestling with the intense urge to just make him disappear right then and there. But he took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and exhaled heavily before walking to the desk to put his things down. Samuel shot up, his fists clenched, and yelled, You want to fight? Right now. Adel scoffed, shaking his head. Are you crazy? You want to fight right here in the dorm room? His voice was full of sarcasm as he calmly turned away. I was just planning on stepping out for a bit. Samuel didn't answer, just stared with murderous eyes. As his hand touched the doorknob, he said lightly, with a hint of mockery, Rest well. Then he walked out decisively, the door closing with a dry click. Inside, Samuel gritted his teeth and muttered, Damn unlucky bastard. Tisk. Outside on the campus grounds, Adele sighed again. He thought he'd finally get some rest, but having to share a room with that guy meant no peace at all. He decided to take a walk and wait for Samuel to fall asleep before going back. He walked slowly along the shaded paths of the Saitan Academy campus. He thought about Samuel's strange hostility. He's not a descendant of the sin of wrath, but he's always acting like he's about to explode. He shook his head in annoyance. Tisk, I just don't get it. But then a thought struck him. Wait a minute. Samuel is a descendant of gluttony. Gluttony. So, is his anger an instinct, like my chaotic tendency? He mulled over the concept of inherent tendencies that Professor Robond had mentioned. What is chaos, really? A mana attribute, or something deeper? He considered asking the magic resource information interface for knowledge, but shook his head. If it knew anything about chaos, it would have said so when it taught me the imprint skill. Buying more would just be a waste of money. Frustrated by the lack of information, he looked for a quiet place to practice his magic purification skill. He wandered into a small patch of forest near the eastern field. Under a brightly lit evening sky, his gaze unconsciously drifted up to a tree where a small bird was perched on a high branch. Adel mumbled, "A sparrow?" But looking closer, he shook his head. Not quite a sparrow. Still, it's interesting that there are birds here. He figured that even within the Saitan Academy campus, creatures from outside the city could fly in freely. Suddenly, the bird's eyes flashed red, startling Adel. He silently made a mental note of it. Night fell. Adel gently opened the door to room 407 and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Samuel was already asleep, bundled up in his blanket. Good. Now that he's asleep, there won't be any trouble. Exhausted, he didn't bother being tidy, just tossed his bag aside and collapsed onto the bed with a sigh. I'm dead tired. I feel like I could pass out right now. Even though his body was worn out, he still tried to think about practicing his magic a little before sleeping. Lying on his back on the pillow, Adel regulated his breathing and focused his mind. Mana flowed gently through his body, but his consciousness gradually drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, Adel's eyes shot open. A dark figure was looming over his bed, right in front of him. It was Samuel. His eyes glowed a ghastly green, staring straight at him as if trying to pierce through his mind. Adel's body tensed, his heart pounding erratically as Samuel's unblinking gaze remained fixed on him, cold and threatening. Samuel's face was filled with contempt as he thought viciously, even when he's sleeping, that guy's face is still stupid and annoying. Anger surged as old memories flooded back the sarcastic remarks, the insults Adel had thrown in his face, even insulting his entire clan. Samuel clenched his fists, vowing internally, even if I'm wrong, I'll never be the first to apologize. He let out a frustrated breath. I have so much to worry about, and now I have to waste my energy on this piece of trash. A sudden image flashed in his mind. Adel in class yesterday, radiating a powerful, almost terrifying aura. The other figures standing with him made Samuel's heart ache as if it were being squeezed. I've felt this before, but why now? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his side. Samuel collapsed, groaning in agony. He clutched his stomach, his eyes wide with horror. Damn it, is Gluttony's binge starting again? Cold sweat broke out as he gritted his teeth, trying to endure. The gnawing hunger was spiraling out of control. A sinister, faint green energy flickered in his stomach, a horrifying toxin eating him from the inside, his body feeling unbearably drained. Just then, Adel shifted slightly in his sleep, mumbling something. Samuel turned, his eyes filled with irritation. He was starving to death, moment by moment, yet he had to stare at that nonchalant face until morning. He seriously wanted to punch Adele right in the mouth. Samuel plopped down on the edge of the bed, groaning softly as the pain continued to torment him. Dawn broke, and the clock tower's bell chimed, signaling the start of classes. Adel sat up, yawning and stretching. What time is it? Is it morning already? Sunlight streamed through the large window, and the steady ticking of a clock filled the quiet space. Adel looked out the window, his eyes lighting up. Is that the bird from yesterday? A small bird, identical to the one from the previous afternoon, was perched on a branch. A faint, sharp smile played on his lips. In Xian, where they're so strict about foreign creatures, something like this is still lurking around. He frowned, suspecting someone was watching him. The conclusion was reflexive, but his expression remained casual. Adel stretched by the window, the wooden frame creaking softly. He considered that it might be Instructor Ares, the one who suspected him the most. He scanned it with mana. It wasn't an illusion. It was a real, living creature. After a moment's thought, he decided to try taming it with food. He held out his hand, beckoning gently, and called out softly, "Here, come here." But a glance at the clock told Adel that breakfast was almost over. He muttered, "Samuel must have gone to eat already. I should go too, or I'll starve." He left the window, still thinking about the strange bird and whoever was behind it. A moment of confusion, he couldn't remember where the dining hall was. As a result, he was late for class. A female instructor entered, her voice cheerful. "Good morning, everyone." Adel sat down and sighed to himself. I got lost looking for the dining hall and missed breakfast. With his stomach empty, he wondered if he could even focus on class this hungry. The instructor, a woman with wavy gray hair, stepped up to the podium, holding a grade book with a serious expression. "During homeroom today, I have an important announcement. Is everyone present?" Adel furrowed his brow, curious. An important announcement? What could it be? The instructor continued. "Today, we will be choosing a class president." The class started buzzing with excitement. Adel's eyes widened. "Class president?" A student with light blue hair raised his hand. "Ma'am, how will the class president be elected?" The instructor gave a cryptic smile. "Initially, I was going to let you vote, but on second thought, I'll just appoint someone." The room went quiet for a beat. Then, a female student with horns shot to her feet, a pink aura sparkling around her like stage effects. An absolutely brilliant decision. Adele was startled, realizing it was Bronze, just like in the novel. He gave a faint smile. With a personality like that, there's no way I could be class president. Bronze turned to the class and declared dramatically, "From now on, allow me to lead this class. Serve me as you would your king." Adele silently nodded. Bronze is a logical choice. Even if she's a bit lacking in intelligence, her charisma and combat abilities are unrivaled. Another student spoke up. "Yeah, why not let Adel be the class president? He seems pretty capable." Bronze shot him a disdainful look. "Please, a half-blood like him wants to be class president?" The discussion grew lively. Someone asked, "What about Samuel?" Bronze frowned and shrugged. "He's too scary." Adel smiled faintly, a warm feeling spreading through him. He hadn't expected his performance the day before to have left such an impression. It felt good to be mentioned like this. Bronze puffed out her chest smugly. "Say what you will, I'm still the most obvious choice. Come on, teacher, make the announcement." The instructor sighed and said decisively, "The class president will not be student Bronze." Bronze's jaw dropped, her blue eyes wide with shock. A violet, lightning-like energy crackled around her as if she were about to explode. The instructor smiled and turned to look at the red-haired boy near the window. "The class president is Adel." Adel was stunned. "Huh?" He looked around, his mind a total mess. "What? Why me? A half-demon like me, becoming the class president?" Before he could finish the thought, the instructor's voice rang out, her eyes glowing with a soft blue light. "Adel, please do your best to lead the class well." An enthusiastic student cheered, "You can do it, Class President Adele." Still in shock, Adel awkwardly replied, "Yes." He silently thought to himself that he hadn't even had breakfast yet. The instructor nodded, announced she had to go teach another class, and left a few instructions. She said, "To prepare for the midterm exam, our classes will focus on practical combat training." The entire class started whispering, the students buzzing. She continued, "Training will be done in groups of 3. You have until the end of the day to form your teams." A pink-haired female student near Adele put a hand to her chin, looking thoughtful. Adele closed his eyes, pondering the exam and the combat training. If it's practical combat in Saitan, he reasoned, it most likely means killing. Fighting here means finishing your enemy. The instructor ended the session with a reminder for student Bronze. Bronze looked up curiously. "Yes?" The teacher's voice was gentle, but her eyes were full of authority. "If you address me disrespectfully one more time, you'll be prioritized for special supplementary lessons. Understand?" Bronze flinched and froze, her arrogant smile deflating like a punctured balloon. With just one sentence, the instructor had put her in her place. Adel watched with a slight smile, thinking, "This teacher knows how to bring people back down to earth." Before leaving the classroom, she added, "Class president, remember to submit the team list by the last period." She smiled. "Have a good class, everyone." Adel, now officially the class president, watched her leave, his thoughts drifting to combat training. He stroked his chin. Maybe they'll use training dummies like the other day? But he shook his head, dismissing the idea. Based on the story's timeline, the part where the Academy attacks humanity hasn't happened yet. This training is just preparation. Anyway, the priority is to form a team. Adele's eyes scanned the classroom, stopping on the pink-haired girl near him. He smirked, having already pretty much chosen his teammates. In the hallway outside, just as the homeroom teacher left, she came into the view of 2 figures who were waiting. A tall man with spiky purple hair and a black cross tattooed on his neck. His face was cold, radiating killing intent as he walked with heavy steps. In another room, the instructor was writing some documents when the door burst open. She looked up, her gaze calm. "Ah, you're here." The man, Ares, growled angrily. "What the hell were you thinking?" The instructor, Idea, just smiled faintly. "It's been a while since I've seen your serious face." "It's quite a sight, isn't it?" Her breezy comment only fanned Ares' flames. He snapped impatiently. "I didn't come here to listen to your nonsense." He slammed his hand on the desk with a sharp crack. "Why did you appoint that kid as class president?" Idea kept her voice even. "That just happened this morning, and you already know." She laughed. "You really do have an information network all over Saitan, don't you?" Ares gritted his teeth, his eyes as sharp as blades. "You can't possibly misunderstand the implications of making him the class president." Idea nodded without hesitation. "Of course, I understand." But Ares yelled, "Even temporarily giving him control over Class A is like handing him the world. Are you insane?" He slammed the desk again, trembling with anger, and clenched his jaw. "It's not too late. Change it to someone else. Now, if you don't." He left the threat hanging in the air. Her threat was so blatant, who wouldn't back away? Her gaze, sharp as a knife, met his with calm resolve. She didn't need to scream. Her unwavering stance said it all. He clutched his head, running his hands through his hair in desperation. "God, this whole situation is driving me insane." Continuing calmly, she said, "I like that student. She explained her reasoning. He has outstanding abilities, but he's not arrogant like those descendants of the seven sins. Besides, his identity is guaranteed by the Bio family. He has a clear background with backing. But Ares wasn't convinced. He emphasized, a clear identity doesn't mean he's trustworthy. You of all people should know that. He continued, the most dangerous sword is one that is blind. Aya sighed softly and crossed her arms. I'll handle my own class. You stay out of it. Even though she was just a new instructor, she had great faith in her ability to judge people. Ares furiously slammed his hand on the table but said nothing, leaving the room in silence. Once she was gone, he sat alone, his blood boiling, and spat out a curse. Damn it! He seethed internally, filled with regret. Asterisk, I should have fought for that class. Leaving someone that dangerous in her hands was a huge mistake. Asterisk, a memory surfaced of a half-blood who had left an unforgettable scar during a brutal battle. Asterisk, the aura Adel gave off yesterday was too similar to that person's asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, the probability of him being a descendant might be low, but it's too much of a coincidence to ignore. Asterisk. Asterisk, I still haven't figured out what he's after. Asterisk. Just then, a small bird landed on Ares' shoulder, chirping softly. He turned, his gaze turning sharp and cold. Still nothing out of the ordinary, but don't take your eyes off him for even a second. Got it? Elsewhere, probably in the library, a group of students were chatting lively. A smiling boy with pointed ears and light purple hair was among them. Next to him was someone with a heavy tattoo on their neck and a friendly-looking student with spiky blonde hair and small horns. The atmosphere was perfectly ordinary, filled with the warmth of student friendships. None of them knew that their every move was being watched closely. Back in the classroom during a break, everyone started bustling about to form groups. Adele sat quietly, observing the lively scene. He let out a small, half-joking, half-sad laugh. Asterisk, I'm the class president, and still, no one's asked me to join their group. Is it because my face looks that suspicious? Asterisk. Just then, a student approached him, hesitating slightly. Hey, want to form a group with me? Samuel, who was sitting nearby with another student, glanced over and said in a cold tone, as long as you don't drag me down. The other student turned to thank Samuel, then introduced his friend. Adel watched them, sighing inwardly. Asterisk. Even a guy like him gets an invitation, and I'm still sitting here like a total outcast. Asterisk Adele let out a resigned sigh. He had to face it. If he kept waiting to be asked, he'd never find a team. Cracking his knuckles, he stood up with determination, his gaze landing on the pink-haired girl he'd noticed earlier. He walked over and said simply, Hey. The girl flinched slightly, letting out a small sound of surprise. Adel said calmly, I just scanned your mana. Sorry if that startled you, but I noticed your mana level is quite good, and you have recovery skills. You'd be perfect for a group. He smiled and introduced himself. I'm Adele. We've met before, remember? Then he asked, Have you found a group yet? The girl replied softly, flustered. No, not yet. Adele immediately said, Perfect. Then tell me your name. After a brief hesitation, she answered quietly, Luna. Adel gave a small smile. That's a cute name. He tilted his head, giving a direct invitation. So, join my team. Working with the class president has its benefits, you know. Luna's eyes widened in confusion. This is a little sudden. Adel kept the initiative, leaning in and lowering his voice as if whispering, The last period is about to start. There isn't much time left to submit the group list. He added smoothly. Besides, we're both half demons. I'm sure we'll work well together. Luna made a small, astonished sound. Adel sealed the deal. All you have to do is say yes, and it's done. From now on, we're in the same group. She didn't answer, but Adel took her silence as consent and nodded. A wise decision. Just then, Bronze, the girl with the horns, chimed in mockingly from a nearby desk. What's so wise about that decision? Adel turned his head and groaned internally. Asterisk. Not her again. Asterisk. Bronze laughed loudly, her eyes mischievous. So, you still didn't have a group? How pathetic. She tossed her hair and declared proudly, Very well. I shall generously allow you to join me. From now on, you will serve under my command. Adel replied nonchalantly, Luna and I just formed a group. Could you go back to your seat? Luna's face flushed, caught in the middle of the mess, and she stammered, Don't be so ridiculous. I heard everything from start to finish. You two are standing right in front of me. Bronze was unmoved, declaring boldly, No matter what, I will never recognize you as the class president. The one who should truly be leading is me. Adel thought, Asterisk, forget it. I'll just turn her down and be done with this. Asterisk. But Bronze was persistent as a leech, so Adel finally relented. Fine, you can join. His condition was that Bronze would be the group leader. Inwardly, however, he had already calculated that every decision she made would have to be approved by him first. After all, she was a descendant of the seven sins. It was better to keep her close and monitor her. Unaware of his scheming, Bronze flashed a radiant smile. "Don't worry, just trust your leader and follow me." Her arrogant confidence was exactly what Adel had predicted. He gave a slight nod, thinking to himself that he was still the one leading her. A week later, sitting at his desk, Adel stared intently at the glowing blue status window. His mana stat had increased from 1,321 to 1,325. Asterisk, it's a small increase, at least, asterisk, he noted, but then mumbled, "Still not enough. I need to find a way to get some potions soon." His mana was one thing, but he still didn't understand his chaos attribute. He hoped this week's magic class would offer some clues. An air of exhaustion seemed to emanate from Adel. His thoughts shifted to something else. Krolativ, the small dragon-shaped artifact that usually slept peacefully in its box, had been unstable lately. It looked like he'd have to start carrying it with him all the time. Adel sighed. Everything was getting more complicated. His mana was unstable. He couldn't control his chaos attribute. And now this artifact. But he was relieved about one thing. Samuel had been unusually quiet. Glancing over at his roommate, he saw the guy just give a non-committal grunt, his expression unreadable. Despite the mountain of worries, Adel held on to a fragile sliver of optimism. Asterisk, it's fine. Everything will get better. Asterisk. The next morning, the clock tower bell rang, signaling the start of class. The instructor walked in with a radiant smile. "Good morning, everyone." Adele glanced at her, thinking she looked unusually happy today. Something good must have happened. Aya clapped her hands together. "Today's class is a little special. We're going outside for some practical combat training." Adel raised an eyebrow. Asterisk. Finally, some real combat. Asterisk. Aya explained, "We'll be leaving Saitan and heading to an area called Ogon." Adel's eyes widened. He clearly remembered from the original story that Ogon was the prison that held humans who had participated in the war between humans and demons. Asterisk. No one ever came back from there. We're heading to a prison camp. Asterisk, he thought. Aya continued, her expression bright. "We'll be traveling by airship. Everyone, follow me." The students began to chatter excitedly as they headed outside. "This sounds awesome. It's not a holiday, but we get to go on a trip." Adel glanced around and sighed, his expression darkening. Asterisk. Everyone is excited just because they think a field trip is fun. Asterisk. Asterisk. If they knew what Ogun really was, they'd be dead silent. Asterisk. For him, what was waiting at Ogun was more important than the training itself. It was a special opportunity that the protagonist of the original novel was supposed to have discovered. Asterisk. If I go first, I can get my hands on it before anyone else. Asterisk. But he worried. Asterisk. Can I find it without being noticed by all these eyes? Asterisk. He knew the security forces at Ogon were not to be underestimated. As he was contemplating this, Bronze appeared, teasing him with a bright smile. "What's wrong? Why the long face? You look like a statue." She giggled, tilting her head innocently. "Is this your first time doing outdoor training? It's super nerve-wracking." Adele simply nodded. Bronze was surprised. "Huh? You get nervous too?" She glanced at his silent expression and thought, Asterisk. He looks so gloomy, but he's actually shaking in his boots. Asterisk. She puffed out her chest proudly. "Don't forget your super awesome class president is here. Just stick with me and you'll be fine." Adel sighed inwardly. Asterisk. She's really tireless. Asterisk. But he smirked, thinking, Asterisk. Let's see if you're still so confident when we get to Ogon. Asterisk. Even so, he had to admit her constant noise was making his head feel a bit lighter. The interdimensional train sped along, its wheels spitting magical fire as it pierced through the gloomy dimension. Sitting in the compartment, Adel gazed through the hazy window as the cold, misty purple landscape drifted by. Ahead, Ogon appeared like a colossal, cold fortress, a towering scar on the world. Adel clenched his fists, his gaze sharp and cold. This was the only chance he would get in his life. Asterisk, no matter what happens, I have to get it. Asterisk, the powerful locomotive, sparks flying from its wheels, thundered into the station as an announcement rang out. Passengers, we have arrived at Ogon. Please disembark safely. The voice echoed through the train cars. He and the other trainees disembarked, standing before a massive, imposing structure under an ominous purple sky. Aya addressed the group. "All right, everyone, we've arrived. Please follow me closely. This is the human prison camp Ogon," she declared, her eyes scanning their worried faces. Observing the heavily reinforced cage-like structures, one trainee remarked on the tense atmosphere, while another expressed his unease, asking if they were really going to train here, because he had a bad feeling about this place. Aya, with her striking features and a confident smile, confirmed, "That's right, this is your training ground." She added reassuringly, "There are no battles scheduled, so don't worry too much." Although Renee's eyes flashed with something contradictory, Adel remained skeptical, thinking silently, Asterisk, ha, as if you don't know exactly what's about to happen. Asterisk. It was a sick hobby if he'd ever seen one, a sarcastic thought he kept to himself. As they approached, 3 grim-faced guards in dark uniforms with red armbands blocked their path. One of them demanded, "Are you from Satan?" His voice was curt and suspicious. Aya calmly replied, "Yes, here are our permits." She presented the documents while Adel silently noted that this guard was very high level. The pressure radiating from him was no joke. The guard inspected the permit and then ordered, "Please follow me." His tone left no room for questions. Another person, perhaps a guide or a lower-ranked guard, gestured. "All right, this way." He motioned for them to enter the darkness. The trainees followed, walking through dark, oppressive corridors. A giant centipede scurried across the floor unnoticed, but desperate cries from unseen cells rang out. "Please, save me! I don't want to die!" One choked voice cried, followed by another. "Please, let me out!" Words filled with desperation. A horned trainee looked around uncertainly, while another asked worriedly, "What is this place?" Her voice trembled. Another student covered his nose, complaining that the place smelled strange. His companion added that it felt like something was about to jump out at them. His eyes were wide with fear. Adel observed their reactions with a faint smile, thinking, asterisk, looks like they're finally reacting. Asterisk. A dark sense of satisfaction touched his mind. Samuel then told them coldly, "Don't bunch up in front of me. Keep moving." His voice was sharp. Adele noted to himself that Samuel seemed completely unfazed. Asterisk. In conclusion, he's definitely weird. Asterisk. As Samuel continued to lead the group deeper into the terrifying facility, the trainees ventured further into the ominous place. Adel reacted to an unseen stimulus with a look of surprise. But then Aya announced to all the students, "We've finally reached the training site." Her voice cut through the tense silence. They stood looking down at a vast, multi-level prison complex, steeped in an atmosphere of purple despair. Adel noticed the shocked expressions on his classmates' faces and said grimly, "This is the true nature of Ogon, hell." The word hung in the air like a shroud, along with flashing images of emaciated, bloodied prisoners behind bars. Their forms were barely human anymore. Aya appeared confidently, explaining, "As you can see, this is a prison for the humans who attacked the demon kingdom. Every human here has killed at least one demon. They are hardened criminals. Some were even pregnant women or children," she said, her tone cold. She gestured toward a gaunt, chained prisoner before them, continuing with a smirk, "You're probably curious about your training exercise. Watch closely, everyone." Her eyes glinted with anticipation. Swirling dark energy enveloped her as she approached the panicked prisoner, who was making choked sounds of absolute terror. Grabbing his face, she commanded, "Now be quiet. This will be over quickly." As a glowing green orb materialized in her hand, vibrating with malevolent energy, the horrified trainees watched, one girl covering her mouth as the prisoner let out muffled cries of agony. Suddenly, the prisoner screamed as his body dissolved into black particles, splattering onto the stone floor with a sickening sound that echoed in the abrupt silence. Adel flinched, muttering a sound of disgust. Aya, wearing a self-satisfied expression, explained the task simply, "All you have to do is kill a human in your own way." "Simple, right?" she asked, her gaze sweeping over their pale faces. Some of the trainees immediately threw up, the sight and sound too much to bear. Adele, however, remained strangely calm, his expression hidden as he thought. Even after witnessing such a cruel death, he felt oddly unaffected. Asterisk. Perhaps it's because I've synchronized with a colder consciousness. Asterisk. He reaffirmed his resolve. No matter how much worse things got, his goal would not change. He would survive until the very end, fix this world's damn ending, and fulfill Adel's wish. This silent vow solidified his composure. Aya then turned to Adele, who was designated as the class president. She asked, "Do you have any last words?" Her voice was challenging. As class president, Adel approached a cell where a gaunt, chained prisoner was cowering, holding a wicked-looking, glowing dagger. Adel was silent for a moment before asking calmly, "Anything to say before the end?" His voice was devoid of emotion. The prisoner, his eyes burning with hatred, spat defiantly. "My only regret is not being able to kill more of you damn demons. We humans will wipe every single one of you out," he roared, his voice filled with conviction. Adel, his face emotionless and splattered with blood from the previous execution, plunged the dagger into the prisoner without a word. He thought to himself, asterisk, killing this guy after hearing that just makes it all the more satisfying. Asterisk. A dark thought crossed his mind. He turned to Aya, who was watching from nearby. Adele asked, "Was that good enough?" His expression was unreadable. Aya clapped slowly, remarking, "Perfect." Her lips curled into a satisfied smile. Then she said to the remaining students, "Now, just like your class president, enter a cell and begin your training." Her voice rang out, full of authority. However, she quickly added, would the half-demon students please step to one side for a moment?" Her sharp gaze landed on them. The pink-haired girl, Luna, and another male student looked visibly distressed by this sudden separation. "Please stand over here," Idea commanded, gesturing to a specific area. Adele observed that only the half-demons were being separated. So, there were more than just him and Luna in this class. But Luna looked like she really wasn't okay, he noted with a sort of detached concern. Idea then revealed, with a cruel smile on her face, "The students here have specific prisoners to kill." Her words dripped with malice. She gestured towards a row of gaunt, kneeling figures. Adel recognized them immediately. His expression hardened as he realized these prisoners were half-demons, a fact that sent a chill down his spine. Idea continued, her voice laced with spite. "You need to prove something that you are different from these traitors," she hissed, her eyes merciless. One of the male half-demon students, his face twisted with anger and perhaps fear, suddenly screamed, "Do you have any idea how much we've suffered because of you people?" And he violently kicked one of the half-demon prisoners with brutal force. Another one joined in, screaming, "You're the ones who deserve to die. Just die already." His voice cracked with a mixture of rage and hysteria. Adel watched the horrifying scene unfold, his expression grim as he thought to himself, "So, it's begun." The atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. A chilling shriek echoed through the prison, emphasizing the harsh reality of the training. As the other half-demon students brutally attacked the prisoners, Samuel's eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, unleashing a terrifying blue shadow entity. "Devour them," he commanded. His voice resonated with dark power as the entity lunged towards a panicked prisoner. His scream was cut off abruptly. Luna, the pink-haired girl, cried out in anguish, clutching her head as tears streamed down her face, overwhelmed by the brutality. Adel observed Samuel's actions, silently noting that Samuel didn't need to kill them like that with his magic. He wondered if he was that eager to tear humans apart or if this was just for show. Luna continued to sob, clearly distressed by the surrounding violence. Adel remarked, "Luna's completely falling apart. It would be bad if Idea noticed her like this." A practical concern surfaced in his mind. Fran approached Idea and spoke, her voice calm and measured. Idea crossed her arms, looking annoyed. She turned her attention to Fran, raising an eyebrow. Fran questioned, "As long as I kill them using my own abilities, I pass, right?" Seeking clarity on the test's parameters. "Yeah, that's right. Technically," Idea confirmed. A small, almost imperceptible smile played on her lips. With a determined gaze, Fran said simply, "Understood." Then Fran commanded a human, "You are now bound to me. Kill the human next to you." Her voice was absolute and devoid of any warmth. Without hesitation, Fran reached her hand towards a panicked, gaunt prisoner, her eyes glowing with a terrifying pink light as her power enveloped him. The prisoner screamed, and another cried out, "Don't do it!" Their pleas were lost in the suffocating atmosphere. Fran remained emotionless as the prisoner choked, the life slowly draining from him. After a moment, Fran asked, "Is it done?" Her voice was flat. Idea replied, "Yes, you pass. We can fix that softness of yours over time." Her assessment was clinical, Adele observed Fran, noting to himself with a slight huff that Fran didn't seem to lack any hatred for humans, but she was softer than he'd expected. A surprising observation. Idea then turned her attention to the last half-demon student, addressing her, "Now there's only one left, student Luna." Her voice was as cold as ice. Luna gasped, her face pale and tear-streaked, still trembling uncontrollably. With a cruel smile, Idea commanded, "Prove who you are." Her voice was as sharp as a knife. Adel watched grimly, thinking that if Luna couldn't complete this training, the consequences would be severe. Luna's eyes were wide with fear as she whispered, "No, I can't do it. Please, just let me out of here." Her plea was a fragile sound against such brutality. Luna collapsed to her knees, her voice filled with desperation as she cried out miserably. Tears streamed down her face as she wailed about how she'd come all this way to avenge her mother, who'd lived a life from hell, all because of a man who didn't even deserve to be called her father. And now, she couldn't do anything. Her hands clenched uselessly, as if mocking her own powerlessness. Adele approached and asked gently, "Are you okay?" Luna looked up, startled by his sudden presence. He gave her a reassuring smile and said, "Please wait a moment. I will help you with your training, Luna." Turning towards a gruesome-looking bound figure, presumably a prisoner, Adele declared with calm resolve, "Now then, let's begin." Luna stared, her eyes wide with shock, her breath catching in disbelief. Adel then handed Luna a wicked-looking dagger. As he gave it to her, he explained that while it's natural to be scared, she had to do this. Trembling with fear, Luna took the dagger, her hand shaking uncontrollably. Adel gently placed his hand over hers, urging her to relax and softly reassuring her, "If you just keep moving forward like this, you'll be fine." Luna gritted her teeth, her face twisted in a fierce internal conflict, tears welling in her eyes as she struggled to find her resolve. Adel gently patted her head and offered a simple word of comfort, "Good job." Then with a knowing smile, he he remarked quietly. That was a close call. Elsewhere, Idea stood with her arms crossed, her expression stern as she stated clearly what would happen to a half-demon who couldn't kill a human. At best, expulsion. At worst, something far more terrible. She approached Adel and Luna, her voice sharp and disapproving. I don't understand what you're thinking. Adel, the class president, remained silent while Luna looked on anxiously. Idea continued, You don't expect her to pass after that, do you? However, he smiled confidently and declared, No, student Luna has passed. Idea's expression twisted in disbelief as she snapped. What did you say? Adel calmly explained. You clearly stated that if we kill a human with our abilities, we pass. Student Luna is the only healer in all of Saitan. I helped her because I recognized the value of that talent. Idea gave a short, dry laugh. Ha! Unbelievable. So by that logic, are you saying you wouldn't help a student who had no talent? Of course, Adel affirmed coldly. If they had no talent, I'd leave them behind. A subtle, calculating smile touched his lips as he spoke. Idea's expression hardened. She coolly remarked that he only remembered what suited him, but that she would be sure to remember his words. She then announced she was going to check on the others and ordered them both to wait there. As Idea walked away, Adel let out a quiet sigh of relief and thought to himself, crisis averted. He thought it was lucky that his answer had satisfied Idea. If that's what Ares wants, Luna doesn't stand a chance. Turning to Luna, who was still recovering, he said gently, Miss Luna, it seems you've made it through safely. Luna looked up hopefully and asked, Really? Adel nodded, reassuring her. Luna was flooded with relief, whispering softly, I see, thank heavens, before falling forward and fainting. Adel gently caught her and said simply, It's all right, get some rest. Then, as Luna slept soundly against the wall, Adel stood nearby, a look of determination crossing his face. Now, he thought, it's time for the real game to begin. He was confident, knowing every nook and cranny of Ogon and believing he still had plenty of time. Observing the patrolling guards, he noted to himself, as expected, security is tight. He concluded that to find the opportunity he needed, he had to go underground. Resolute in his purpose, he decided to cloak himself in shadow. As dark energy swirled around him, he watched with satisfaction. Oh, it's working. I've definitely gotten better than before. Confident that the shadows would allow him to sneak in undetected, he focused on reaching the entrance to the underground tunnel. Moving stealthily through the dim corridors, he suddenly froze as a stern-faced guard whipped around, his gaze sweeping the area. Adel thought to himself, Was I spotted? The guard paused, but eventually turned away, seemingly unaware of his presence. Adel let out a silent sigh of relief, inwardly impressed by the guard's sharp instincts. He could sense a subtle difference. This was definitely a guard from Ogon. Realizing he needed to move quickly, Adel pressed on and soon found his target. Found it, he whispered. The only empty cell on the first floor. There's a passage inside. Activating his ability, position, swap, move. He teleported into the cell in a quick blur of shadows. As he landed inside, he immediately noticed a pressure mechanism on the floor. Just as he predicted, he hovered in the air as the floor gave way, wondering how to get down safely. Recalling the depth the main characters in the novel had reached, he timed it precisely. 1, 1, 2, 6. Just as he neared the bottom, he activated his ability again. Position, swap, move, and landed smoothly on his feet as the sound of something piercing the ground echoed in the darkness. He had reached the underground waterway. What's next? Adel muttered as dark energy swirled around him. A poison type. Grade 8 black slime. Suddenly, 3 menacing black slimes with glowing purple eyes emerged from the shadows. He knew their poison was lethal on contact. He quickly strategized. In that case, I'll aim for their cores from a distance. With a sharp, focused movement, he unleashed his ability. Shadow Fang, Blade of Darkness. Several blades of dark energy cut through the slimes, striking their cores with precision. Knowing their weak point made dealing with the black slimes easy. Standing at the edge of a murky, dark body of water, he murmured, Now I just have to dive into this pool. With a soft splash, Adel dove into the water, sinking deep into the unknown. As he dove, he recalled that according to the novel's protagonist, the final resting place of the great evil was supposed to be here. But he thought to himself about the great evil. I never wrote anything like that. He remembered that this was where a demon who led a rebellion centuries ago had been sealed. So great evil means a demon that not even the demon king could handle. He wondered, well, I'll find out when I get there. He surfaced from the water, drenched and panting. Adel looked around and wondered, is this the place? In front of him, hanging on the wall by chains, was a gruesome white skeleton. He quickly noticed the beating heart within its ribcage, the heart inside the white skeleton. Maybe it holds the opportunity I'm looking for. I'm about to get it. Reaching out with quiet confidence, his fingers drew closer. However, As he closed his eyes to focus, the heart suddenly began to beat erratically, glowing with an intense red light. Alarm surged as his eyes snapped open. Wait, the heart? He muttered in his mind. Without warning, the ground beneath him shook violently, making him lose his balance. Staggering, he exclaimed inwardly. This is insane! The moment had shifted from opportunity to chaos, and he realized that whatever happened next, it wouldn't be easy. In a few short seconds, the skeleton before Adele seemed to come to life. Its entire body suddenly pulled into the air, hovering menacingly. Behind it, a brilliant golden symbol appeared, shining like the sun. Adele could only stare, stunned. I can't believe this is actually happening. And that symbol, it looks exactly like my family's tattoo on the back of my neck. Wait, could the traitor of the demon realm have something to do with my family? The skeleton, as if running out of time, began to speak hastily, its voice echoing directly into Adel's mind. Child of Adel, listen closely to what I say. If you can hear my thoughts, it means we now share the same burden. The chaos was born from me. Do not let yourself be swallowed by that chaos. Chaos is what distorts the natural order of the world. If you lose yourself while chasing its meaning, you will end up just like me. With that final warning, the skeleton slowly disintegrated, scattering into the air as gray dust. The message had been delivered. Its existence had vanished. All that remained was the falling heart. As silence returned, Adel reached out and caught it, holding it in his hand and observing it closely. I can feel an intense will for destruction inside this thing. This must be the final wish passed down from my ancestor. The heart shattered, turning to dust in his palm. Curious to see what he had received from it, Adel quickly opened his status window. His eyes lit up when he saw the words that appeared, Soul Transfer, a new skill. He couldn't help but exclaim, Soul Manipulation skill. I finally have it. I've been waiting for so long. Let's try it now. Without hesitation, he drew his trusty dagger and tried to move it with his will alone. Clang! The dagger dropped to the floor with a harsh metallic sound, not having budged an inch. Adel blinked, then knelt to pick it up. It's not that I lack the ability. I'm just not proficient with this skill yet. It needs more practice. But still, I've made huge progress. I got a clue about the chaos and unlocked a new skill. That's a big win. He looked around. There was nothing else useful here. I'd better head back before someone notices I'm gone. Without further delay, he rushed back to the meeting point. Unfortunately for him, Braun had already noticed. The moment she saw him return, the proud, white-haired girl strode over and snapped, Where have you been sneaking off to? Caught off guard, Adele gave an awkward smile. I was just taking a little walk, stretching my legs. Braun didn't buy it for a second. Really? You expect me to believe you just went for a walk by yourself in a place like this? Still acting unfazed, Adele just waved his hand. What can I say? The sight of humans locked behind bars is pretty impressive, but the other's indifference only made Adele even angrier. Hey, I'm talking to you. Where on earth have you been? But Adele had already started looking around, clearly bored with the interrogation. He muttered, Wonder where I went? Just then, Luna appeared nearby. Her voice was calm as she greeted them. Adele turned to her with a smile. Ah, Luna, did you sleep well? The 14-year-old girl gave a small nod. Yes, I slept very well. Seeing her so calm, Adel breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. You were sleeping so soundly, I was worried someone could have carried you off without you even knowing. As for Luna, she hadn't forgotten Adel's earlier help. In a soft voice, she murmured, thank you for helping me. If it wasn't for you, Before she could finish, Adel cut her off with his usual charming smile. Don't worry about it. No need to thank me. It sounded normal, even charming, but behind that friendly mask, Adel's thoughts told a different story. Asterisk, now Luna owes me. I just need to find the right time to use that favor. A little leverage is always useful. Asterisk. Not long after, their wandering instructor finally returned. Aya was still full of energy, clapping her hands and calling out, All right, everyone, gather up! Lucky for you all, no one dropped out this time. I'm starting to see a little fire in your eyes, but don't get complacent. We have a long way to go. Now, let's head back. The students let out a collective sigh of relief. A few even managed to smile. Adele, more than anyone, was thrilled to leave that gloomy prison, to finally escape that hellhole where time seemed to stand still. Time flew by back in the classroom, and a week later, things had more or less settled down. The students who had been trembling after being forced to take a life were now calmer, some even joking around a bit. As for Adele, he had been secretly practicing his new skill, soul transference, and it was just in time. The teachers kept going on and on about the midterm exams. He glanced around the room. In the novel, the first years from Saitan had actually attacked the Royal Academy during the midterms. That meant something big was about to go down, probably involving an attack on the human kingdom. His eyes narrowed. How many of them would survive? That was the real question, and frankly, it was something to ponder. Just then, something caught his eye. Luna was stealing glances at him from across the room, but the moment their eyes met, she flinched and quickly looked away. Her reaction didn't escape Adel. He raised an eyebrow. a flicker of curiosity on his face. Asterisk. What's this? What's up with her? Asterisk. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Adele went over and gently tapped her shoulder. The sudden touch made her jump. "Hey, you startled me!" Luna exclaimed, spinning around. Adele looked at her with a calm, almost mischievous expression. "You weren't answering, so I thought I'd sneak up a little. You're looking kinda weird. Is something wrong?" His words struck a nerve. Luna immediately panicked, waving her hands dismissively. "No, it's nothing." But her reaction only made Adele more suspicious. "Really?" he asked, his voice full of skepticism. Luna nodded so hard it was almost cartoonish. "Really, I swear." A few seconds passed, and Adele sighed to himself. Asterisk, she's definitely hiding something. Asterisk, but instead of pushing her, he gave her an out. "Want to grab lunch together?" Luna blinked, surprised. "Lunch?" Adele nodded. "Unless you have other plans." Her expression quickly changed to a relieved smile. No, let's get lunch together," she replied eagerly. That earned a satisfied nod from Adele. "I'll wait for you at the entrance to the cafeteria at noon." Her reaction, especially the warmth in her eyes, put Adele at ease. She looked more comfortable, a bit fragile, but approachable. Asterisk, she's not afraid of me anymore. Looks like I've made some progress with her. Asterisk. Come lunchtime at Ogon, Adele was waiting outside the cafeteria, but there was no sign of Luna. He checked the time again, frowning. Asterisk, lunch is almost over. Where the hell is she? Asterisk, he sighed. I don't usually eat alone, but it looks like I've got no other choice. Asterisk. Might as well just head back to the dorm and get some more practice in. Asterisk. Disappointed. He turned to leave, but he only took a few steps before freezing. Two familiar figures were approaching from the other side of the path, Renee and Diana. Asterisk. Oh, crap. Asterisk. His mind went blank. Asterisk. Not now. Asterisk. Without hesitating, Adel activated his position swap skill and vanished in a flash of energy right before he was spotted. Almost. Renee stopped walking, her instincts kicking in. She narrowed her eyes, scanning the area. Diana, who was a few steps ahead, noticed and turned back. What is it? Diana asked. Renee glanced around the area one last time, saw nothing suspicious, and turned to Diana. I thought I just saw my escort. Must have been my imagination. Meanwhile, a few bushes away, Adel was crouched down, his heart hammering in his chest. Asterisk. Why are they here? Asterisk. His thoughts were racing. Asterisk. This pair is the worst-case scenario. I heard enough at Ogon. If they find out I'm a descendant of the Adel family, I'm so dead. Asterisk. His mind reeled through his memories. Asterisk. I wasn't just some minor character in this story. I was central to the downfall of the Demon Kingdom. More than that, I killed the Demon King, both him and his wife. Asterisk. Asterisk. If that truth ever comes out, I'm finished. Asterisk. Adel bit his lip, slowly crawling away from the area. Only when he was a safe distance away did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Asterisk. That was too close. Way too risky. Asterisk. He glanced around the small wooded area behind the cafeteria and smirked. Asterisk. This place isn't half bad. Way better than my cramped dorm room. Maybe I'll make this my new training ground. Asterisk. Just as he was about to begin, a scream shattered the silence, high-pitched, desperate, and achingly familiar. Adel's head shot up. Asterisk. That's Luna's voice! Asterisk. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the sound. When he reached a small clearing, the scene in front of him made his blood run cold. Luna was standing there, her face covered in tears, her voice trembling. Adele, please, stop it. Just stop. Witnessing the young girl get cornered by a mob made Adele's blood boil to a dangerous degree. She turned to him with a flicker of hope, trying to pull herself together. Adele looked over the thugs and realized they were his classmates. He had a pretty good idea of what was happening. With his voice laced with barely hidden rage, he ordered the bullies to head back to class. Asterisk. They're obviously ganging up on Luna, and yet everyone here is a demi-human. Asterisk. The ringleader of the thugs had been defiant from the get-go, refusing to recognize his authority as the class president. This bunch had no backbone, thinking he couldn't handle a 3-on-1 fight, but they were swiftly proven wrong. With pure mana overflowing with killing intent, Adele seized one of the thugs and began to choke him without even touching him. The remaining two panicked, sensing the terrifying animosity coming from their class president. Asterisk. These fools dared to stand against me when just a taste of my killing intent was enough to paralyze them. Asterisk. He dropped the other guy to the ground, looking down at the pathetic wretch. Unexpectedly, Adel realized he had underestimated one of the bullies who was standing off to the side. The one with the spiderweb mark on his cheek wasn't afraid in the slightest. He was even calmly analyzing his every move. After teaching one of them a lesson, he advised the thugs to stop embarrassing themselves and run. Hearing them bark some more, he gave them one last warning. One chance for them to shut their mouths. It was still lunchtime, and he didn't want to see their guts before his meal. Adel walked away, and the three idiots retreated with their tails between their legs. The boy with the spiderweb tattoo remained calm and composed, watching Adel with a cautious gaze. Such composure was unusual for a student. Besides Luna, perhaps Class A had another diamond in the rough. As the thugs left, Luna ran to her savior, expressing her sincere gratitude. Since they'd been held up for too long, their lunch date had to be postponed. Class was about to start, so they needed to hurry back. He'd heard they were learning real magic today and didn't want to be late. Day by day, Luna felt herself growing closer to her fox-eyed boy. A few minutes later, their teacher, Robond, entered the classroom and excitedly announced that they would begin learning magic for practical situations. Today would focus on two techniques: stealth and silence, two skills that should never fall into the hands of perverts. Coincidentally, this was also Adel's specialty. The purpose of learning these two techniques was simple. How do you deal with an enemy stronger than you on the battlefield? Sometimes, the only way is assassination. For some, these shadowy methods aren't a choice, but a necessity. Currently, no student in Class A could defeat a human hero in a head-on fight. To begin, Robon demonstrated the stealth magic. He carefully explained how to slowly heat their demon tattoos, circulate the mana, and release it gradually. Even with low mana purity, they had to try and spread a thin, even coating of mana all over their bodies. Failing to do it correctly would result in failure. After perfectly executing every step, the teacher seemed to vanish without a trace. That must be why no one noticed when Robond walked in while Adel was fighting Samuel. He reappeared in the exact spot he had vanished from. The teacher then assigned the students the task of wrapping mana around their bodies. First, they had to close their eyes and focus completely on the precise and difficult manipulation of mana. This step required time, so patience was necessary. Even if they accidentally succeeded after a few tries, the caster could still see their own body. Each student tried their best to pour all their willpower and mana control into the task. Robond estimated that it would probably take more than a day for one of these kids to achieve any success. One of the standout students was Lauren Fran. She had deep mana reserves and good control, which was expected from a child of the 7 deadly sins. Even more impressively, Samuel, the boy known for his rebelliousness, showed an incredible level of control. His body was already starting to fade. He must have a natural talent for this technique. For normal students, a week of practice was the threshold to even grasp the complexities of stealth. Fran and Samuel were already at the level of geniuses. While busy praising the rich kids, Robond realized a notable student was missing from the class, the kid with the chaos attribute that Ares had warned him about. When he looked at Adel's seat, his physical form was completely gone. He remembered the kid sitting there when the lecture began. While the teacher was having a mental breakdown, Adel was easily maintaining the stealth spell without much effort, thanks to his body's latent talent. Stealth magic was too easy to master. He was even thinking about how to incorporate his chaos attribute into it. The stealth and assassination skills mentioned today weren't enough to deal with truly powerful enemies. He needed a more potent way to kill. On his way back to the dorm, Adel was stopped in the hallway by his teacher, Robond. He just wanted to know if Adel had ever practiced magic before enrolling at Saitan. Seeing no harm in it, Adel admitted that he was new to magic, but had always been able to use his innate talents. Realizing he had a generational talent on his hands, teacher Robond invited Adel to visit his lab often. He was the LeBron of stealth, praising Adel's outstanding potential in magic and the untapped possibilities of his rare chaos attribute. Adel might be very talented at assassination, but exploring other avenues wouldn't hurt. Since he already had plans for the day, he promised to visit Robond's lab another time. It would be beneficial for his school life if he continued to maintain the cover of a magical genius. Sitting in his dorm room, Adel needed to take care of something before the midterm exams began. To do that, he needed a technique that went far beyond simple stealth. Since Samuel wasn't around, it was the perfect time to practice. If events played out like they did in his novel, there had to be a human spy hiding somewhere in the demon kingdom. He couldn't afford to be discovered by that person. Adel needed to find and kill that spy at all costs. A high-level spy would be very difficult to deal with, so mastering a trump card was key. Going beyond simple stealth, he intended to both exist and not exist at the same time. With a perfect combination of compatible attributes and his initial mastery of stealth magic, he succeeded after just a few attempts. The technique was so effective that he could no longer see himself. As his existence and presence faded away, Adel felt a dark premonition. Perhaps he'd overdone it with the non-existence part of the technique, and now he was struggling to breathe. His body felt strange, and his instincts were screaming at him to dispel this dangerous magic. As he tried to disperse the mana, he discovered he couldn't force it to shut down. He needed to do it now, or he would truly vanish from existence forever. Focusing all his strength on regaining control of his mana, he managed to dispel the modified stealth spell after much effort. In that state, his sense of time and all his senses had become blurred. It was truly a terrifying feeling to lose control. Furthermore, his mana had been severely depleted, making it difficult to stop this erasure technique. If he hadn't managed to regain control in time, he could have been completely swallowed by the void. This experience made him understand why his ancestors had warned about being consumed by the power of chaos. Even so, he couldn't give up on such a promising trump card. A completely new technique, combining a well-known spell with the chaos attribute, would be a deadly weapon in his hands. He decided to call it Absolute Stealth. Suddenly, while he was panting from exhaustion, his detestable roommate burst in and kicked him with full force. Samuel was shouting angrily, but he couldn't understand a single word he was saying. Thinking back, he couldn't hear his own voice either. The worst-case scenario crept into his mind. Had he lost his hearing? After things settled down in the dorm and his hearing returned, Adele decided to continue practicing the new technique on the outskirts of Saitan. This time, he had better control over Absolute Stealth. Fortunately, the backlash this time didn't make him lose his hearing, but his sight. He was now certain that using Absolute Stealth came at the cost of losing one or two senses. He had been testing and refining this magic for a whole week, experiencing the loss of hearing, taste, touch, and now, sight. Fortunately, this drawback only lasted about 2 hours each time. The bad part was that he couldn't choose or know in advance which sense he would lose. Currently, the technique was only safe for about 3 seconds. In other words, it was practically useless. A high-risk, low-reward technique was worthless. Perhaps he could unleash this technique if he could guarantee a killing blow. Besides practicing Absolute Stealth, he also tried to combine the Chaos attribute with other properties, but without success. The most direct way to get stronger right now was to train his swordsmanship and mana. Without his sight, he was stuck in the forest for 2 hours, seeing nothing. Since he was used to coming here early in the morning, he wasn't worried about being late for class. Class A was managed by the strict instructor, Ares. After regaining his sight, Adel was forced to line up and run as if his life depended on it. Several weeks had passed, and the class consisted only of physical training instead of learning how to use a sword. After a grueling physical training session, Ares ordered the students to assemble. As the class president, Adel was used to relaying orders from the instructor to his classmates. Of course, this always annoyed the musclehead, who still seemed bitter about the important appointment. After clearing his throat, Instructor Ares announced that they would be reducing physical training time to begin formal swordsmanship lessons. Adel wasn't the only student excited to hear that the amount of running would be reduced. Today's swordsmanship lesson would begin with a demonstration. As he drew his sword, Ares signaled for the class president to step forward. Adel had no choice but to comply. Ares rudely asked if he could infuse mana into his sword yet. He answered honestly that he could. Ares then sternly ordered him to go all out with a mana blade and attack. To give him an advantage, the instructor wouldn't use mana, only pure strength. Knowing this guy's vindictive personality, he was definitely trying to set up a public humiliation. Before attacking, he confirmed that Ares would only use his sword. With that condition set, Adel drew his trusty dagger. Although he was allowed to use mana, using his innate attribute might be overkill. For now, he wanted to gauge the instructor's level. Right from the start, he realized Ares' stance had no openings to exploit. In the human world, he'd be at a high expert level. But in the demon realm, swordsmanship is mainly judged by the amount of mana infused into a weapon. Human ranks mean nothing here. Infusing mana into a weapon isn't easy. He knew the instructor was underestimating his abilities, which bruised his pride a little. If that was the case, he just had to exceed expectations. He shot forward like an arrow, aiming for the right carotid artery for the kill. Of course, landing the opening blow wasn't easy. Ares easily dodged it by shifting his angle. The second part of the attack began as he whipped the dagger's handle around, launching a swift follow-up, confident he could deal a fatal blow. Ares stared him down and insulted his unrefined technique. The instructor showed off his massive muscles and blocked the dagger without even raising his sword to defend. Then, a brutal counterattack to his side sent him crashing to the floor. His classmates watched as Ares used excessive force in a simple demonstration. Adele's fall created a large crater in the training ground. He coughed and gasped for air, his lungs collapsing from the ruthless counter. Without stopping, Ares raised his sword, apparently aiming for the student's neck with palpable killing intent. He felt death approaching. From the crowd, a worried Luna called his name. With one hand lifting the heavy sword above his head, Ares brought it down with a powerful blow meant to cause destruction. The impact shattered the training ground floor. Even Samuel realized this was too violent for a swordsmanship lesson. If that degenerate brat felt that way, then something was clearly wrong. Luckily, Adel managed to infuse mana into his body and roll out of the impact zone. Thanks to telekinesis, he managed to push the sword aside just in time to survive the brutal attack. If he had been a moment later or earlier, he would have been sliced in two. Ares felt a disturbance in his blade. Adel got up and confronted the brute for trying to kill a student without reason. Ares pulled the dagger embedded in his chest out as if it were nothing and calmly denied the accusation. He threw Adel's blade to the floor and ordered him back in line. Shut up. Then the bastard instructor asked the class president how it felt to fight someone on his level head-on. Adel stated bluntly that what happened was the tactic of the weak. Explaining further, he was allowed to use mana while his opponent had set a limit for himself. He deduced that Ares wanted to prove to the whole class that the only way for the weak to defeat the strong was to be willing to sacrifice themselves to inflict damage. By Adel's estimation, Ares could have easily dodged his final blow, but the guy intentionally took the blade as if it were planned from the start. Surprisingly, Ares acknowledged that he had given the correct answer. He wanted to drill it into the students' heads that the human world is full of frighteningly strong individuals, making it nearly impossible to defeat them without taking risks. Demons must lure these powerful foes into a state of complacency and, when necessary, boldly expose their own weaknesses for a chance at a surprise attack. What he was teaching was not the noble art of swordsmanship. In the real world and in actual war, such things don't exist. Ares wouldn't teach the students beautiful swordsmanship, only what was needed to win. From now on, they wouldn't be limited to swords. This was a weapons class. He implied that death didn't matter as long as victory was achieved. Ares was planting this idea for the midterm exam. By now, the instructors at the Human Royal Academy were surely on high alert. Human spies must have leaked the current situation in Saitan. In the novel, the Saitan students would fall like flies. While the Royal Academy students would remain unharmed, Ares might suspect Adel of being a spy. To clear his name, he had to find the traitor first. After the ostentatious display, Ares dismissed the students. While the others returned to the classroom in an orderly fashion, Adel remained in his spot. Ares looked at him with annoyance, asking if he intended to rebel over what just happened. Adel smiled and denied such a foolish thought, but as Ares turned his back, his hidden hostility flared. He couldn't rely on someone who suspected him of being a spy. Ares was also disgusted by the ruthless killer side that Adel had shown from day one. He couldn't suppress it. His killer instinct had become fully integrated into who he was. It was necessary to gain enough authority and status to suppress the power of the 7 deadly sins. However, if Ares continued to cross the line like he did on the training ground, Adel would do whatever it took to make that musclehead suffer the consequences. While he was plotting his revenge against the instructor, Luna approached and sensed the slight killing intent leaking from him. He apologized for startling her again, saying it wasn't intentional this time. She had come to make up for the time they were supposed to have lunch together. Perhaps today was a good day for it. He gladly agreed, causing Luna's face to light up. In the dining hall, they ordered extravagant dishes befitting nobility. It had been a long time since he'd eaten anything this luxurious. In fact, he'd never eaten anything like it. The table was laden with delicacies, and Luna worried that leaving food uneaten might incur the wrath of the god of gluttony. As they were about to eat, the thugs they had taught a lesson to earlier walked in. They noticed Adel and Luna, but before they could cause any trouble, Adel smiled and waved, which made the 3 idiots decide not to mess with them. Unlike the other 2, the Spider Boy was still fascinated by Adele. He took the opportunity to ask Luna what had happened with those 3. She confessed that she was being bullied by the other half-demons. She didn't know why, only that they had started teasing her at some point. She blamed herself for being weak and lacking any special physical abilities. Perhaps she didn't realize the true value of her healing powers. Luna added that the 3 had never hit her, just cursed at her when they passed by and occasionally took her money. Hearing about the terrible situation she had endured, Adele advised Luna to stay close to him from now on. Luna insisted she didn't need protection, only to prove she hadn't betrayed the demons. But that was all the more reason for them to stick together, since Adel wanted to investigate. He asked Luna what she knew about the kid with the spiderweb tattoo. According to Luna, his name was Kai. Hearing that name, Adel's memory was jogged by a character named Kai from the novel. Asking further, he learned that Kai was a pure-blood demon, but hung out with the half-demons. In Luna's eyes, he was particularly terrifying, looking at her as if she were a disgusting bug. Wasn't that how they used to look at humans in Ogon? Kai immediately shot to the top of his list of suspected spies. He briefly considered asking the Information Guild for confirmation, but it would probably be a waste of money. To avoid another headache, it was better to check for himself. Besides, he already had plenty of data related to this spy. Adel stood up, walked over to the 3 idiots' table, and greeted them politely. They immediately reacted with a mix of fear and hostility, while Kai remained unfazed. Casually, Adel mentioned hearing about a girl in the first year of the Royal Academy. Kai remained focused on his meal. Adele added that the girl was a half-demon with a living relative, a brother. At this, he could feel Kai seething in his seat. To provoke a reaction from the suspect, Adele mentioned that name with a venomous tone. At that moment, Kai must have realized his cover was blown, and that this was a much bigger problem than he had anticipated. Things were about to go too far. The blue-haired guy, his eyes flashing with aggression, approached. A firm hand gripped Adel's shoulder as he yelled, his voice full of indignation. "Can't you piss off somewhere else?" The words had barely left his mouth when Adel, with eyes as cold as ice, grabbed his tie, yanked him down, and slammed him onto the wooden table where Kai was sitting. The impact resounded like a thunderclap, cracking the tabletop and sending splinters flying everywhere. The blue-haired guy collapsed, his head spinning, his eyes blurred with shock, and blood trickling from a gash on his forehead. Before he could recover, Adele expertly twisted his wrist, his gaze as sharp as a blade, and spoke in a low, threatening voice. So that name was right after all. On the floor, the blue-haired guy clutched his head, blood streaming through his fingers, and screamed in pain, his voice breaking with fear and humiliation. Right after Adel spoke, Kai, still suppressing the rage boiling inside him, slowly stood up. His eyes were gray, as deep as a contained storm, betraying no emotion. Without a word, Kai quietly turned and walked away, his tall figure silhouetted against the dark hallway. Seeing this, Adele confirmed his suspicions internally, a subtle smile flashing across his face. "Found you." The three left, gathering in a dingy old bathroom, where the weak light from a flickering fluorescent lamp on the ceiling shone down on them. The blue-haired guy, his face still streaked with blood, aggressively washed his wound under the cold tap water, his hands trembling with rage. Suddenly, he slammed his hand against the wall, the impact echoing in the cramped space. He roared, his voice hissing through gritted teeth. "Damn it, it's that damn half-breed again." Then he turned to Kai, his eyes blazing, and continued to yell, "Are you going to get revenge?" Kai remained silent and contemplative, his cold eyes staring into space as if lost in deep calculations. Seeing his silence, the blue-haired guy grew even more furious, stepping closer, his voice sharp. "What is it? Why aren't you answering?" Kai still didn't open his mouth, his face as still as a stone statue. Enraged, the blue-haired guy lunged forward, shouting, "You're the one who said not to trust half-demons, and yet you're the one talking to them. Are you going to abandon us now?" He grabbed Kai by the collar and screamed, "You goddamn coward!" But as soon as the words were out, Kai, like a provoked beast, spun around with terrifying speed, grabbed the blue-haired guy by the head, and slammed it into the brick wall. A dry thud echoed, followed by the blue-haired guy's cry of pain. Without stopping, Kai, his face contorted with rage, continued to slam his head against the wall, each blow as steady as the heartbeat of a machine of destruction. The wall began to crack, with debris scattering onto the floor. The blonde-haired guy standing nearby, his face pale, watched the scene with horrified eyes. Finally, when the wall was spattered with blood, Kai stopped, his hand still gripping the blue-haired guy's head, his voice low and filled with killing intent. "You pests are so annoying." The blonde-haired guy stammered, "Hey Kai, what are you doing?" At that moment, Kai seemed to have transformed into another person. His eyes, glowing crimson like fresh blood, glared at the blonde-haired guy, who crumpled to the floor in fear. Kai roared, his voice as cold as ice. "Get out of my sight before I kill all of you." The two hastily helped each other up and staggered out of the bathroom, leaving Kai standing alone in the silence. He went to the sink and washed his face, the cold water helping him regain some composure. Looking in the mirror at his blurry reflection, Kai muttered to himself, how could he have known? The perception-dampening magic and the disguise spell were still working perfectly, cast by the best mages. Besides, as he was a half-demon, the probability of his identity being exposed was extremely low. Could he also be a spy sent by the humans? But no, the bear's family had guaranteed his identity. A haunting question popped into Kai's mind. Adel, who the hell are you? How do you know about my sister? His eyes turned fierce as deadly thoughts began to surface. He cursed under his breath. I'd better kill him before he exposes my identity. Night fell, and in the darkened dormitory, Kai laid several weapons on an old wooden table, the light from an oil lamp glinting off the sharp blades. He inspected each item, his fingers gliding lightly over the metal surfaces, ensuring their perfect sharpness. He mumbled to himself, to kill him, I need to be thoroughly prepared. First, I need to send the information I've gathered. It seems my identity has been discovered by Adel. Just as he was about to write a letter, the door to his room burst open. Adel entered with a forceful push of the door, startling Kai, who spun around. Adel, looking as exhausted as if he had just run a marathon, sighed, his voice soft. Ha, almost too late. With sharp, cold eyes, Kai asked, how did you know to come to this place? Adel adjusted his clothes and gave a relaxed smile. It's a beautiful night. As he got closer, Chai didn't hesitate, throwing the pen he was holding straight at him and yelling, beautiful, my ass! It would have been a peaceful night if it weren't for you. The pen shot forward, but Adel easily dodged and caught it, his voice still calm. A bit much, don't you think? Immediately after, a sudden explosion roared from behind Adel, startling him. A brilliant yellow stream of energy shot forward like a lightning bolt. Adel quickly dodged, realizing Kai had initiated the attack, and he smiled with a mocking tone. Using dual elemental energy sphere magic? Not even bothering to hide your identity anymore, huh? If you're using magic, you must be a half-demon, and this current form is a fake. Kai didn't deny it, replying in a cold voice, "That's right. You even found this secret place. So, does that mean you already know everything?" Adele smiled, his eyes twinkling. "I suppose so, right?" Furious, Kai launched several more magic attacks at Adel, shouting, "How did you find out about this place?" With incredible agility, Adele twisted and turned, dodging every single attack. As he ran, he thought, even in a situation like this, he's still worried about his sister first? Makes sense. Kai doesn't act for the sake of humanity. A sister with a peculiar condition. To cure her incurable disease, where her magical power exceeds what her body can handle and is concentrated in her heart, he joined forces with humans. Faced with Adel's evasive attitude, Kai continued to launch ferocious magic attacks, screaming, "Answer me!" Adele didn't fight back, only dodging. But a thought flashed in his mind. Why don't I just provoke him all the way? A corner of his mouth lifted into a smirk. He adjusted his clothes, turned, and said in a calm voice, "I don't know anything. How could I possibly know? I've never even met your sister." "Oh, but that pathetic little smile of hers right before she cries is so beautiful. So beautiful, I just want to crush it." Hearing this, Kai's whole body trembled with rage. His eyes turned bloodshot, his lips pressed into a thin line, and the energy inside his body felt like a volcano about to erupt. He couldn't stop himself from roaring. "You son of a bitch!" Adel calmly replied, "You need to use your words properly to be a good spy. The correct term is bastard." The taunt was like pouring oil on a fire. Kai clenched his fists and yelled, "Shut up!" He thrust his hands forward, forming a massive magic sphere surrounded by a blinding light, screaming, "I'll rip every piece of information you know out of you before I kill you." Noticing his opponent had lost control exactly as predicted, Adel smiled to himself. He took the bait. He turned, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "If you can, then go ahead and try." Kai immediately launched the magic sphere at him with terrifying speed, but Adel was not caught off guard. In a flash, he used his position swap skill, causing the energy sphere and his position to switch places. The wall behind where he had just been standing shook from a violent explosion, sending dust and smoke everywhere. Stunned by his opponent's ability, Kai mumbled, "So you can teleport. It's hard to believe, even seeing it with my own eyes." Adel smiled and replied, "Close enough. You've investigated me so thoroughly. You must know everything by now, right?" Kai, gradually regaining his composure, said, "So that means you've known my identity this whole time, haven't you?" Adele nodded. "I guess you could put it that way." With cold eyes, Kay stepped closer, his voice low. "I see." In this situation, Adel thought to himself, he finally realizes he has no chance of winning. But contrary to his thoughts, Kai gritted his teeth as an immense magical power erupted around his body. Countless yellow magic spheres appeared, crackling with lightning that shook the very space around them. This unexpected move startled Adel, and a flicker of vigilance appeared in his eyes in the face of his opponent's terrifying power. Seeing the countless energy spheres pulsating around Kai, Adel muttered to himself, "Third circle level multi-magic? At least 20 attacks. This is much easier than I thought." A faint smirk touched his lips. So easy, it's strange. On Kai's side, he remained highly focused, his sharp eyes locked onto his target. The newly created magic spheres floated, glittering like small stars. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his arm, commanding them to charge straight at Adel as he roared, "Die!" The magic spheres screamed as they tore through the air, aimed directly at his body. But just as they were about to hit, Adel silently activated his position swap skill. In an instant, his body vanished, replaced by one of the energy spheres at his former location. Kai's attacking spheres, having lost their target, slammed into the stone wall behind, causing a brilliant explosion that shook the entire space. Seeing Adel suddenly appear closer, Kai gave a satisfied smile, his eyes flashing with triumph. "I've been waiting for you to use that move," he yelled. But before Kai could savor his moment of victory, Adel used position swap once again. In a split second, his body appeared right behind Kai, as fast as a phantom. Kai was stunned. He whipped his head around, his eyes wide with shock. He linked them. Before Kai could finish his sentence, a dense surge of dark magic exploded from Adel, enveloping the entire surrounding area. The darkness was like a living curtain, swallowing the light and making the scene feel suffocating and eerie. Looking at the sight before him, Kai stammered, his voice trembling. "What is this?" Adele cut him off, his voice low and cold. "Go to sleep." Before Kai could react, he raised his hand and delivered a powerful chop to the back of his opponent's neck. Kai collapsed, instantly unconscious, his limp body falling to the cold ground. Adel let out a sigh of relief, muttering softly, "Asterisk, phew, asterisk," finally caught him. He glanced around, his eyes sweeping over the items Kai had prepared beforehand, and couldn't help but wonder, did he prepare all this just to kill me? His gaze fell on Kai's unconscious body, and a thought flashed through his mind. Should I just kill him now? But he immediately dismissed the idea. No, I need the information Kai has. If I kill him, Dai will become an enemy. Dealing with Kai is easy, but that Dai is another story entirely. In Adele's mind, an image of Dai appeared clearly. She, that girl, with the main character's help, has now become a powerful contractor, cured of her terminal illness. The dragon's heart granted her immense power, enough to control a vast amount of mana, turning her into a great archmage, no different from a legendary heroine. If Jay went all out to avenge her brother, even Ito would have a hard time getting away unscathed. Their bond is really that strong, he thought to himself, his gaze turning pensive. He suddenly noticed a small device nearby, looking like a camera. This communication device only sends information one way. It doesn't update its status. They probably still think Jay is suffering in agony. He turned to Kai, his voice low, but that doesn't mean I'm going to let you go. If only there was a way to make him submit to me. Just then, Kai's body stirred slightly, a sign that he was slowly waking up. Ito watched, a cunning smile flashing across his face. I see, he thought to himself, so there is a way. Kai opened his eyes, waking from his stupor. Realizing he was unharmed, he scanned his own body, then glared at Edo and yelled, "What are you plotting?" Ito raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. A plot? I don't know what you mean, Kai roared, his voice filled with rage. What I mean is, why didn't you just kill me? Why did you let me wake up? Ito smiled, his voice gentle but laced with danger. Ah, it's true, I waited, but did you think I just stood by and watched? As he finished speaking, he pulled a small dragon from his sleeve. Its entire body radiated a dense, dark magic, making the surrounding air feel thick. Seeing the dragon, Kai froze, his whole body trembling as he stammered. What? What the hell is that? Ito gave a cold smile. So, you recognize it, do you? Kai was horrified, his voice trembling. You can control poison parasites too? Ito nodded in confirmation. That's right. He held up the small dragon and continued. This parasite is called the twin venom. With just a slight stimulation, it's enough to kill its host, but it only works properly when it's inside the bodies of two people. Sai shot to his feet, his eyes filled with panic. Twin venom, what the hell have you done to me? Suddenly, a horrifying thought flashed through his mind. Kai jolted and shouted, Wait, two people. Don't tell me. Ito nodded, his voice calm but ice cold. Just as you thought. The other one is inside Jay. Hearing this, Kai's entire body shook with fury. Ito continued leisurely. Her body is truly interesting. Her mana sensitivity is so high that even her heart can't handle it. Thanks to that, implanting the parasite became much easier. These words made Kai tremble violently, unable to speak. His body felt like it had turned to stone. Ito continued, his voice gentle but full of authority. Although her condition is very dangerous, it's not incurable. Kai seemed to snap out of it, hastily speaking up. Then, Edo cut him off. If it's me, I can cure her. Kai glared suspiciously. A punk like you can do something that even the great archmages of our people can't? Ito smiled and raised his finger. A stream of dark mana flowed from its tip, waking the little dragon. It opened its eyes and devoured the mana like a starving beast. Edo slowly explained, the Bears clan's parasites feed on their host's mana. Jay's heart can't handle such powerful mana, but the parasite will absorb it. Knowing so much about Jay, did you really think I had no way to make you submit? Watching the little dragon fall back asleep after its meal, Kai felt his body go limp. A thought began to form clearly in his mind. So, this parasite is actually saving my sister. He looked up at Ito, his voice trembling. So, what do you want from me? You wouldn't have said all this just to leave us alone. Not unless you clearly want something from me. Ito stepped closer, his killing intent radiating intensely. He sat down, looking straight into Kai's eyes, his voice low and cold. I quite like your attitude, but don't forget, your life and your sister's life are in my hands. Under the immense pressure, Kai gritted his teeth, his body trembling slightly. Finally, he nodded. Understood. Edo smiled in satisfaction and stood up. I want two things. Kai frowned. Two things? Ito glanced at the communication orb nearby. First, send false information to the Royal Academy using that device. Say that Saitan is plotting to attack the third-year hero candidates. Kai questioned him. You're planning to attack a different year, aren't you? I can't accept that, Edo reassured him. I understand your concern. And of course you're worried because Jay is a student at the Royal Academy. Don't worry. If you cooperate, I will guarantee Jay's safety. Hearing this, Kai's hands clenched, trembling. He nodded. Fine. I'll send the false information as you said. What's the second request? Ito answered immediately. Leave this place. Kai was stunned. His body felt like stone as he looked up. You want me to leave Saitan? Ito nodded. That's right. There's something I need you to do on the outside. Regularly gather and report all rumors about the hidden regions of the demon world to me. Faced with this condition, Kay immediately agreed. All right, I'll give you what you want. Feeling everything was going smoothly, Edo was secretly pleased. Easier than I thought. Just a little deception, and when the false information is exposed, Kai will be discarded. And I get to use his reconnaissance skills. How convenient. But just then, Kai interrupted his thoughts, his voice low. I have one condition. Ito was startled, thinking, what? At this stage, he still dares to make a condition? He calmly asked, what is it? Kai gritted his teeth, his voice firm. Write a divine demonic pact. If you don't agree, then just kill me and my sister. I don't care. Edo was stunned, thinking, a divine demonic pact? Under the name of magic, a pact is established, creating an inviolable bond. If anyone dares to break an oath made in the name of a demon god, the price is their life. We'll go our separate ways. As Adele walked away, the corner of his lip curled into a smile. Looks like I just found myself a useful dog. Meanwhile, Kai gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. Damn it. After walking a short distance, a sudden feeling of unease rose in Adel's heart. Even if I tricked them with that false information about Robond, I'm still not sure I'll do well on the midterms. No matter what I do at the Imperial University, the probability of success is almost zero. He clenched his fist, telling himself, even, so I have to try, no matter the cost. The scene changes to Professor Robon's office. At this moment, Robon was still engrossed in his research, his eyes focused on the pile of documents before him. Suddenly, a noise from outside startled him. Adel walked in with a friendly smile. Good day, Professor. His sudden appearance surprised Robond. He shot up from his seat, approached, and said cheerfully, You really came, just as we agreed. Adel nodded in response. Of course. A promise is a promise. Robond warmly invited him. Have a seat. Would you like some tea? Adele nodded. Yes, thank you. While waiting for Robond to make the tea, Adel's eyes scanned the room. Bookshelves were packed with documents, magical instruments shimmered with mana, and ancient ritual symbols adorned the walls. He's not just interested in books, but rituals too. This is truly the laboratory of a magic professor, Adel thought to himself with admiration. A few minutes later, Robond brought out a pot of hot tea. As he poured, he said, Thank you for coming. Adele replied politely, No, I should be the one thanking you for your warm welcome. Then he got straight to the point. But if I may ask, what is it that you need me for? Robon's expression suddenly turned serious. He pushed up his glasses, his voice lowering. This is a rather important matter. Hearing this, Adel mused. So that's how it is. This isn't some trivial thing. Maybe I should test the waters a bit? He spoke, his tone probing. Are you afraid I'll leak it to others? Robond immediately denied it. No, it's not for that reason. It's just not something that's easy to share. Adel smiled and made an offer. Well, if you'd like, I can sign a divine demon pact. Hearing this, Robond was startled, then replied with a hint of excitement. Oh, if you're willing to do that, then of course I'll tell you. Adel thought to himself. So he really does have it. Robond waved his hand, summoning a contract enveloped by a crimson magical aura that glittered like blood. He presented it to Adel. Looking at the contract, Adel couldn't help but be surprised. It's this easy? The contract clearly stated that he was not to disclose Robond's research materials and must assist with the research until significant results were achieved. In return, he would receive compensation. The terms were clear and concise. Adel turned to Robond and asked, Did you prepare this beforehand? Robond scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Ha ha. Adel continued. Could we revise the terms a bit to make it fairer? If, during the research process, I determine it's beyond my capabilities, I can stop assisting and return all the compensation I've received. Robond nodded. Reasonable. So, what would you like as compensation? Adel answered immediately. I want a divine demon oath and 3 high-grade mana potions. Hearing the request, Robond stroked his chin thoughtfully. Adel thought to himself, a high-grade mana potion can instantly restore all my magic power. It's an essential item for me right now. After a moment of thought, Robond amended the clause on the contract and handed it to Adele. Understood. That's cheaper than a single elixir. You just need to sign it and we're done. Adel took the contract and asked, I just need to sign my name here, right? Robond nodded. That's right. But before you sign, I have a question. Why did you choose me? Surely there are many students more skilled than I am. Robond calmly replied, Actually, I've asked many second and third year students for help, but most of them were useless. Oh, I even invited Samuel from the first year. but he flat out refused, saying it was a hassle. Adel chuckled to himself. That's just like Samuel. After signing, he handed the contract to Robond. It's done, he thought to himself. Looks like I'll have to use a pseudonym that doesn't have ACN in it soon. Instantly, the contract dissolved, turning into a stream of crimson mana that shot straight into Adel's heart. The pact was sealed. Feeling a new energy in his body, Adel exclaimed, "So, this is how a divine demon oath is formed." Robond stood up, took a book from the shelf, and turned around. All right, let's begin right away. As he reached for the book, the bookshelf unexpectedly shifted, revealing a secret tunnel. Adele muttered in amazement, "I can't believe a place like this exists. Do the principal or the other professors know about this?" Seeing him hesitate, Robond turned back, his voice urging, "Come on in, this is the place." Adele followed, observing his surroundings, and exclaimed, "A secret underground laboratory?" Robond pointed to a book on the table. "This is the book I'm researching." Adele looked at it and asked, "This book?" Robond nodded. "That's right. It's believed to be an artifact." Adel mumbled, "An old book? It really looks like an ancient manuscript." He stepped forward and opened the book, only to find that there were no words inside. He looked up and asked, "What is this?" Robond nodded and continued, "Exactly as you see. Most of the pages are blank, but there's writing on the very last page." He asked again, "Where did you get this book?" Robond replied, "I happened to find it in an abandoned house in the western desert. It was lying in a pile of fine sand." Adel frowned. "An abandoned house in the middle of a desert?" Robond continued. "Based on the large oasis nearby, I'm guessing there used to be a village there." Adele nodded. "So besides the book and the ruins, the entire village vanished without a trace." Robond confirmed. "That's the only conclusion." "I can draw at the moment," Adele exclaimed. "Interesting. Can I see the writing on the last page?" Robond's face immediately lit up, and he replied at once, "Of course. That's precisely why I invited you here." He flipped to the last page, where strange characters, like an ancient language, appeared on the page. Looking at the incomprehensible text, Adel uttered, "There really is writing here." Robond continued, "Yes, but I can't decipher it at all. Do you understand what it says?" Adel stared intently at the winding characters, thinking to himself, "There's no way I can recognize these strange letters." Robond interrupted his train of thought. "Now do you understand why all the other top students were stumped?" Adel asked. "Have you made any progress in your research so far?" Robond shook his head. "No, still getting absolutely nowhere." Adele hypothesized, "Then perhaps the clue lies where the book was found." Robond replied, "Strangely, I visited several nearby villages, but no one knows anything about the ruins or this book." Seeing the case was at a standstill, Adele frowned slightly, thinking, "Trying to find an answer with no clues is so hard. What if I end up empty-handed?" He reached out and touched the page, trying to sense anything unusual. Suddenly, an intense energy burst forth from the book. Adel was startled, thinking, "What was that? Why is my necklace reacting?" At the same time, the letters on the page began to transform strangely, as if they were coming to life. Staring at the squiggly lines before him, Adel wondered to himself, "Are the words moving? Or are my eyes playing tricks on me?" But no. The ancient characters on the page truly began to shift, slithering like magical snakes as they rearranged themselves into letters he could read. The first line appeared, clear and cold. "For the one who breaks the law, the price is brutal destruction. All things will endlessly vanish until this world comes to an end." Adel mused quietly, his eyes glued to the page. "I can read it, but I don't understand a damn thing." He reached for the necklace on his neck, feeling the strange energy vibrating from it. The pendant's reaction must be related to the demon god. Seeing Adel lost in thought, Robond spoke up, his voice full of curiosity. "Is something wrong?" Adel looked up and replied calmly. "I've deciphered the words," Robond started, exclaiming, "You what?" Adel explained slowly. "This sentence talks about breaking the law, but I can't clearly explain the rest of it." Robond looked at the book, his eyes shining with excitement. "Of course, the syllables match perfectly. It's definitely connected to the chaos attribute, a rare attribute that's well worth studying." He suddenly turned, his voice urgent. "To find out more, we need to do more research. But for now, this is an extraordinary discovery." Adele raised an eyebrow, replying lightly, "Is that so?" Robond nodded enthusiastically. "Yes. I think we need to continue searching for artifacts and ancient tomes in other lands." He paused, looking at his student. "That's enough for today." Adele was about to ask to leave, when Robond suddenly spoke up. Your payment will be transferred right now." "Right now?" Robond smiled. "Yes. Please wait a moment." Adel thought to himself, if this were a demonic contract, fine, but don't mana recovery potions take time to brew? While Robond rummaged around, he muttered, "Let's see. Where did I put it?" Hearing that, Adele suddenly froze as an idea struck him. Wait a minute. If Roban continues to research other ancient tomes and artifacts, he reached up and touched his necklace. The 3 gems on it were glowing a brilliant red, like fresh blood. The influence of the ancient tome has turned these 3 gems red. If the entire necklace turns blood red, what will happen? Even I don't know, he mused. If it's not related to the demon god, I should keep it with me. Even though I know Robond, he's not completely trustworthy. After a moment of searching, Robond cheered. Found it! He turned and handed Adel a mana potion, offering a friendly smile. Adel took it, still lost in thought. It's safer if I keep it. Robond then held out a small pouch. Here you go. I've put all your payment in this bag to make it easier for you to carry. Adele took the bag and nodded. Thanks. A lot. Robond stepped forward politely. No, I should be the one thanking you. Without you, I would never have been able to read those words. I look forward to working with you again, in the future. Adel smiled. I'll help in any way I can. Robon's voice suddenly grew serious. Please don't tell anyone about my research, all right? Adel's expression darkened slightly as he muttered, Well, that depends on what the instructor decides, doesn't it? Robond was shocked. No. Are you planning to break the contract? Adel stepped closer, a thick, murderous aura radiating from him. He looked straight into Robond's eyes, his voice icy. This research was never approved by the headmaster, was it? If you had followed procedure and gotten Citan's approval, why would you need to sign a secrecy contract? Robond's flustered expression confirmed Adel's suspicions. He smiled, his tone softening. If this research gets discovered, I'll probably be expelled. But since we're in the same boat now, I'll do my best to help you, as long as I get more mana potions. Robond broke out in a cold sweat, stammering. I understand. He hastily grabbed a few more mana potions, his voice trembling. This is all I have right now. Looking at the number of potions, Adel thought to himself, not bad. He took his payment and turned to leave. Thank you, I'll be going now. Just as he was about to step out, Robond called, after him. By the way, that contract. What do you plan to use it for? Adele stopped, turned his head, and gave a mischievous smile. To save a slave. The scene shifts to the dorms, right on time for Adel's meeting. He walked into the room, where Kai was already waiting. Kai looked at him, his voice cold. You're here? Adele replied calmly. Long time no see, huh? Kai frowned. What's with all the crap? Did you bring the contract or not? Adel took out a contract and held it out. Of course. So, shall we write it up now? Kai took the contract in amazement. I can't believe it. You really managed to get it today. Adel smirked. You were the one who told me to find it, so what are you talking about? Don't even think about changing your mind. If you go back on your word, you'd better be ready for the consequences. Read the terms carefully and sign. Kai glanced over the contract, which stated that Adele would not bring harm to Kai or his little sister. Jay's illness will never relapse again. Kai will place Adel's orders above all else. However, Adel will not give any orders that would endanger Kai's life. After he finished reading, the contract immediately vanished, transforming into a stream of blazing red energy that shot straight into Kai's heart. Seeing the familiar sight, Adel smiled warmly. Well then, the contract is complete. He took a small piece of paper out of his jacket and continued, Here is your first order. Kai nodded. Understood. I'll send the false report. If I slide the paper into this slot, it'll start sending. Watching Kai's professional movements, Adel thought to himself, So, that's how you use it. Interesting. Right. Opening a gate large enough for a person to pass through requires enormous resources and mana, Kai continued. This thing recharges automatically every month and can be used once. I'll send a message to make them think I'm dead so they won't target me anymore. Sooner or later, I'll be worthless anyway. Adel walked over and chuckled dryly. What's all this about dying? This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Kai sighed, his voice dejected. Say whatever you want, he continued. Now for the other command. Starting today, you will leave Citan and gather any and all information about the demon realm from the outside. Whether it's hidden realms, stories about high-ranking demon clans, or the hidden history of ancient artifacts, for now, find the location of the nearest hidden realm and information on the clans that escaped justice. Sending a written report once every 2 weeks will be enough. Kai nodded. Understood. Seeing his professional attitude, Adele was delighted, thinking, it must be because he used to be a spy that his ability to receive and grasp orders is so fast. Kai suddenly held out his hand. Surprised, Adel also extended his own, thinking, is Kai really initiating a handshake? He said, I look forward to your upcoming achievements. But contrary to his expectations, Kai slapped his hand away and yelled, Achievements my ass! Give me the money! I need money to gather information. You know? Adele laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. Right, the money. I forgot I don't have much. What should I do? He quickly took out a piece of paper and said, "Just mention my name and show them this. The bear's family will help you, but you absolutely cannot open it and look inside." Kai took the paper and nodded. "Got it. I'll set out today. I'll submit my application for withdrawal and leave Sitan." Adel praised him. "You work fast." Kai didn't care and walked away coldly, scoffing. Being stuck with a bunch of scumbags is really something else. I feel sick. The scene shifts to the next day in the classroom, where he sits lost in thought. Since yesterday, Kai has completely vanished from Saitan. Rumors that he'd submitted a withdrawal application spread quickly, and his name was brought up quite a bit because of the commotion in the cafeteria. Even Luna suspects me. Can't blame her. I just had a sudden fit while we were eating. He thought, the next problem is Instructor Aries. He's definitely realized something, but he won't make a move on me. There are only a few days left until the midterms. If I change classes or schools, now, it'll definitely cause a whole mess of chaos. Dia walked in, placed her hands on the desk, and her voice rang out. "It's a pleasure to see you all," she continued. "In 3 days, the midterm exams will begin. There will be 4 subjects: weapons, skills, magic, human comprehension, and practical application. Of these, the most important is the practical application. The practical exam on the Fevri. Final day will be an attack on the Human Royal Academy." Dia's words sent a stir through the classroom. Everyone was shocked, but Adele alone remained calm, thinking to himself, "It's finally starting. I've finally made it to this point. Now, the main plot of the original story will officially begin. The demons attack the Royal Academy, and the humans do everything in their power to stop them. In the midst of this chaos, countless villains will reveal themselves and intense clashes will erupt." In contrast to everyone else's anxiety, that girl Frozone shot up from her seat, hands on her hips, and cheerfully declared, "First place in the midterms will be mine!" Hearing her confident declaration, a student below cheered in agreement. "If it's Frozone, anything is possible." Another guy roared, his voice full of excitement. "Kill the class president! Annihilate them all!" The girl laughed and added, "Ha ha, kneel before me." Hearing those words, Adel quietly gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, do we really have to kill them? It's like the whole class has been brainwashed. The 2 guys below began to whisper. Anxiously, one of them spoke up, his voice full of worry. "So, the human invasion is really about to happen?" The other replied, his voice tight with anger. "After everything we've been through, I have to avenge this." A torrent of complicated thoughts flooded Adel's mind. The demons who lost their loved ones are boiling with the desire for revenge against humanity. This is probably better than them trembling in fear. He frowned and continued to think, if things go according to the novel, Class A will be wiped out during the midterms. But there's still hope. I've already changed so many of the original plot points. I bribed Kyle to leak false information to the Royal Academy, and I kept Luna from being expelled. Destroying the Royal Academy is impossible, but at least I can. Save the entire class and keep them from getting wiped out. If I can pull that off, I'll be praised to high heaven as a truly model class president. And Ares's trust will be an added bonus. I'll get another chance to enter Saitan's armory. A smile spread across his face. The goal for this exam is to survive and get a high score. He resolved himself, his voice firm. I have to go all out, as if I'm betting my own life on it. Back at the dorms, Jenny was standing in front of him and spoke coldly. "Long time no see." Hearing her blunt words, Adele replied with a slight frown. "Yes, milady. It feels like months have passed. I thought it had been months since we last met." He thought to himself, she's really angry. Jenny's expression darkened, radiating a thick killing intent. She continued, her voice sharp as ice. "Is it because you've been avoiding me?" Under the heavy pressure, Adele flinched slightly, thinking to himself, I kept using training together as an excuse to avoid her. Now she suddenly calls me over right before midterms. I get why she's mad, but even so. He glanced to the side. At that moment, Diana was sitting there, legs crossed, staring right at him. He thought, why are you two always together? Seeing Adele's surprised look, Diana spoke with a smile. "Hey there, I'm Diana." Adele didn't answer her right away, still lost in his own thoughts. They say the more you try to avoid a bad fate, the more it clings to you. I really don't know what to do about this. Seeing him lost in thought, Diana tilted her head, her tone playful. Not even a hello back. That makes me sad, you know. He snapped out of his thoughts, quickly placing a hand on his chest and bowing. He introduced himself. "I am Adele. It's an honor to meet someone of your noble lineage, milady." Hearing this, she smiled and replied, "Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you." Janae immediately cut in, her voice cold. "Skip the greetings. Explain to me why you've been avoiding me all this time, and now you're requesting a fight." Adel stepped closer, his voice soft. Because I feel guilty, she asked, her voice filled with suspicion. Guilty about what? He gently wiped a tear from his eye, sniffling. As your guard, I failed to protect you, and it's been torturing me this whole time. Hoo. Faced with Adel's completely genuine-looking expression, Jenne's cheeks puffed out, in a mix of embarrassment and anger, and she shouted, "Can you not cry like some puppy?" He continued, his voice trembling. "You don't understand how I feel," Jenne retorted coldly, her whole body trembling slightly with anger. Adele thought, "Damn it, did I have to resort to this?" Then he took out a mana potion, and said, "Actually, to atone for my mistake, I brought you a gift, milady." Seeing the bottle in Adel's hand, Diana came over to take a curious look, and asked, "What's this? A mana potion?" Adele nodded and replied, "Yes, it was very difficult for me to obtain." Diana smiled and turned to Jenne. "I hear they've become much rarer since the war. Genie, just take it and forgive him, okay?" Seeing her speak up for him, Adele thought, "She's repaying me with kindness. Thanks, Diana." But Jenny immediately brushed Diana's hand away and replied indifferently, "Forget it. I don't need things like this." This time, Adele thought to himself, "She's really mad at me for real." He started playing the pity card, pouring his heart out. "The truth is, I was being bullied by other students for being a half-demon, so I tried to keep my distance in case I caused you any trouble, milady." He immediately dropped to one knee, his voice sincere. "If that hurt you, I sincerely apologize." "I'm sorry, milady." He thought to himself, "I've said everything I possibly can. I hope this works." Diana, standing beside them with her arms crossed, added, "He's genuinely worried about you. He's a very good guard." Hearing this, Jine was lost in thought for a moment. Then the corners of her mouth lifted into a gentle smile. She stepped forward and said, "I won't accept it." Seeing that she was less angry, Adel reached into his coat, smiling as he said, "Heh, so you mean you accept the mana potion now?" She maintained her indifferent attitude, turned her face away, and continued, "I told you I wasn't hurt." Her words left Adele speechless, not knowing how to respond. Diana stepped in to save him once again, saying cheerfully, "That's great. Looks like everything's okay now." Jeannie glanced over and replied coldly, "Don't talk to me." Diana pointed at her glare and laughed. Big. "Ha, let me tell you, Janae's just a little too stiff. If she could fix that, she'd be amazing." Seeing this cheerful attitude from Diana, Adel thought to himself, "I never knew Diana had this side to her." Afterwards, the group headed to the training room. Janae, sword in hand, spoke up. "In that case, let's have a sparring match. It's been a while, hasn't it?" Adel nodded in reply. "Sure." Diana leaned in and whispered in Jeannie's ear, "Jeanne, show him your new skill." But her words accidentally reached Adel's ears. He thought to himself, "A new skill? So she learned something new while we were apart." Just then, emanating from her, was a dense stream of dark energy. Her eyes narrowed, her voice filled with killing intent. "Watch closely." She gripped her sword tightly, the amount of mana erupting from her growing. More and more. Her eyes suddenly flashed, and the space around her grew strangely dense. Faced with this intense, killing intent, Adel narrowed his eyes, thinking, "This level of killing intent is incredible." The sword in Jenny's hand suddenly turned jet black, emitting a dense, dark aura. Adel was shocked, thinking, "Is the mana concentrating at the tip of the sword, turning it black? Could that be the black sword?" This is a form of sword aura that only master-level human knights can achieve. Normally, you can activate a skill by channeling mana into a weapon or your body, but with the black sword, the mana must be refined to be as thin as a sheet of paper. And yet she can do it? Truly a descendant of the 7 deadly sins. She held the sword tightly for a long moment, then relaxed her hands, and the stream of dark energy gradually vanished, returning the sword to its normal state. Seeing this, Adel stepped forward and said, "Even so, it's still not complete?" Jeanne nodded and replied, "Yes, I still have to push my concentration to its absolute limit." Adel tightened his grip on the short sword in his hand and smiled. "Well then, let's have a match and see how it goes." She nodded happily. "All right," he thought to himself, "I wonder what the power of the black sword is like. I'll test it with my dagger first." With that thought, he dashed toward Jeannie, swinging his dagger with great force. She immediately swung her sword to block the attack. The two weapons clashed, sending sparks flying everywhere. Faced with this powerful attack, Jenny took a small step back, her eyes flashing, and swung her sword in a horizontal slash. Luckily, Adel leaned back, dodging the slash. He retreated, kneeling, on one knee, and taking a defensive stance for the next blow, thinking, "With my enhanced vision, I can see all of Janae's movements. I can do this." On the other side, Jenny used the black sword once again, her eyes flashing. The sword turned jet black, emitting a terrifying pressure. The dagger in Adel's hand suddenly shattered. He was startled, thinking, she can deploy the black sword that quickly? The outcome is pretty much decided. Adele scratched his head awkwardly and said, that's amazing. I can't believe the black sword has that much power. Jenna replied with a confident tone. Of course. Diana came over and added, a noble lady who's stronger than her. Own guard. You don't see that every day. Jenny is truly amazing, isn't she? At these flattering words, Jenny fell silent, looking thoughtful. Diana teased. What's this? Are you blushing? That's not very like you, Jenny. Jenny's expression suddenly changed, her eyes flashing with a terrifying killing intent. The more Diana looked at Adele, the stranger he seemed. There was something about him that seemed ordinary but was anything but. Her eyes swept over Adele's body, making him flinch as she looked at him with a meaningful smile. What could it be? I'm really curious. Faced with the terrifying pressure she was emitting, Adel flinched, breaking out in a cold sweat. Diana advanced on Adel with a cold gaze, making his whole body shudder. Looking into those sharp eyes, he thought to himself, one of the powers that Diana possesses is insight, the ability to observe every last detail of an opponent, down to the finest hair. To be noticed like this by someone who will become the Demon King is really too much to bear. How am I supposed to react to this? Countless thoughts flooded Adel's mind, leaving him flustered and unsure of what to do. He continued to think, could she become my greatest enemy? It's best to keep some distance. Suddenly, his entire body erupted, with a deep red killing intent, startling Diana for a moment. A meaningful smile played on her lips. Seeing that confident smile, Adel thought to himself, most people would be scared or wary upon sensing killing intent, but she has the composure of the truly powerful. Jenny stepped forward, cutting through the tense atmosphere, and said, Diana, what are you so curious about? At this question, Diana moved closer, pointing toward Jean with a smile. Yeah, the swordsmanship Gina just demonstrated looked stranger the more I saw it, so I just got a little curious. That's all. Janae looked at her with suspicion, but there seemed to be a hint of trust as well. Seeing that, Adel mumbled to himself, she's so easily fooled. Then he turned to Jean and said, I also wanted to ask, how did you perform that sword technique? With the sword in her hand, Jenny began to explain in a steady voice. First, you have to grasp the secret. It feels like you're pouring all your energy into the sword. Adele nodded, repeatedly. Ah, so that's how it is. He thought to himself, haha, only a genius would think of something like that. He walked over and continued, we still have to study for the exam, so let's stop sparring here. Janae nodded in agreement. Yeah, let's do that. Watching her turn and walk away, Adele asked, Janae, how's your preparation for the midterm exam coming along? She looked back at him, smiling confidently. Perfect. Seeing that confident look, Adel also smiled, thinking, the timing of the first midterm exam and when the main characters get the eye of pride don't overlap, which means Janae will survive this exam. But there's a very high chance that all the students in my class A will be wiped out. Watching their backs as they left, he said, well then, good luck, milady. Jenny turned her head back and waved. Yeah, you be careful too. Diana, beside her, glanced at Adel, a small smile on her face as she said softly, see you later. This unexpected comment startled Adel, who thought, looks like I've caught her attention again. The scene changes to the next day, at the academy under a clear blue sky. Sunbeams shone through the windows, where a small bird was perched on the sill, pecking at small crumbs of bread. Adele watched the bird and thought, so, the midterm exam finally starts today. Sigh. Are they working me so hard they won't even feed me? I still have an exam to take, so hurry up and eat. He was completely exhausted, his face pale, as he mumbled, and the first subject, human, knowledge. Even after pulling an all-nighter, not a single word would stick in my head. For an author not to understand this subject, it's ridiculous. But he comforted himself. I crammed a lot back when I was a student, so I should be able to scrape by with a few points. When he sat down in the classroom, Adel's face went blank. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, the moment I got to class, I forgot everything I studied. Luna came over to him, clenching her fists to encourage Adele. You've been trying too hard. Your face looks like… Before she could finish her sentence, Adele cut her off. It's nothing to worry about, he asked Luna again. Are you all prepared? She smiled. Yeah, I'm a little fuzzy on some things, but I don't think I'll fail. He turned to Fran and asked, and what about you? Fran crossed her arms with a confident smile, as if I need to bother with those theory subjects. As long as I ace the practical exam, that's all that matters. Hearing this, Adel thought to himself, to increase my chances of survival, even by just 1%, I can't afford to take any part of this lightly. Fran laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. After all, first place belongs to yours truly. Just then, a teacher walked in and announced in a clear voice, "All right, everyone to your seats. Put your notebooks away and clear everything into your desks. Anyone caught cheating will be expelled from the exam room immediately." As soon as the proctor finished speaking, the students bent over their papers and began to write. Adele muttered to himself as he worked on the test. Maybe it's because I was actually interested and focused, but my cramming session was surprisingly effective. This is going pretty smoothly. But then, a question caught his eye and made him pause. "What do you think of the human race?" "This question is not graded," he mumbled. "But this one isn't multiple choice. It's a written response. And it's not even graded. Why are they asking me what I think of humans?" If it were the old Adel, whose clan was destroyed by humans, the answer would be obvious. But since I'm the one who created both humans and nobles, I'm basically their father. What am I supposed to write? Even though it felt a bit strange, he knew the answer the proctor wanted. After much thought, he wrote 2 words on the paper: the enemy. 45 minutes passed and the proctor announced, "Time's up. Turn in your papers. The second period will be the weapons proficiency exam. We're moving to the training grounds." AZ stood with his arms crossed, his face dark and incredibly stern. He looked out at the students, his voice low. "Today, you will be sparring. Show me your true strength. Magic, weapons, it doesn't matter. Fight with everything you've got. Do not, under any circumstances, shy away just because you're afraid to fight. I will call your names in order. Step forward when you're called." Faced with AZ's serious demeanor, Adel remarked, "His killing intent is insane. Does he really mean for us to fight for real?" Hearing these words, the students below trembled with fear, especially Fran. Suddenly, a student was sent flying backward, rolling several times on the ground and crying out in pain. Adel looked at him and said, "How pathetic. Is this all they've got?" Witnessing the scene, he thought to himself, he's really not holding back at all. No one lasts more than a few seconds before being taken down. AZ is only using his bare hands, and they can't even touch him. AZ looked down at the students and called, "Next. Samuel, get out here." Hearing his name, Samuel calmly stepped forward. As soon as he was on the field, AZ said, "Fight me with your full power." Samuel nodded. "Yes, sir." As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of green mana erupted from his body as countless bizarrely shaped monsters roared from within. Their cries mingled with Samuel's own. Immediately after, he unleashed a barrage of magical attacks straight at AZ. Facing these attacks, AZ gripped his lightning sword tightly, a cold smirk on his lips. "Looks like I'll have to use a little bit of strength this time. I'll give you a proper response." A blazing red mana erupted from AZ's body, enveloping his sword and making it glow a brilliant crimson. Witnessing this, Adel screamed internally, "His sword style is different from Rene's. Is that red color from the fire element?" In the center of the fight, AZ swung his blade a few times, instantly slicing through Samuel's attacks. Seeing his attacks neutralized so easily, Samuel gritted his teeth. "Damn it," he muttered. "He's so strong. That's Instructor AZ for you, taking all that and still standing firm, not even phased." But then he clenched both fists, threw his head back, and roared. A torrent of dark mana erupted from his body, surrounding him. Seeing this, AZ gritted his teeth, his expression hardening as he spoke. "So you can revert to your old state. Not bad." But with a single charge, the bizarre monsters Samuel had created were instantly sliced to pieces by AZ. He lunged forward, pointing the tip of his blade right at Samuel's face, making him flinch. Before Samuel could react, AZ clenched his other fist and threw a straight punch into his chest. Samuel cried out in pain, dropping to both knees and clutching his stomach, his whole body trembling. He managed to choke out, "I forfeit." AZ asked coldly, "Do you still wish to continue?" Samuel's trembling hands came up weakly to defend himself as he gritted his teeth against the intense pain. From behind, a mana-formed demon opened its massive jaws and lunged at AZ. By the time AZ noticed, it had already bitten down hard on his shoulder, sending a spray of blood into the air. But the attack seemed to have no effect on him. He reached up, gave a slight tug, and immediately tore the monster in two, his expression turning cold. "My shoulder's been getting injured a lot lately, huh?" A surprise counterattack. That was the right call. Samuel was now panting heavily, and after just a few seconds, his entire body collapsed face down on the ground. Seeing this, AZ turned and ordered, "Get Samuel out of the exam room." He looked at the other students, his voice steely. "Next one, get out here." His gaze was incredibly fierce as he looked straight at Adel and called, "Get up here, Adel." The moment Adel stepped forward, a deep crimson killing intent billowed out from AZ, making the air feel suffocating and terrifying everyone present. He looked straight at him, his voice low. "Let's begin." Looking at the instructor, Adel muttered to himself, "This killing intent is terrifying. Even if he doesn't plan on killing me, he's definitely aiming to take at least an arm or a leg." AZ held his sword out in front of him and declared, "Come at me with everything you've got." Adel immediately replied, "Please wait a moment." AZ asked, his voice laced with suspicion, "Is there something else you need to prepare?" Adel smiled confidently and said, "I have a proposal." AZ frowned. "You dare make demands of an examiner during a test? What is it you want me to show you?" Adel made his proposal, his voice full of determination. "I want to see you cover your blade with your sword aura." Hearing this, AZ explained coldly, "Sword aura isn't something you can imitate just by looking at it. You have to truly comprehend it." Adele held up a hand and stated decisively, "If you show me just once, I think I can grasp it." Faced with such arrogant words, AZ gripped his sword with both hands, his voice dropping low. "You've got some nerve. Fine, I'll show you once. Watch closely." As soon as he finished, a massive amount of mana surged from the sword and converged on the blade, making it radiate a brilliant red light. Adel watched the spectacle, thinking. In just an instant, the red mana compressed and enveloped the blade. That's truly amazing. Seeing Adel lost in thought, AZ asked, "Do you really think you can do this?" Adel clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. "Thank you for showing me, sir." He gave a confident smile, thinking to himself, "This isn't something you can learn with your head." At that moment, a massive amount of purple mana surged from Adel's body and converged on the sword in his hand. Seeing this, AZ's expression darkened slightly. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, "I admit you have talent, but that sword aura..." It only lasted for 5 seconds before disappearing. Adel was startled for a moment, thinking to himself, "It's still a bit much for me. It only lasted 5 seconds, but it was worth a try." Immediately, he enveloped his sword in aura once more, looked at AZ, and smiled. "Let's get started." Faced with Adel's determined gaze, AZ cheerfully replied, "All right, bring it on." Down below the stage, Samuel was having his wounds treated by Luna. He looked up at Adele on the stage, thinking, "If he moves like that..." The scene shifts back to the stage, where streams of sword aura clashed violently, shaking the space. Energy radiated everywhere, creating a chaotic scene. Adele retreated, took a stance, and then charged straight at AZ, attacking relentlessly. Suddenly, a confident smile appeared on his face. He thrusted his sword straight at AZ, but he easily raised his own sword to block. The two blades collided, sending sparks flying. Adel smiled. "You coat your blade in aura when you swing, huh? It feels like I'm watching a performance." Adel chuckled lightly. "Thanks for the compliment." But immediately after, AZ swung his sword with great force, knocking Adel back several steps. While he was still suspended in midair, Adel instantly used his position-swapping skill. This time, the target was AZ's sword. In a flash, he appeared, right in front of him. His sword, enveloped in aura, was aimed straight at AZ's face. A powerful thrust shot forward, but with his quick reflexes, AZ leaned back, dodging the attack. Then he swung his leg, kicking Adel hard and sending him flying back several meters. Adel thought to himself. He dropped his sword. "This is my chance." He immediately executed the skill Shadow Fang, Triple Dark Blade. 3 mana blades appeared around him, radiating a dense killing intent. On his command, the 3 blades shot towards AZ, but AZ was completely unharmed. He gritted his teeth and thought, "That just tickles." He braced himself, creating a protective circle that blocked all 3 of Adel's attacks. Such quick reflexes, Adel thought. For such a big guy, his reflexes are unbelievable, and he even has a body shield. Even my dark blades can't hit him. He's a real monster. Just as he finished his thought, AZ clenched his fist, extending his other hand, intending to grab Adel's head for an attack. As the fist neared his face, Adel shouted, "I surrender." The unexpected words startled AZ. He wondered, "What?" He then shouted angrily, "I already told you, you're not allowed to run away." Adele explained calmly, "Both the arms I used to block are injured and I'm out of mana. I can't continue fighting." He gently pushed AZ's fist away, thinking, getting injured before the practical exam would only be a disadvantage. I don't need to do that. Besides, I only surrendered to piss him off. AZ, furious, put his hands on his hips and turned around, yelling, "Fine, go back to your seat." Adele smiled. "Thank you for your understanding." He turned back and shouted angrily, "Stop talking nonsense. Next." Faced with AZ's furious attitude, Adel smiled to himself. "I'm so scared I don't even dare to open my mouth again." As he walked down, the students below started buzzing with chatter. The class president tied with the examiner. "That's impossible after what happened." Another person added, "Even as a half-demon, the class president is still the class president." These whispers were within Adele's expectations. He smiled inwardly. "Everything went just as I planned. I've drawn attention with my flashy attacks," while AZ looked like he couldn't do anything. In the practical exam, I have to be the clear center of the class. Without a leader like in the original story, Class A will be wiped out. Having witnessed the fight, Samuel approached, clenching his fists, and asked, "Why did it end like that?" Adel turned back and replied, "You recovered. Pretty fast." "But what the hell are you talking about?" Samuel said loudly. "I'm asking why." Adele adjusted his shirt and calmly explained, "Well, I ran out of mana and energy, so I had to surrender." Samuel interrupted, his voice laced with anger. "I'm not asking about that. I'm asking why you're so damn strong." His arm was clenched into a fist, trembling slightly with rage. Adel looked at him and smiled. "Ah, I guess I was just born with it." Samuel angrily retorted, "Is that all?" Adel replied, "Do I need another reason?" Samuel scoffed. "Ha, unbelievable. A guy like you is this strong." Adel responded calmly, "Weren't you also born into a privileged clan with that gluttony ability?" At these slightly provocative words, Samuel's expression darkened. He said coldly, "What did you say, you piece of trash? Watch your mouth, or one day I'll break your teeth." As he spoke, a dense, killing intent radiated from his entire body. Looking at Samuel's darkened eyes, Adel was curious, but he didn't say anything. After a moment of staring each other down, Samuel angrily turned and left, huffing, "You garbage." Watching his retreating back, Adel thought, "You just show up out of nowhere and start a fight. I'm worried you won't follow orders during the midterm exam." Yuzan approached, interrupting his thoughts. "What was that all about? Why did you act like that?" Adel turned and replied, "Samuel started it." She continued, her voice serious, "That's not the point. It's true that Samuel treats you poorly, but I don't understand why you keep provoking him about his clan. He's making a big deal just because I mentioned his clan, compared to him looking down on you for being a half-demon." Hearing that, Yuzan gently closed her eyes and let out a sigh. "So you really don't know," she explained. "Samuel is the head of the Gluttony clan." Watching Samuel walk away, he muttered to himself, "A first year student who just enrolled is already a clan head?" As if understanding what he was thinking, Yuzan explained, "It's just as you think. His clan has been completely wiped out." Hearing these words, Adel let out a silent, "Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder he reacts like that every time his clan is mentioned." She continued, "During the Great Human-Demon War, his entire bloodline was wiped out by humans. Only Samuel survived, so he became the clan head. Now do you understand why I was scolding you?" At that moment, Adel thought to himself, "I'm technically in the same boat, with my clan being annihilated, but since I took over his body, I don't feel the real anger or sorrow. But Samuel is different. He witnessed and experienced that tragic scene firsthand. I used to think things like clans being wiped out were just part of the story's setting. I never imagined the characters in my novel would become this real." He then turned to her, smiled, and said, "I'll be more careful from now on." She nodded and replied, "See that you do. I'm leaving." Watching her retreating back, he called out, "Good luck on the exam." She laughed loudly. "Ha ha, a slave worrying about me." She glanced back and said confidently, "This will be a piece of cake. Just sit there and watch with your own eyes." Watching her back, Adel smiled and thought, "I thought she was all talk, but I guess she has a serious side too." But then, sounds from the distance made him jump. "Frozone, get out here." Then, from that direction, desperate screams cried out, "Get up, now! Please, I'm begging you, spare me." At this sight, he frowned slightly, thinking to himself that he should probably prepare for the next test. The third test was stealth techniques and magic theory. It was his specialty, so there was nothing to worry about. As for magic theory, most of it was stuff he already knew, so it wasn't difficult. As soon as he finished the test, the proctor announced, "All right, you've all worked hard. Get plenty of rest before the practical exam begins." The moment he finished speaking, Adel slumped his head onto the desk, letting out a soft sigh. Asterisk. Phew! Asterisk. Among all the tests, this was the easiest one. His magic score might even be close to perfect. But the problem was the practical exam. No matter how well he did on the previous subjects, if he died during the practical exam, it would all be for nothing. Could he even do it? Just thinking about the practical exam made him feel sick. Then, from a distance, a figure approached his desk, startling him. It was Frozone. She crossed her arms and asked, "Did you do okay on the magic test?" He replied, "It was all right. What about you?" She laughed loudly and shot back, "Ha ha, why don't you take a guess?" Seeing her confident attitude, he thought to himself, asterisk, acting this smug. I guess magic must be her specialty, so she probably aced it, huh? Asterisk. Asterisk, if I don't humor her a little, she'll probably annoy me all day. Asterisk, he said aloud. I bet you got a perfect score, right? But then he continued, you clearly bombed the weapon proficiency test, yet you still love to show off, huh? Hearing this, her attitude instantly changed. Her expression hardened as she stormed over, grabbed him by the collar, and yelled, "What the hell did you just say, you bastard?" Seeing how furious she was, he quickly tried to explain, Whoa, it was just a slip of the tongue. I'm so worried about the practical exam. I'm not making any sense. She gave him a light punch in the face and yelled, "Just drop dead." Then, from outside, a young man with orange hair walked in and said, "Hello, Class A." Recognizing the guy, he thought to himself, Asterisk Bantan? Asterisk. Sure enough, Bantan walked over to him and asked, "Oh, doing all right?" He replied enthusiastically, "Long time no see, Bantan." He thought to himself, Asterisk. What's this guy doing here all of a sudden? Asterisk. In response to his polite tone, Bantan gave a sheepish smile and spoke. "Ha ha, you missed me? Well, I'm flattered." But his demeanor suddenly shifted, his eyes filled with killing intent, as he said coldly, "And it looks like you've gotten a lot stronger, huh?" Faced with this threat, Adel refused to back down. Streams of dark purple magic emanated from his body as he smiled and replied, "Thanks for the compliment." Sensing Adel's resolve, Bantan sighed softly and said, "I actually wanted to spar with you, but I have other business today." His words startled Adel. Then Frozone turned to Bantan and asked, "You're a descendant of envy, aren't you? I remember you from the entrance exam. This is the first time we've met since then, huh?" Bantan looked at her and replied, "And you're Frozone, right?" Hearing that, she grinned. "That's right." Then he pointed to the door and said, "I've got something to take care of. You should come with me." She snapped angrily. "Are you daring to give me, of all people, an order?" He replied. "Ha ha, it's a meeting for the class presidents. The headmaster will be there too, so you have to show up." At these words, Adel thought to himself, Asterisk a meeting? Asterisk Frozone interrupted, "But I'm not the class president." Hearing that, Bantan asked, "Huh? You're not the class president?" She smiled. "Yeah, although the class president is technically my subordinate, this guy here is the one in charge." As she spoke, she directed her gaze towards Adel, who was still sitting there quietly. Her words startled Bantan. He glanced over at Adel and asked, "What?" Then his attitude did a complete 180 as he said with amusement, "You're the class president? I really want to fight you right now. Are you free?" Faced with this aggressive eagerness, Adele thought to himself, Asterisk, this guy is completely nuts. Asterisk. Then he replied, "I have to attend the class president meeting. Let's do it later. Please. After you, lead the way." At this blunt refusal, Bantan got slightly annoyed, turned, and said, "Fine then, let's go. And Frozone, you should come along too." She smirked and replied, "I'm the class president's master. Of course I have to go where he goes." Bantan walked ahead, laughing loudly at their conversation. "Haha, you two have a fun dynamic, don't you? Well, all right, let's go now." Frozone's face lit up, and she chirped happily, "Follow me, you stay behind me." Grimacing, he cursed to himself, Asterisk. Oh, for crying out loud, what is even happening right now? Asterisk. Out in the hallway, Adel walked ahead and asked, "By the way, why did they call a meeting for the class presidents?" Bantan replied as he walked, "Oh, it's to divide up the zones for the upcoming midterm exam, the human world invasion. You know about that, right?" From behind, Adel replied, "So that's what this is about. We're meeting to decide which areas each class will attack." Hearing this, Bantan turned around to compliment him. "You're quick on the uptake. Guess they weren't wrong to make you class president. Even a half-demon president is better than some meathead with a grape for a brain I could mention." As soon as he finished, he pushed open a door, and the three of them stepped into the room. Jane and Diana were already inside, along with the other class presidents. Also present were Ian, president of Class B, and Bantan, president of Class E. Bantan looked to the person seated at the head of the table and announced, "Everyone has arrived, headmaster." Seeing the three enter, the headmaster said, "Come in, the president of Class A, Adel." This startled Jane, who was surprised to hear that Adel was the class president, and Ian. The news startled Jane, who was shocked to find out Adel was the class president. Meanwhile, Ian looked annoyed and asked, "What? That guy is the class president?" Gur, who was beside him, just snorted coldly without a word. Adel stepped forward with a bright smile and said, "Yes, thank you for calling me." Diana, equally surprised, turned to mock Jane. "Since when was your little protector so amazing?" At these words, Jane blushed and didn't answer. Seeing her reaction, Adel thought to himself, Asterisk, so I never actually told Jane I was the class president. This is going to be awkward to explain later. Asterisk. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the headmaster announced, "Now that everyone's here, let's begin. Everyone, please take a seat." However, Gur suddenly stepped forward, looked toward Adele, and mocked, "This is ridiculous. A half-demon is serving as class president?" Then he glanced at Frozone standing behind him and continued, "And as for that idiot back there, who's supposed to be one of the 7 sins, she's been kicked out of the president's chair. Having to study with scum like this. Even Cerberus would have to laugh. Wouldn't you agree?" Ian, who was still slumped on the desk, added, "Ha ha, you're not wrong." Hearing this, Frozone's entire body trembled with rage, but she couldn't get a word out. Adel kept a calm expression, but his mind started racing. Asterisk. What is this? What's with this atmosphere? This isn't a meeting. It's a trap. Asterisk. Gur looked up. And threats. You'd better get out of my sight, you filthy half-breed. Faced with this threat, Adel didn't flinch. His eyes narrowed slightly, flashing with heavy killing intent. He snorted coldly to himself. Humph. Surrounded on all sides, huh? Looking at the scene, we can see Adele at a disadvantage against Gur's massive frame. He thought to himself, all I did was follow Bantan to the meeting room, and now I'm in this mess. Even the headmistress is tacitly allowing this to happen. Are they deliberately setting this up to test if I'm qualified? If so, I'll have to show them a little of what I can do. Seeing Adel just standing there without saying a word, Gur spoke up angrily. Are your ears clogged? Then he moved closer, grabbing Adel by the head and continued, talking won't do any good. But immediately, Adele swatted his arm away. His hand tightened, gripping his blade, and in a split second, he aimed it straight for Gur's throat. Just as the blade neared, Gur instantly used physical reinforcement, deflecting the attack. But at that moment, countless blades created by dark magic appeared in the air, poised to rain down. Seeing this, Gur's whole body flared with anger, veins bulging on his face. He roared, "You damn half-demon!" Then he threw a flurry of punches, blocking the blades that were hurtling toward him. The moment Gur finished defending, Adel gave him no chance to rest, instantly rushing in to close the distance. In that instant, Gur yelled, "I'll smash your head in!" His hands clenched, radiating immense physical power as he charged toward Adel. Not to be outdone, Adel tightened his grip on his blade, his entire body emitting an aura of dark energy. Engulfing the space, with just a single slash, he easily left a cut on Gur's arm, much to his astonishment. Noticing the wound, Gur clutched his arm, letting out a terrible cry of pain. Watching their fight, Rene thought to himself, sword aura? Back in the fight, Adele stepped forward, grabbed Gur's furious face, held it tight, and pointed his blade straight at the top of his head, causing him to tremble in fear. Just as the blade was a few millimeters from Gur's eye, the headmistress from behind interrupted. That's enough. Stop and everyone return to your seats. Those words were like a lifeline for Gur. His whole body was shaking from what had just happened. As for Adele, his attitude immediately did a complete 180. He sheathed his blade, a smile on his face as he said, "Are you satisfied now?" At this point, Gur collapsed to the ground, speechless. The headmistress looked at him and said with a smile, "That's quite enough." Then she ordered, "Adel, go sit next to Idea." He nodded and replied, "Yes, ma'am." Gur looked at his injured arm, cursing under his breath. Damn it. On the sidelines, enjoying the show, Bantan spoke up. "Oh, so he's stronger than I thought." Virgo next to him smiled with excitement. "Haha, that's my slave." Rene was still lost in thought. Another skill I didn't know about. Diana turned and said coolly, "Impressive," just as expected from Rene's guardian. After everyone had settled into their seats, the headmistress spoke. "All right, now that everything's settled, let's begin the meeting. The only reason I've summoned you all here is to assign attack zones for each class president in the practical combat exam in the human world." Adele chimed in, "I've heard a little about it, but I want to know exactly how the zones are divided." Instantly, the headmistress summoned a cubic orb in her hand. She looked at him and said, "Seeing it directly is better than just hearing about it." From the orb, a vast map materialized in the air. Looking at it, Rene wondered, "Is this a map?" The headmistress replied, "That's right, but everyone knows this isn't an ordinary map, right?" Adel spoke up, "This is a continental map of the human world." The headmistress laughed. "Haha, correct. Actually, I was hoping Class A would attack here, but it seems I've underestimated the class president." Looking at the marked location, Adel mumbled to himself, "Is that the Royal Academy?" The headmistress continued, "Therefore, I've decided to give you an even more difficult mission." These words made Adel's lip twitch. He thought, attacking the Royal Academy is already the most dangerous mission in the human world. And they're giving us a mission that's even harder? Is there something I don't know? The headmistress continued. "According to information from one of our spies, one of the first-year classes in the human world will be conducting an off-campus lesson to attack a hidden realm." Realizing the headmistress's intention, Adele mumbled to himself, "Ah, so that's it. They think attacking a single first-year class far from the school is an easier target. Even though the first years are the weakest, the problem is," the headmistress continued, "so wouldn't it be better to have Class A attack the urban area instead of the Royal Academy?" At this suggestion, Virgo suddenly stood up. Clenching his fists, he said excitedly, "That's right. What's the point of fighting a bunch of worthless brats? Our Class A should be attacking the capital." This statement left Adele speechless, but thoughts continued to race through his mind. The spy doesn't have the exact time yet, but the main character's party has already surpassed the descendants of the 7 deadly sins. Their true nature will be revealed during the intergrade tournament after the Royal Academy's midterm exams are over. And in the class we have to attack, there's a member of the main character's party, his hands clenched. If a fight breaks out, except for Bantan's and Diana's classes, all the other classes will be wiped out. Which area will yield the best result? The area our class has to go to is, Virgo continued. Our class A will, but as he spoke, Adele immediately cut him off. We will attack one of the first-year classes of the Royal Academy. The moment these words left his mouth, Virgo glared at him angrily and yelled, "What nonsense are you spouting? We should be going to the capital." At his answer, Gur glanced over and snorted, "What a bunch of weak half-demons. Are you so scared of a single group of people that you'd choose to back down?" At this taunt, he turned, his eyes growing cold as he replied, "I should have gouged out one of your eyes earlier. Then you probably wouldn't dare to look at me now, would you?" At this threat, Gur shot to his feet, yelling, "You bastard!" Seeing things descend into chaos, the headmistress intervened, then looked at Adel and asked, "Why did you choose such an easy area? I thought you'd say you wanted to attack the capital." Adele was still lost in thought. They might not know it, but that's the class of one of the main character's party members, and they are the most dangerous opponents. Even so, I still have to take the risk and go there, because there's an elixir there. Normally, one of the main character's companions would drink it, but I have to get my hands on it, no matter the cost. As he finished his thought, he spoke aloud. The reason is because of a special ability. Mine. These words briefly startled the headmaster. A special ability? He nodded and replied, "Yes. First of all, I'm extremely talented at assassination, but there's no reason to stir things up in a city full of people. In the capital, most areas are very crowded, so bringing dozens of people along for an assassination is obviously very dangerous. Of course, killing all the witnesses would also solve that problem." At this bold thought, the headmaster smiled and said, "I see. You're more than I imagined. You clearly understand both the terrain of the human world and your own strength. In that case, there's no reason to stop you. Class A will be assigned to attack the first-year class of the Royal Academy." Hearing this decision, Adele spoke up, "Thank you, headmaster." Then he immediately stood up and said, "In that case, I'll go inform my classmates." He thought to himself, "Asterisk. I'd better get out of here before the headmaster changes his mind. Asterisk." Then he turned to Frizona and said, "Let's go." She was extremely surprised by this decision, but also replied with a start, yes. After the two left, the room suddenly became unusually quiet. Idea crossed her arms, sarcastically. "Quite impressive. He's a descendant of the Ba family, isn't he? I can't believe you picked up someone like that." These words were directed straight at Jenny, making her too embarrassed to reply. She was still lost in thought. What Adel used just now was definitely sword ki, but just recently, he couldn't even manifest it. How did he do it? Her gaze fell, becoming heavy. Adel has always been good at hiding things. What is it, really? What is this stinging feeling in my heart? Bantan leaned back in his chair and sighed softly. During the martial arts tournament, he was only a little strong, but now he's grown so quickly? This just makes me want to fight him more. Haha. The headmaster walked to the window, his gaze distant, thinking to himself, asterisk. Now I understand why Instructor AZ warned us to be careful with Adel. Asterisk. He defeated one of the descendants of the 7 deadly sins just to prove his strength. He could have chosen a more difficult area but acted with extreme caution. His judgment and his abilities are both outstanding. He's too valuable a seedling to eliminate just because of AZ's warning. If guided correctly, he could become a true hunting dog, just like my other subordinates. But if I can't tame him, the only option left is the same as with those 6 human families. Walking down the hallway, Adel muttered to himself, "The real combat exam finally starts tomorrow. I have to prepare thoroughly." Scene changed to the next day in a large hall. Adel and the other students, dressed in combat attire, walked inside. 2 guys behind him wondered aloud, "Is our class going to kill the human hero?" One replied, "My family is their target. I'm really looking forward to this." Another guy next to them clenched his fist, raised it high, and said with determination, "Let's show those lowly humans the power of Class A." Looking at everyone's confidence, Adel thought to himself, asterisk, we've sent false information that will attack Dormitory 53. Therefore, the instructors from the Imperial Academy will rush to the dorms. Asterisk, only one instructor will go out with the first-year class. If I'm right, that instructor is a 5th Circle mage. My goal is to hunt and kill that guy. Facing the main character's comrades is already hard enough, so I have to deal with that instructor first. After that, I need to seize the elixir from the secret base. As soon as he saw everyone had gathered, AZ looked down and announced, "The headmaster will speak now." Silence. Everyone. The headmaster slowly walked forward from behind, looked down at the students, and said in a loud, clear voice, "Students, The war has now officially begun. You will face the commoners who killed your parents, siblings, and friends in the battles of Saitan. None of us has escaped that pain. All of you must have witnessed your precious bonds being destroyed and could only embrace the corpses of your families and weep. Those cowardly and despicable humans have even desecrated our dead, but now it is our turn to hunt them. At the headmaster's spirited declaration, the students below cheered in unison to boost morale. Looking at the scene before him, Adele thought to himself, asterisk, this is like some kind of frenzy. Asterisk. The headmaster's speech had pushed their morale to its peak. As soon as he finished speaking, the headmaster extended his hand to bestow a blessing upon all the students below. Watching this act, Adel thought to himself, asterisk, he can bless so many people at once. The headmaster is truly a monster. It would be terrifying to face him. Asterisk. Then he turned to the instructors and said, instructors, lead your students out. Idea, who was beside him, added, we will proceed to the train. Please move in an orderly fashion. The train immediately started moving. By now, all the Class A students were on board. An announcement came over the train's speaker. This is the train bound for the Otherworld station. Passengers, please prepare for the upcoming impact. Idea entered and said cheerfully, we'll arrive in about an hour. Please rest comfortably until then. Everyone began to relax, but Adel's eyes grew more tense than ever. He thought, asterisk Otherworld station? Asterisk. It must cost hundreds of holy stones to teleport this many students. But later in the story, more and more gates appear, connecting to the human world. And eventually, the two worlds merge into one. Seeing him lost in thought, Luna turned around and offered him a piece of dried meat, saying, Adele, do you want some? It's jerky made from a spirit deer. It's really good. Taking the jerky, he said. Thanks, I'll have some. Watching him eat ravenously, she asked, is it good? He nodded and replied, yeah, it's delicious. Then he muttered, time to check my current status. A system window appeared in front of him. Race, half-demon, alignment, moderate, talents, position swap, traits, bestiality, focus, killing intent, darkness, mana control, eye of pride, ideation, mana, 1,381. Looking at his mana stats, he muttered, my mana is still too weak. Even though I train every night before sleeping, this is all I get. I have to get that elixir. Maybe my ideation will get stronger? Seeing him deep in thought again, Luna called out, what are you thinking about so intently? Suddenly, a stream of energy surrounded her body, making her jump in surprise. She yelled, what the? My body suddenly. At that moment, not only her but Adel too was enveloped by a stream of energy. He looked at her and mumbled, I can only lift Luna a few centimeters, but that's enough to use in a real fight. Experiment successful. I absolutely cannot get complacent. I have to keep evolving. Because later, this will be considered a transcendent ability, like a separate domain, since it allows me to control gravity. Okay, that test was fine, but I'm still worried. These are the Knights of the Continent. I might run into the very person who tried to kill me. In the original story, I'm supposed to report that I fell into a ravine and died, but I didn't fall. I went to the demon world and learned of the Ayan family's betrayal, so I have to let them think I died here. Of course, Headmaster Luan will probably think the same thing through his spy network, but you can never be too careful. I'd better find a mask to hide my face. Suddenly, the train car shook violently, startling the other students. An announcement came over the speakers. We are about to arrive. Just a few minutes later, the train came to a complete stop. As everyone stepped out, they were met with the sight of a giant mana stone. Adele walked closer and let out a soft gasp. It's all mana stones. Selling just one of these would be enough gold to live on for a year. What a waste to use so much on a single-use portal. If they had waited a bit longer, it would have been so much cheaper. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Idea stepped forward. All right, I'm sure you all know where we are. Then, she walked over and placed her hand on a nearby crate, continuing. Before we depart, everyone take one of these items. Someone approached and handed him a mask. He looked at it and mumbled, is this a mask? Perfect timing. I was just wondering where to find one. Idea picked up a mask, put it on, and began to explain. This mask is enchanted with magic to reduce the chance of recognition. It will help you conceal your identities. Those wearing masks can still recognize one another, so don't worry too much. Then, looking at him, she said, Class President, give it a try. He nodded. Yes. Then she turned to the others. Everyone else, put them on. As soon as she finished speaking, he and the other students immediately put on their masks. The moment he did, his vision improved so much, it made him gasp. My vision is even better than normal. I'm starting to like this. Idea walked over and asked, so, can you see better? He replied, yes, it's more effective than I anticipated. Then she held out a few sticks. And take these too. He looked at the wood-like sticks in front of him. What are these? She replied. They're emergency rations. Eat one of these a day, and you won't need any other meals. But don't eat a lot of them on the battlefield. They taste like dirt mixed with insect guts. Her words made Adel flinch. She walked past him and continued, Anyway, 1 a day is enough. Got it? He nodded. Yes. But he cursed to himself. It tastes absolutely horrible. After giving her instructions, Idea spoke again. Now, before you enter the gate, I will explain the test procedure. First, for this test, the instructors will not be accompanying you. The moment she said that, the students below started murmuring, Not coming with us? You've got to be kidding. Then who's going to lead us? She quickly reassured them, This is a test exclusively for students, after all. So, we have assigned objectives that are appropriate for your skill levels. If the instructors came along, it wouldn't be much of a test, now would it? Besides, she continued, we need to stay behind to prepare to reopen the gate for your return. Therefore, from this moment on, all instructor authority is transferred to the class president. All students must prioritize and obey the class president's orders. Then she approached and pinned a flower to his chest, explaining, This is the Saiton flower. It symbolizes the team's leader. And take this map. The headmaster told me you know how to read a map. Then she turned to leave. I hope it helps. He nodded. Thank you. Once everything was settled, she said, Now, open the gate. Good luck, everyone. The moment she finished speaking, the pillar, covered in magic stones, began to radiate an immense amount of energy. Behind it, spatial gates gradually began to appear. Looking ahead, Adele put on his mask and thought to himself, Everything's ready. To them, this is an unfamiliar world, but to me, it's hell. No matter what, I will survive and make it back. Just like that, the Class A group stepped through one of the gates. Inside was a dark and ethereal space. Immediately, a few of the students began to feel headaches and nausea. Adele seemed to already know why. Because this is a different dimension, their bodies can't adapt, he thought. Even I can't endure this for long. Suddenly, he saw a blinding light ahead. Is that the exit? Adel wondered. Looks like we just have to go a little bit further, thank goodness. So he turned back to everyone and yelled, Guys, we're almost out of here. I can see the end. Let's go. But just as everyone moved forward, a strange phenomenon appeared behind them. Adel warned them urgently, The gate is closing. Run! And just like that, the group of young punks was herded out of the portal, running for their lives. Their footsteps grew more frantic. Seeing that Luna might fall behind, Adele immediately grabbed her hand, pulling her forward. Hurry up, Luna! He then threw Luna out with the others and jumped out right behind her. The moment he landed, he saw his classmates standing rooted to the spot, staring at what was in front of them. It was the Imperial Sky Island Academy. Looking at the magnificent structure before him, Adele was slightly amazed. So that's the Imperial Academy, he thought. Seeing it in person, it's so much more majestic. It really is the pinnacle of human magic and technology. A few others also cried out in surprise. What is that? That island is a school? How can an island just float in the sky? Compared to that, Saiton is like a sandcastle. Just then, Pan chimed in. What the hell is that? Hearing them, Adel started to explain. As you can all see, that's a different kind of school from Saiton. That is a school for humanity. Pan cut in, still not believing his eyes. Even seeing it right in front of me, I can't believe it. Luna then asked, Do we have to go in there? Adel answered immediately, We don't have to, and we can't anyway. That place is surrounded by an incredibly powerful barrier so strong that not even the Dragon Clan can break through it. Everyone was shocked again. Not even the Dragon Clan can destroy it? A girl exclaimed. Ignoring her question, Adele's mind was already racing with calculations. I could use my position swap skill to get in, but the main character's party would take me out instantly. Then, he spoke to the group. All right, everyone, gather up. According to the map, if we go around to the other side of the academy, our target location will appear. We need to move out now. So, let's go. Just like that, the Class A group moved out according to the plan. As he walked, Adel thought, I've felt eyes on me in this forest for a while now. Is it an enemy? Adel had no idea that the source of that stare was Samuel, walking right behind him. The look on his face said he wanted to eat Adel alive. A moment later, after realizing where the stare was coming from, Adel scowled and cursed to himself. Ugh, that bastard is still acting like this now? This is a life or death situation. But that guy just makes me even more irritated. Still, in the plan I've laid out, Samuel's role is crucial. His talent for magic forces me to admit it. All right, fine. I'll let it slide this time. With that thought, he immediately turned back to look at Samuel. Adel suddenly extended his hand, which surprised Samuel. He backed away warily and asked, What are you trying to do? Adel replied nonchalantly. Exactly what it looks like. He continued, I know you can't stand me, Samuel, and I don't give a damn about you either. Samuel grew more confused and asked, What the hell are you talking about all of a sudden? Adel added, But just this once. We need to cooperate. Hearing that, Samuel bristled and demanded, Why should I have to cooperate with someone like you? Adele didn't hesitate to state the worst-case scenario. If we don't, everyone here will die. He added, humanity isn't an enemy we can defeat without working together. You, of all people, should understand that. Samuel fell silent for a moment, then gently pushed Adel's hand aside as he walked past, replying, "You annoying bastard." Just this once, he wasn't angry. In fact, he said cheerfully, "I'll take that as a compliment. You made the right choice." Adel thought to himself, good, things with Samuel are settled for now. We just need to find the entrance to the hidden realm. It must be around here somewhere. Just then, a team member ran up to report, "Class rep, there's something strange up ahead." He quickly ran over to check it out. Before him was a massive gate. Adel cheered silently. "Found it. The location matches the map, and it looks just like the description." The people around him began to ask each other, "What is this now?" First a floating island, and now a floating door? Hearing this, he began to explain. "This door is an entrance to a hidden realm created by humans. This is how we'll get inside." Immediately, someone stepped forward to volunteer. "Let me open it." Adele knew what would happen but said anyway, "Then give it a shot." The moment the young man placed his hand on the door, a powerful surge of energy shot straight into him, causing the young man to let out a scream of pain. Watching this, Adel thought to himself, he just got electrocuted. In reality, it only allows teachers of the Empire to open it. At that moment, he turned to look at Samuel, making him suspicious. "Why are you looking at me again?" Adel said calmly, "Sir Samuel, you'll have to do the honors." His words left Samuel a bit confused. "What are you on about?" Adele gestured towards the gate and said, "You need to pump your magic into the gate and force it open." Hearing that, Samuel furiously yelled, "A half-demon who can't even do something like this is supposed to be the class rep? Move it!" Immediately after, Samuel channeled his magic into the gate. It didn't take long before the door swung open. Adele cheerfully told everyone, "All right, it's open. Let's go in." He looked back and added, "Luckily, it seems none of the traps up ahead have been activated, so you can proceed without worry." After stepping through the gate, the group arrived in a vast mountainous region. As they walked, Frun couldn't help but exclaim, "It's bigger than I thought. And the atmosphere is just like the hidden realms in the demon world." Adel replied, "That makes sense. This hidden realm is a practical exam site for an entire class." Suddenly, Samuel ran up to him. He said, "I have a question. If this is an exam site, shouldn't it be filled with traps and monsters?" Adel cheerfully confirmed, "That's right." However, Samuel asked another question. "Then why didn't we just ambush them outside?" At this, he was a little surprised, thinking to himself, "Oh, that's a sharp question." Then, he explained, "You're not wrong. If we were to ambush them, the best time would be right after they finish their exam, when they're tired and letting their guard down. But there are a few reasons why I insisted on entering the hidden realm. First, I know all the paths here that don't trigger any traps. That means those humans will still fall into the traps as planned. Second, we'll be out of here before they even arrive." Hearing this, Samuel asked again, "If we're just going in and coming right back out, then what's the point of coming in at all?" Adele didn't answer, just letting out a soft chuckle. Heh. This attitude made Samuel yell again, "Stop laughing, you're pissing me off." Left with no choice, Adele finally said, "This place doesn't just have a sky like the demon world. It was also designed by humans to find a way to conquer the demon world." This sentence seemed to make Samuel realize something. He blurted out, "Meaning?" Adel immediately continued, "That's right. These artificial hidden realms are like treasure troves from the demon world. In other words, there's treasure here, and we're almost there." In front of the group now was a large cliff face with 6 doors leading inside. Adele thought to himself, "We're here." Before them were 6 branching paths. Looking at the passages ahead, Samuel sighed. "Good grief, there are 6 paths at this fork in the road?" Frun added, "Which way should we go?" Adel stood in thought for a moment, as if observing, searching for something. Then he walked over to the adjacent cliff face to examine it. Seeing this, Frun tried to stop him. "That's not the path." Before she could finish her sentence, his hand had already touched a block of stone. After some thought, he stored the 2 items and turned to everyone. "I've taken everything. Let's go. A battle is about to break out here, so check your surroundings thoroughly." After moving for a while, they finally escaped the cave. The group found themselves in a vast forest. He spoke up, "All right, I'm going to assign tasks to all of you now." He looked at Samuel and said, "You're on reconnaissance duty." Samuel questioned him, "Why do I have to do that?" He replied with a smile, "You're the most suitable person for this mission." Samuel retorted, "Shouldn't you be the one doing it, as the class president?" He chuckled and replied, "No, the only one who can carry out this mission is you. I'm certain that you're the best when it comes to stealth techniques and magical energy. That's why I'm entrusting this to you." Seeing his talent being recognized by someone else, Samuel was visibly pleased, then shyly turned away. He let out a short huff but agreed to take the mission. "All right, Seeing his reaction, the MC thought to himself, he seems happy about it. Could it be that he wanted the recon mission from the very beginning? I'm relieved that Samuel is taking this on, because I can't leave this position, because I'll be commanding and monitoring the situation from the start. Samuel turned to him and said, fine. It's not like I have any other choice but to agree, since you're begging me like this. Before he could finish his sentence, the MC cut him off. You won't be going on recon alone. Hearing that, Samuel's attitude immediately changed. He asked excitedly, is that so? Is another student coming with me? The MC glanced behind him and then shook his head. No, not a student. Right after that, he took out a small bird, surprising both Samuel and Robond. Robond came closer, asking repeatedly, isn't this a falcon? And a recon falcon at that, the kind that's excellent at gathering information? Looking at the little bird in front of him, he thought to himself, it looks like a sparrow, but in the demon world, they call it a falcon. He continued to explain, it's a bird raised by Professor Aries, and I've borrowed it this time. We've become quite close. I even named it Seijo. Samuel reached for the small bird, asking skeptically, Professor Aries? Didn't he try to kill you? I don't think there's any reason for him to be nice to you now. He saw the logic in Samuel's words, but then again, he had grown close to the bird after feeding it for a while. I'm not sure if it'll side with me as much as it does with Professor Aries. Well then, let's find out. Immediately, a dense stream of dark energy emanated from him, enveloping the small bird. Its eyes turned bright red. He wanted to control the bird, but it immediately flew into the air, turned sharply, and stared straight at him with a scrutinizing gaze. This startled him for a moment. He thought, why won't you come to me? But then, something appeared before his eyes that made him jump. A small screen materialized in the air, showing his own image through the small bird's eyes. He looked at it and muttered, that's my face. Then he glanced up at the bird and continued, so that's how it is. It shares information through its eyes. Having gained a loyal subordinate, he then gave an order, all right, you're to go with this person for a while. Upon receiving the command, the small bird chirped a few times as if it understood its master's intent. Then, it flew over and landed on Samuel's head, much to his utter shock. This made Samuel jump. He waved his hands, shouting angrily, get down! Don't you dare sit on my head again, you lowly creature! As if it understood his words, it immediately flew away, only to dive back and peck relentlessly at his head, making Samuel cry out. Standing to the side, the MC explained, Seijo can share information with me, so you have to protect it well, Samuel. Samuel nodded. All right. Then he turned to Robond and said, as for you, I want you to lead the students in my absence. Your ability is charm, isn't it? Robond nodded. That's right. It makes allies stronger for a short period, but for some reason, it has no effect on you. He raised a hand and teased, that's most likely due to Lady Robond's lack of charm. Hearing that, Robond shouted angrily, what? That's impossible! Then she got back to the main point. But why are you leaving? He explained. When the students from the Royal Academy get here, their instructors will come with them, and I'll be the one to confront their instructor. Hearing this somewhat reckless plan, Samuel, who was standing nearby, blurted out, what? No matter how strong you are, it's difficult to face an instructor alone. Noticing Samuel's concern, the MC started to tease him. Are you worrying about me now? I never thought I'd live to see this day. Seeing his concern being met with sarcasm, Samuel shouted angrily, then go die. The MC immediately changed his tone and continued, I was just kidding. I'm only going to be ready in case that instructor shows up. But if they don't come, I'll return to escort everyone immediately. He thought to himself, actually, that guy will definitely come. More accurately, he has to come, at least to increase my own mana pool. After finishing the assignments, he announced, now that everyone's tasks have been assigned, Samuel will go on recon, Lady Robond will stay behind to command, and I will go confront the human instructor. Robond, beside him, asked, so, what do we do now? Faced with this sudden question, he fell into thought for a few seconds. This left the other two with question marks hovering over their heads. After thinking, he spoke, I'm hungry, let's eat first, and it's probably best if we camp here for a day. In response to these somewhat empty words, Samuel, standing beside him, yelled furiously, is that all you have to say? The MC replied with a smile, Samuel, you need to head out immediately. Please check if there are any classes from the Royal Academy out for a field study session. Realizing he was being sent away, Samuel asked, so, do I get to eat too? The MC waved his hand. Hello, goodbye, good luck. Then he looked at Robond and said, let's go. So I'm the one who gets sent out to starve while you all get to feast. Samuel stood there, stunned like a statue by his leader's heartless actions in the forest. Just then, Robond suddenly cursed, damn it, is this all there is? The MC was holding the instant food Professor Idea had given him and was enjoying it with great relish. In contrast to him, the noble lady was over there, constantly throwing her guts up. The other students were in a similar state, all of them sick. To go puke. Seeing this, they can still eat with such gusto. He thought to himself, they truly are the children of prestigious families. This taste is disgusting, but in this situation, there's no other choice but to eat it, because nutrition is necessary for combat, but this taste, it's like eating worm corpses. He then glanced over at Luna beside him, who was still enjoying the dried worms as if they were a delicacy. Sensing Adele's stare, she turned to him and asked, "Why are you staring at me like that?" He just forced a smile and replied, "It's nothing." Then she offered, "Do you want some dried meat?" Not wanting to experience that dried worm sensation again, he immediately stood up and refused. "No, I can't eat while the other students are suffering. You keep it. We might need it later." At his decisive action, Luna exclaimed in admiration. "At times like these, you seem much kinder than I thought, Adel." He immediately shot back sarcastically. "I've always been kind, haven't I? Haha, I'm just constantly misunderstood because of my villainous looks." But anyway, he wondered if Samuel was okay right now. He looked up at the sky, and the Royal Academy came into view. Looking at it, he thought, it seems Seijo is keeping an eye on the Royal Academy from near him, and for now, they're both doing a good job. Following the direction Samuel's finger was pointing, a large speck of light suddenly appeared up ahead. He focused his gaze on it and wondered aloud, "Wait, something's coming. It's a gold-plated carriage, pulled by horses with flaming heads. You can tell it belongs to someone with power and authority," he thought in awe. "That carriage? No way." Adel was amazed. Can that carriage really travel between the Royal Academy and the ground? That's a terrifying level of prestige you'd only see in myths. Samuel was mumbling something as well, but he couldn't hear it clearly. Can't communicate, he thought. This is driving me crazy. All I can do now is hope he gets the hint and backs off. In just a few seconds, the carriage landed safely on the ground. Looking at it, Adel whispered to himself, "This is going to be trouble." They got down here faster than I expected. A person stepped out of the carriage. On his chest was the emblem of an eagle, cast from solid gold. From his memories, he knew this person was Ba, his first target, the one he absolutely had to kill. He's a wind system magic instructor, a master of the fifth circle, but he specializes in theory like Robond, not combat. He can still fight though, Adel thought. He glanced at the people behind Ba, who were now on alert, especially a tall young man, with a giant hammer on his back. That guy is the son of Count Lorne, Leon Tarius. Beside him were two incredibly beautiful girls, probably his arm candy. He's one of the main characters, a key figure in the main scenario. He's even stronger than Ba. He usually joins the team 30 minutes late because he's busy making bets with the female students. I have to use that window of opportunity. If those two team up, no one in Class A will survive, Adel thought. The scene then shifts to Samuel, who is turning to leave. Adele quietly sighed in relief. Samuel's retreating. He turned to the others and said, "Everyone, it's time to move." Seeing his urgency, Frun approached and asked, "What's wrong?" He explained. "The target is heading our way," she replied, startled. "Really? It's finally starting." He nodded. "That's right. Quickly erase our tracks and check your weapons. I'll stay outside the secret realm to deal with the human instructor. The rest of you go inside, and once the human students are exhausted, attack." Luna came over and asked, "Is that instructor really coming?" He nodded in confirmation. "He's even stronger than Instructor Ares, and I'm not even sure if I can win against him." This made Luna, who was standing behind him, incredibly worried. No way. But he remained calm, thinking to himself, if someone even stronger than Ba shows up, that would be truly terrifying. He turned to Frun to encourage her. "Frun, I trust you to lead the students well." She nodded in confirmation. "Don't worry." Then, from a distance, Seijo's chirping echoed, followed by the appearance of Samuel. He rushed over, panting, "The humans are coming." He nodded. "Perfect timing. I just confirmed it myself." He gave Samuel his assignment. "You go into the secret realm too, and take Seijo with you." Samuel was about to agree, but then hesitated, asking, "Are you really going to face the instructor alone?" He confirmed with a nod. "Yes. It's something I have to do. We're out of time. Hurry up and open the gate beside you." Samuel turned to leave, but not without a warning. "Don't you dare die," Adel smirked in reply. "I'll try, and be careful of that dark-skinned, blonde human." Samuel nodded. "Got it. I'll keep an eye on him." Then he shouted to everyone, "Stand back! I'm opening the gate!" Watching their retreating figures, he thought to himself, "I hope this class can hold out until I'm done with Ba. Though I'm not even sure if I can beat him. Well, I should probably get into position." He immediately used his transposition skill to teleport onto a high branch, his gaze fixed on the gate below. His expression turned dead serious, his guard raised completely. "Everything is ready. Now, all I have to do is wait for them to arrive." At that moment, Instructor Ba led the students into the forest. He suddenly stopped and turned to the group. "Halt! Will be mine eventually." Hearing that, Sylvia turned and left, leaving behind a mocking retort. "No way in hell. Get real." Terius just smiled. "Haha, we'll see about that." Seeing them hesitate to enter, Besa reminded them, "What are you still standing there for? Get inside already." Sylvia bowed her head apologetically. As for Terius, he still had an unfazed look on his face. "I understand." Observing from above, just as all the students entered, the door closed, and finally, only Instructor Besa was left. He looked toward the gate and muttered, "They're all in." Then he turned, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Adele, watching from above, thought, "He's even checking the area around him. He's really cautious." After a visual inspection, Besa's whole body erupted. With a stream of green mana spreading throughout the surrounding area, it created a circular wave of light. A moment later, the entire forest was illuminated by that energy. Faced with the blinding light, Adel grabbed a branch to keep himself from falling to the ground. He sighed inwardly. Ha! He even dispersed his energy to confirm again. If I had moved just a little bit more, I would have been discovered. Finding nothing, Besa dispersed his mana and said, "As I thought, there's no one. Now, let's go." He then headed towards the secret chamber. Just as Adel predicted, now all I have to do is keep a safe distance and follow him. As he thought this and moved deeper into the forest, Besa suddenly stopped as if he detected something. Behind a tree, Adel had just teleported there. He only made a very small noise, but this time, it reached Besa's ears. Startled, he said, "I definitely felt someone. Was it just my imagination?" He continued moving until he reached a tree trunk, touching it and muttering, "What kind of terror is this demon clan planning? Making me come all the way out here. I should have just killed them all, shouldn't I?" Witnessing his strange actions, Adel observed from above, thinking, "What is he doing in front of that tree trunk?" Down below, Besa channeled his magic into the tree opposite him, muttering, "Whatever, as long as it serves my grand experiment." Then, from the small tree, a magic vortex suddenly appeared around it, causing the tree to shake violently. In just a few seconds, the small tree had transformed into a massive, ancient one. This startled Adele for a moment. "Just as I thought, that tree is a defense mechanism. If I had touched it carelessly, I would have been blown away." Standing before the tree for a moment, Besa said, "There are no signs of anyone ever coming here. This check should be enough." But then he suddenly sensed something, and his entire body was enveloped in a stream of mana. When he turned to look behind him, his protective mana layer was being attacked by a thrown sword. Looking at it, he wondered, "What the hell is this?" The words had barely left his mouth when Adel appeared before him. Staring at him with eyes as cold and sharp as bullets, he said coolly, "What a shame. That almost killed you." His sudden appearance made Besa furious. He looked at Adele and screamed, "Who the hell are you?" Adele didn't answer, his hand still gripping the sword tightly. As he used his skill to enter an invisible state once more, he instantly vanished. From Besa's sight, Besa summoned a magic orb and said angrily, "You dare play these little games in front of me." Then he muttered an incantation. "With the winds that swirl around me, tear my enemy to shreds." As the incantation finished, the magic orb formed a gigantic tornado, enveloping his body. The magical gusts of wind blew outwards, blocking Adel's advance. This made him grit his teeth in anger, cursing internally. "Damn, he reacts faster than I thought." He continued to chant, "O wandering winds of the forest, find him." Following the summons, countless rays of energy shot out through the forest to find Adel's location. With his agility, he easily used his transposition skill to change his position to the top of a tree, avoiding detection. Looking down, he lamented, "If I keep getting pushed back like this, I'm screwed. I have to get close to him, no matter what." After observing for a while, he saw an opening and immediately dove down, muttering, "Now's the time." While he's chanting a new spell, he instantly used his transposition skill again. His body teleported to a branch behind him, and in a flash, he appeared right in front of him, with the sword gripped tightly in his hand. This made Besa's eyes widen in utter shock as he exclaimed, "What?" Adele used the dark sword style, and the dark mana from the surroundings began to gather on his blade. As soon as it was complete, he lunged forward, stabbing the point of his sword right into the top of his head. But Besa was no pushover. He had already created a protective magic barrier, so he was able to block the attack. This made Adel curse internally. Shit, another barrier. Not knowing who was attacking him made Besa even more frantic as he screamed, "You worthless insect, go to hell!" The forest's sudden silence was shattered by an incredibly powerful attack, causing the surrounding trees to collapse and the ground to shatter into pieces. After the failed attack, He retreated backward, looking at him and thinking to himself, only after stabbing him directly did I realize Besa has at least 10 layers of magical shields on him. After a powerful attack that still failed to reveal his location, Besa started cursing. "Stop hiding like a little mouse! Get out here now!" he continued. To think, if it weren't for my sword style, my body would have been torn to shreds by the counterforce. Luckily, it's Besa. If he were a mage focused on combat, he'd have dozens of shields up. I've broken through 2 attacks, so there are 8 layers left. Looking at the 3 magical tornadoes that appeared, Adele cursed in anger. This lunatic. He used psychokinesis to force his body down flat against the ground, avoiding being thrown by the tornadoes. He thought, I have to use psychokinesis to press my body, down as hard as I can to hold on. If I get swept away, it's over. After the gale passed, from under a pile of rotten wood, Adele slowly pushed a log off and staggered to his feet. After getting out, he coughed a few times, fresh blood trickling from his mouth. He let out a sigh of relief and said, I'm alive. Then, from a distance, Besa appeared before him with a sharp piece of wood in his hand. He looked at him, gritting his teeth as he spoke. You've finally shown your face. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he quickly used his transposition skill to swap places with the piece of wood in his hand. Just as he was about to deliver the finishing blow, Besa unleashed a magic blast that pushed him back. He screamed, You damn half-demon bastard. He simultaneously unleashed countless blades of energy at him, but with his quick reflexes, he continuously used his transposition skill to dodge the attacks. He thought to himself, why the hell is this guy targeting me like this? Right? Isn't Dormitory 53 their target? Over here, Besa suddenly remembered something, thinking to himself, wait a minute, could it be one of our students? Then he gave a sly smile. Ha ha, you fool. You've dug your own grave, thinking that just getting rid of me would guarantee your victory. I will show you my true power. He raised his hand, summoning a large magic orb. Gritting his teeth, he yelled, Go die. Adel didn't let himself remain on the defensive. His body instantly grew still, turning entirely black and white. Everything around them seemed to suddenly freeze in place. This left Besa completely stunned. He had been transported to a very strange space. He wondered aloud, What? I was clearly fighting an attacker, he continued to mutter. An ambush? I was ambushed. But why? But who was it that ambushed me? While he was still lost in his thoughts, Adele appeared right in front of him. He immediately used his black blade dance skill, summoning countless blades from spatial gates and launching them straight at Besa. Just as the blades rushed toward him, Besa broke free from the illusion. He waved his hand, creating a magical barrier to block the assault. He glared furiously at him and shouted, Who the hell are you? Adel didn't answer, muttering under his breath instead. Countless blades continued to fly toward him, making Besa scream in a frenzy. This is ridiculous! He summoned a giant magic orb, aiming it straight at Adele to attack. But at that moment, Adele used his transposition skill again to close the distance. Besa looked at him in shock, stammering, You are? Adele muttered. This is the final blow. These 3 surprise attacks left Besa no time to react, and he took the full force of the blow. He still couldn't accept what was happening. Besa cursed angrily to himself. Arg, how could I be defeated by a mere half-demon? This is absurd. I am a grand mage, destined to create a masterpiece to rival the gods. Not giving him a chance for any last words, with a single, clean move, Adel easily took his head. His body lost consciousness and immediately collapsed. After finishing the job, Adel let out a soft sigh, finally able to relax. He plopped down on the ground and smiled. Of all the opponents I've ever faced, he was the strongest. He took off his mask to catch his breath. He remarked, Thank goodness I didn't lose any of my vital senses after using absolute stealth. If it had been my sight, just the thought sends a chill down my spine. First, I need to recover my mana. I already drank my mid-grade mana recovery potion right after using absolute stealth. So, all I have left is the high-grade mana potion. I'll have to face Terius soon, so there's no reason to be stingy. He raised the vial to his lips and downed it in one gulp. He wondered aloud, It has no taste. Could I have lost my sense of taste? Then he looked toward the door in front of him and said, Now, time to find the elixir. But first, the badge on the man's coat caught his eye. Picking it up, he thought, I'll need this to prove that I've taken care of Besa. He then went through the door. As he descended, he thought, Thank goodness. There are magic lamps right at the entrance. That's convenient. I should take one with me later. But why is the stench getting stronger the further down I go? When he reached the bottom of the stairs, he was greeted by the sight of a large laboratory filled with countless vials and specimens. These strange specimens were kept in glass enclosures, and off to the side, a desiccated corpse was hanging from a noose. He walked over for a closer look and remarked, Is this a biological laboratory that uses demons as subjects? I never imagined it would be this horrific. In my story, I wrote that the demon race was absolute evil, so using them for biological experiments was justifiable. But in the end, are humans good and demons evil? Now that I'm inside my own novel, I'm not so sure anymore. Still, humans had their reasons for these experiments. He looked at a glass case on the table, muttering to himself. A homunculus. This is what Besa was trying to create. An artificial life form created from the crushed remains of countless demons. A homunculus could help its owner escape their fated death, which is why he was so desperate to create one. But in the end, the research was a failure. Even though it's incomplete, I'm sure Robond would love it if I brought it to him. I should ask for some mid-grade mana potions in exchange. Then, something inside his bag suddenly started to move. It began to shake more and more violently, startling Adele. Then, the little dragon shot out from inside, making Adele jump and yell, "Whoa! What the?" As soon as it emerged, the little dragon made a beeline for the homunculus in the glass jar. It then opened its mouth wide and swallowed the homunculus whole, causing Adel to yell angrily, "What the hell are you doing?" Then, a light suddenly flared from his chest, enveloping both him and the little dragon. He looked down and shouted in surprise, "The pendant?" The moment Doc Ko-Chu swallowed the homunculus, half of the pendant lit up. It doesn't seem to be reacting to Doc Ko-Chu himself. Is there some kind of connection between the homunculus and the demon god? Or maybe it's related to a completely different entity. I might understand if I could read the grimoire on homunculus creation, but Besa memorized the secret arts and burned the book. He then glanced down at Doc Ko-Chu by his feet. It was changing shape. The little guy had turned into a snake, making Adel remark with interest, "You look a little different now. First it looked like a dragon, now it looks like a snake." As if realizing something, he exclaimed, "Could it be?" He immediately used the skill 2-point transposition. Just then, an attack flew toward the little dragon, making it yelp in surprise. Picking Doc Ko-Chu up, Adel marveled. It was clearly an inanimate object before, but after swallowing the homunculus, it was reborn as a living creature. So the homunculus process worked. But on Doc Ko-Chu, instead of a human? Wait a minute. If this transformation is somehow transmitted to Chris, that would be terrible. He took a deep breath and put his little friend back into his bag. Swordsmanship, Bloodlust 2, Darkness 2, Magic application, Eye of Arrogance, Psychokinesis. Magic power increased from 1,381 to 2,072. Seeing my magic stats increase so drastically, I smiled to myself. My magic power has finally broken 2,000, and my unstable swordsmanship has now become a stable trait. Bloodlust and Darkness have both been upgraded by a level. I glanced down at my arm, which was now radiating a dense, dark mana. I laughed in excitement. So all the magic I emit can be converted into darkness now. As long as there are shadows, I can completely erase my presence. After finishing up, I stood up to leave. Got everything I needed. Time to head back to those classmates, huh? I probably have about 10 minutes left. I wonder if everyone's okay. Through the eyes of my little bird, I could see Samuel fighting a blonde girl on the other side. I recognized her as Sylvia. Luckily, I haven't seen Terius yet. Looking at Samuel, I had to admire him. As expected, not only was he not being pushed back, he was actually on the offensive. Very good. But then, the pendant on my chest started glowing strangely again, startling me. What the hell? Why is the pendant reacting again? This time, it's reacting to the paper inside my body. The info broker's paper? The paper says it can show the recent past. This really confused me. The recent past? Last time, it just kept repeating that stuff about offerings to the gods. What the hell is this supposed to be? Both of them are reacting at the same time. Something is definitely up. I don't have a pen. I'll just use my blood for now. I took out a small knife, cut my finger, and started writing on the paper. I wrote the question, "Reveal the truth of the pendant." The paper replied, "Make an offering to the gods." Reading the answer, I let out a soft sigh. What? Make an offering to the gods again? Don't tell me I have to break into a human temple and steal a holy relic. All these answers are impossible. This is such a pain. Then I looked at the screen in front of me. The connection was working normally now, but then Samuel suddenly turned and looked straight at me, which startled me for a moment. Then, my pendant suddenly glowed once more. I muttered to myself, "What is this voice in my head? Is it telling me to use this pendant?" I mumbled, "Pendant, activate." The moment the words left my mouth, countless streams of dark energy appeared around me, enveloping my entire body. I grimaced in pain and cried out, "Arg! My head hurts so much! What the hell is happening?" As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw a demon below being attacked by human warriors. This stunned me for a few seconds. Down below, the warriors were relentlessly attacking, shouting, "Kill these damned demons! Ha ha ha!" My eyes widened in shock. What? What is this situation? Then I turned to look in the mirror on the wall and gasped, "What is this? Wait a minute. Is this face Samuel's? And he looks 10 years younger than us. 10 years. So, about 10 years ago, right when the Great Human-Demon War broke out. If that's the case, is this Samuel's past? This scene. It's the Barris family being annihilated by the humans. Then, the door to the room suddenly opened, and a woman walked in. Samuel immediately ran to her and hugged her, crying out, "Mom!" I thought to myself, is this Samuel's mother? Samuel's mother said, "Samuel, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. No matter what happens, you must not leave this spot. Don't listen, don't look, just sit still. Just for 5 minutes, exactly 5 minutes. Do you understand?" Samuel didn't understand what was happening, but he still nodded and replied, "Yes, mother." At that moment, she couldn't hold back her emotions, and with tears streaming down her face, she spoke, "My darling, you have to survive. I love you." Then the closet door slowly closed. A moment later, a shout was heard from outside. "So you were hiding in here?" Samuel's mother was still trying to fight off the humans. She screamed, "You bastards!" At that moment, driven by curiosity, I peeked out to see what was happening outside, and what I saw was the sight of his mother being killed by a warrior. He said mockingly, "The lady of the house?" Turns out she was nothing special. The head of the family was certainly strong, though. Hiding inside the closet, I tried to suppress my emotions, covering my mouth with my hand to keep from making a sound. The warrior continued, "But Count Leon has already won, hasn't he? To think it took all that just to get a clean cut on his head." Another man replied, "Ha ha ha, true enough." Then he turned to a girl and asked, "Did you find everyone?" The girl replied, "Yes, there's no one left." Looking at this maid, I realized that maid is a half-demon, a traitor who sided with the humans. As soon as he got his answer, the warrior immediately swung his sword, sending her to the next world. He said, "Is that so?" I said to spare them, not spare their lives. Don't feel too wronged. Then he turned and said, "Let's go." He left the maid with a look of disbelief on her face, unable to process what just happened. Just as he reached the door, he turned back and said, "Ah, but wait a minute." He suddenly had an idea, and immediately after, a huge explosion rocked the room. Samuel, inside the closet, was also affected by it. After the battle ended, Samuel slowly crawled out from the wreckage. Lucky, my body can still move. How many days has it been, I wonder? He crawled out and saw his mother lying collapsed on the ground. His whole body trembled in fear as he gritted his teeth and screamed, "Mom!" Suddenly, a bizarre green mana erupted from the boy. It made me wonder, what the hell is he trying to do? Don't tell me. To survive, is Samuel going to eat his own mother's corpse? I screamed in my mind. "Stop, stop it." I said, "Stop." Following the scream, I returned to the present. That whole experience made me retch violently. I wiped the corner of my mouth and realized something. So that's it. That's why Samuel has always hated me. That half-demon maid who betrayed her master. And the humans who drove him to madness from hunger, forcing him to eat his own mother's corpse. In the end, who is evil and who is good? Looking at the pendant around my neck, I thought, did it want to show me this? The line I drew between good and evil. Maybe it isn't the truth. But wait, I need to calm down. Right now, I have to focus on pushing back Leon Tirius. Knowing a secret or weakness from an opponent's past would be very effective to use, but that's all it is. For now, the main goal has to come first. This pendant has slowed me down quite a bit. Tirius might have already arrived. I looked at the screen in front of me. Samuel was still fighting Sylvia. I thought with a sigh, he's still fighting Sylvia? In that past, several days had clearly passed, but in reality, it's only been a few minutes. What a relief. But the connection was suddenly interrupted again, making me yell in anger. The connection's lost again. Samuel's power is going so wild that his magic has become unstable. We need to hurry. Carius is about to run into those kids. Over here, the war between humans and demons is still raging. Samuel was in a frenzy, roaring as he relentlessly attacked the students. They couldn't fight back, only scream in agony. One of them charged forward, yelling, "You wretched maggot!" The moment the words left his mouth, Fran swiftly sent him to the next life. Then she yelled to the others, "Everyone, form a defensive perimeter around Samuel." Receiving the order, they immediately moved in, creating a human shield in front of him. This greatly amused Samuel, who praised them, "Not bad." Fran replied confidently, "Of course. Now hurry up and use that powerful magic of yours." Without hesitation, Samuel raised his hand high and shouted, "I'll blow you all away!" The magic orb in his hand transformed into a furious gale, sweeping away all the humans in its path. Watching this, Sylvia gritted her teeth and screamed, "What a monster! I can't take any more of this." She turned and yelled to the students, "Everyone, use your retreat scrolls! Fall back now!" Without a moment's hesitation, they took out their magic scrolls and tore them in two. They were instantly teleported away, leaving Samuel staring after them in complete astonishment. But Sylvia hadn't teleported yet. Seizing the opportunity, Samuel lunged forward, shouting, "No one gets away!" A magical arm shot out and seized Sylvia, making her cry out in pain. Samuel commanded his demons, "Devour her." But just as the monsters were about to devour Sylvia, they were instantly frozen solid. Samuel was completely stunned. Frozen solid in an instant. Was it that instructor? Did I fail? Space suddenly distorted, and a figure emerged, shrouded in a chilling aura. Terius appeared. He walked closer and said nonchalantly, "I smelled blood, so I rushed over. But what is all this? Who are you guys?" Sensing the power radiating from this monster, both Samuel and Frun eyed him with extreme caution. Immediately after, he stomped his foot hard on the ground, preparing to attack again. Seeing this, Samuel warned the others, "Everyone, be careful." The words had barely left his mouth when the man attacked. With a single, decisive swing of his hammer towards Samuel's group, he easily struck down one of their comrades from behind. He stared blankly at his fallen comrade. The girl beside him let out a choked cry as she witnessed the scene. Faced with this overwhelming power, Franz stepped forward and asked, "What the hell is that guy?" Samuel didn't answer immediately, his focus absolute as he gritted his teeth and swore, "Damn it." After that attack, Terius walked over to Sylvia, who was kneeling on the ground. He approached her, offering a hand, and asked, "Can you get up?" After a moment, she composed herself, slowly getting to her feet. "I can stand on my own," she replied. Despite the strength in her voice, a sudden, sharp pain shot through her body, causing her to grit her teeth and let out a soft cry. He asked, "What's the situation here?" Looking at the bodies before them, she answered, "A total of 8 are dead. The rest of the students, injured or otherwise, have returned to the Royal Academy." As she spoke, her body trembled with suppressed rage. Terius placed a hand on her head, gently patting it. "You've done enough," he said softly. "I'll handle the rest. You go on back." With that, he shouldered his weapon and turned to leave, but she immediately shook her head, refusing. "No, I'm staying too. I might just be a burden, but even so, I'll fight by your side." Faced with her determination, Terius just let out a hearty laugh. "Haha, all right, now that's my woman!" His comment made her stammer, Well, about that." Before she could finish, 3 of the nobles tightened their grip on their weapons and charged straight for Terius, screaming, "You maniacs! Let's get in there and die together!" Seeing their sudden charge, Samuel yelled, "No, everyone get back!" But it was already too late. The moment they reached him, Terius casually swung his hammer, effortlessly sending them flying. He then casually slammed it into the ground once more. He created countless ice spikes, which instantly formed a trap of thorns behind them. As the demons landed, they were immediately impaled on the spikes. They cried out in agony. He turned back and urged the others, "Run, now, go!" Then, he braced himself as endless streams of blue mana erupted from his body, forming countless bizarre monsters that charged straight at their opponent. Watching the attack, Terius let out a quiet oh of excitement. Samuel kept urging Fran, "Get the students out of here, quickly. Find that guy and keep running until the gate opens." She asked worriedly from behind him, "What about you? Are you going to hold that monster off by yourself?" He replied, "If we stay, we'll all die. This is the best option we have right now. I'll find a way to catch up." With the decision made, she turned to the others. "While Samuel buys us time, we all retreat. Carry the wounded first." Seeing him facing the enemy alone, Luna called out his name in worry. Hearing her, he urged, "Luna, you have to go too. Take care of the injured for me." She understood his intentions, turned, and left, thinking to herself, "Samuel, you better make it back." Facing Samuel's attack, Terius gave a cold snort before unleashing a volley of hammer swings directly into the assault. With just a few simple blows, he effortlessly shattered Samuel's attack, leaving him staring in utter disbelief. When the dust settled, 2 figures stood before him, completely unscathed. The man stepped forward, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "How disappointing. To think I had trouble with trash like this." He glanced around and, seeing only Samuel was left, wondered aloud, "What gives? Did they all disappear?" Sylvia added from beside him, "It seems there's another entrance we don't know about. They just suddenly appeared in that area." He slammed both hands on the ground, creating poison traps that shot straight toward his opponent. Seeing this rather simple attack, Terius smirked mockingly. He then stomped his foot hard on the ground, creating massive pillars of ice that blocked his poison traps. The 2 attacks collided, causing everything to come to a sudden halt. He taunted, "Is that all you've got?" He gritted his teeth and shot back, "The one who's bleeding shouldn't be the one talking, right?" Hearing this, he glanced down at his right arm. A small cut had appeared, causing drops of blood to splatter onto the ground. Unconcerned by the small wound, he just smiled. "Haha, it seems you're looking down on me. Fine then." He raised a hand to cover his glowing blue eyes, then tightened his grip on the hammer and instantly appeared in front of Samuel. much to his astonishment. The impact made the surrounding space feel like it was about to shatter as dust and debris filled the air. When the dust finally settled, Samuel's body was collapsed on the ground. His body convulsed in agony as he coughed up blood from the attack. He clenched his jaw and thought to himself, "I only survived thanks to my greed ability." On the other side, he slammed his hammer on the ground and sighed, "Shh, it wasn't a clean hit. Don't you complain." His breathing became labored and difficult, a sharp pain radiating from his chest. He cursed silently. "Are all my ribs broken? I can barely breathe, but I won't let anyone die in front of me." He struggled back to his feet, one arm clutching his body. "You're not getting through," he said. The moment he spoke, a sudden attack came out of nowhere, instantly severing one of his legs, much to his utter shock. Then, he let out a horrifying scream of pain. Witnessing this, Sylvia narrowed her eyes slightly at Terius's cruelty. Seeing that he still refused to yield, he taunted, "Insects really do struggle, don't they? Right, Sylvia?" She replied quickly, "Just finish this up so we can go after the others. They can't have retreated completely yet." Hearing that, he replied, "Ah, right." As he spoke, he swung his hammer, severing his trembling right arm. He warned, "If you dare touch my woman, don't expect an easy death. I'll make the rest of them look just like you. Just you wait." With that, he delivered the killing blow, swinging the hammer straight at Samuel's head. Staring at the hammer coming straight for him, Samuel thought helplessly, "Is this how it ends?" In this situation, if it were him, suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind, and then that same person swept in like the wind and carried him away. Him? Who the hell is that? This sudden appearance startled Samuel. The man turned to him with a smile and said, "Not dead yet?" Then he set him down on the ground, remarking, "Though it looks like you're pretty close." Seeing him appear, Samuel finally let out a sigh of relief. "You bastard! Took you long enough to show your face?" He replied, "I was just a little late. You're a pretty whiny patient, you know that? Now it's my turn. Get some rest." With that, he directed a murderous glare at Terius on the other side. Over there, Terius's eyes narrowed in surprise. He thought to himself, "What was that just now? And where did that guy suddenly come from?" Looking at him, Samuel warned, "Be careful." He reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll be right back." On the other side, Terius said the same thing. "Step back, Sylvia." He tightened his grip on his blade and strode forward confidently. "I talk a big game, but to save Samuel, I had to use absolute instinct, so I've completely lost my sense of touch. It's a slim chance, but I have to make it work." Seeing him approach, he let out a cold snort. 2 insects now. He gripped his blade tightly and said coldly, "This time, you'll face me. Get ready." He seemed rather amused by this. "I don't know what tricks you're planning, but you seem different. Hopefully, you're better than the last guy." As he spoke, he instantly appeared in front of him, with incredible speed. He then swung his hammer down with immense force, straight at him. He saw that he was able to block the attack, and he was thoroughly entertained. "Oh? You blocked it? Haha, not bad." The two exchanged blows for a while, and he thought to himself, "Even though my eye of arrogance can't predict the hammer's trajectory, I can read the micro-movements of his muscles, so I can still fight." After the hammer strike, he followed up with a punch that took him completely by surprise. His arm trembled as a few spurts of blood shot out. Seeing him standing there stunned, he taunted, "What's wrong? Don't freeze up on me now." He looked down at his arm, thinking, "My hand is torn to shreds, but I can't feel any pain. In fact, this is even better." He then used his transposition technique, targeting the hammer in his opponent's hand. Instantly, he teleported to the hammer's location, taking his opponent completely by surprise. He launched a direct thrust, leaving him no choice but to raise his arm to defend. He smiled inwardly. Got him. He used his dark blade technique. Just as he was about to attack again, the hammer returned, slamming right into his body. He suddenly remembered, "Damn it, I almost forgot his hammer is a unique item, a stat-boosting cheat item that automatically returns to its owner no matter the distance." He took a few steps back to assess the situation. If that's the case, I can't use transposition on his weapon anymore. Across from him, Terius was furious. He gripped his hammer tightly, swung it at him, and yelled, "You damn insect, you dare startle me?" With overwhelming power, he swung the hammer straight down at his head. He had to raise both hands to block the attack. But the pressure was too great, and his right arm shattered into pieces. Looking at it, he thought to himself, "It's over. My right arm, if that's the case." He then used the skill, Dark Shadow, Dark Blade Dance, summoning countless magic blades that appeared behind Terius. Terius spun around. He roared, "More of these pathetic tricks?" With a single swing of his hammer, he easily knocked away the blades hovering in the air. This was just as he expected. "It's not over yet. One more time." Get up, you insect. Your body is lying motionless on the ground. Even your spirit is broken. Are all my bones shattered? My body won't move? Get up, I said, get up. He walked over to me, raised his hammer high, and roared in anger. I will smash your head to pieces. At that moment, I was completely helpless. Damn it, am I really going to die here? Then, a brilliant light suddenly flared, and my body was transported to another space. I opened my eyes. In a state of utter shock, my body no longer had any wounds. I asked in confusion, what is this? Who am I? Where am I? Heaven? Then I noticed the mirror beside me. Looking into it, I mumbled, the mask is gone again. Wait, more importantly, my wounds, they've all healed. My reflection in the mirror moved unusually, speaking, have you been well? This is the second time we've met face to face in here, Creator. This was the true self of Adel, the body I had possessed. He continued, my apologies for startling you. The situation seemed urgent, so I brought you into this space. I replied, this is nothing to be happy about. I'm sure you saw the pathetic state I was in, didn't you? He laughed out loud. I understand your feelings, Creator. It's been a long time since we've had a chance to meet. I let out a cold snort and asked, since we're meeting in person, answer 3 questions for me. He replied, please ask. I asked the first one, where is this? He responded, I can answer that without compensation. His words made me furious. I yelled, what? I was on the brink of death and you're still demanding compensation? You bastard. He explained, please calm down. There is some information I can give, and some I cannot. I also have to pay a price every time I provide information. The answer is, this is a space formed from chaos, a place where anything can exist, and also not exist. Hearing these rather confusing words, I thought to myself, he's speaking in riddles again. I continued with my questions. My second question is, what is chaos? He replied, I know what that power is, but the Creator must comprehend it for himself, unless, of course, you pay the price. I asked, and what is the price? He answered, at the very least, bring all the holy relics from the human and demon worlds here, and I will explain. Thinking about such an impossible price made me blurt out, isn't that just a roundabout way of saying you won't answer? He continued, ah, it's a pity if you see it that way. I asked again, so, am I still alive? He replied, you are still alive, but if you do nothing, you will die immediately. At that moment, I suddenly remembered something. I muttered to myself, not yet, it's not time. Then I made a proposal, Adel, lend me your power. These words were exactly what he wanted to hear, which made him extremely pleased. I intended to invite you here for that very reason from the beginning, but there is a price. I don't demand gold, relics, or mana. I will take a portion of the Creator's most precious possession. Do you accept? The power he was offering left me slightly stunned. I asked myself, my most precious possession? Do I even have something that valuable? What if the demand is for something unimaginably important? But if I die here, at worst, my real self, in the real world will also die. I clenched my fists. I'm still afraid to die. I want to live, and I have to live. After thinking it through, I was resolute. I replied, I accept. The reflection in the mirror responded with delight. Request accepted. I shall lend you 20% of my power for 1 hour. I kept thinking, I have to live, no matter the cost. I will see this damn story through to the very end. Back in reality, a helpless Samuel reached out his hand. He looked toward my motionless body on the ground and cried out. As my body lay still, my eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. Immediately after, an immense torrent of mana erupted from my body, enveloping the surrounding area. This took Terius completely by surprise. Samuel was equally shocked. After receiving the power, I used the transposition skill, teleporting myself away from my opponent's hammer. Then, I enveloped my entire body in dark mana. This enormous source of power stunned Terius across from me. I began to feel the changes in my body. My arm is still the same, the wounds from before, but in Adel's space, they looked healed. Suddenly, I noticed the status window that appeared before me. Name, Adel. Race, half-demon. Alignment, chaos. Innate ability, transposition. 4 traits, interest, focus, sword form, killing intent. 5. All black, mana application, eye of arrogance, psychokinesis. Mana, 2,072 out of 4,301. Looking at it, I marveled. Forget the mana pool. My transposition and killing intent both jumped 2 whole ranks. What's even more shocking is that the darkness attribute has changed to all black. It's a shame these new powers aren't truly mine. My sword form still hasn't reached the level of sword intent. Still, this isn't bad. But is it enough to beat that guy? Across from me, a furious Terius yelled, "What the hell are you?" Showing up out of nowhere, pulling tricks, and then getting some kind of power-up right before you die. Before he could finish his sentence, a tendril of dark energy shot out and wrapped tightly around his neck. It made it hard for Terius to breathe. Is this an automatic effect of his power? I thought to myself. I responded from across the way, "You should already know who I am, so why keep asking?" I really don't get it. Over on his side, Terius yelled in anger, "How would I know you? What the hell are you talking about?" I explained, "A moment ago, you called me the same thing 3 times. You insect, you bastard." Hearing this, Terius finally understood. "Oh, so that's it? Is that it? Fine, then I'll just have to stomp you to death all over again." As soon as the words left his mouth, he tightened his grip on the hammer in his hands and swung it toward Adel. Immediately after, he brought it crashing down with immense force. The ground shattered into fragments. But with this new power, I quickly moved to another spot to dodge the recent attack. Looks like he's getting serious. "For real, the real battle starts now," he spoke confidently. "You think you're the only one who can get serious? Want to see what I've got?" I saw the technique he was preparing to use and exclaimed, "An ice storm?" Instantly, from his hammer, countless torrents of wind began to form, creating a storm. It was massive. Not to be outdone, I used the Black Blade dance skill. Countless blades immediately shot forward, striking directly into the storm. But the result wasn't great. I used my psychokinesis skill as well. I have to find a way to weaken its power. After finding an opening, I felt a surge of joy. I did it! This was beyond Terius's expectations, causing him to let out a curious "oh," because by then, he had already appeared behind my back without me realizing. He spoke with amusement. "Well then, goodbye." As soon as the words were spoken, a devastating blow slammed down right where I was standing. But he quickly used a swap technique to change positions, followed by a series of other swaps to find an opening. "So you just keep jumping around." He gritted his teeth and spat. "You're really scurrying around like a cockroach," Adele retorted sarcastically. "Your attacks are so slow. I have no reason to just stand here and take them. And blame yourself 100 times for being so pathetic." Outwardly, he was cocky, but inside, Adel thought, "I can talk big, but I'm getting really anxious. It looks simple, but there's no opening. Just one chance. Just one is all I need." In the distance, Samuel suddenly shouted his name. He shouted encouragement. "Don't you lose, Adele! You can't lose to that human scum!" Seeing that he was still alive, Terius turned in shock. "What? You're still not dead?" From the sidelines, Sylvia screamed. "What? Scum? How dare you demons call us scum? Do you have any right to talk? You're the ones who've been killing us for no reason, both during the war and now," Samuel retorted. "Nonsense. Starting the war, slaughtering demons. Wasn't it you humans who started it all?" Sylvia immediately shot back. "Haha, now you're trying to distort the truth about what you did? In the high territory, there are still perfect records of everything you bastards did." Seeing things were starting to go off script, Terius turned to the girl and called her name. "Sylvia," Samuel exclaimed in anger, "you're shameless to the very end. My clan has never once set foot in the human world, yet you people slaughtered my entire family. Just why in the hell did you do it?" Adel chimed in. "Wasn't it for your own benefit? To put it bluntly, because it was profitable." His words left Sylvia completely bewildered. "What? Profitable?" Adele said mockingly. "Am I wrong?" She turned to him, shouting in anger. "What are you talking about? Spit it out! You think we started a war for profit? We suffered immense losses in that war too. But from a human's perspective, the demon world is a treasure trove filled with gold and magic potions. And with power that far surpasses our own, how could we just leave you alone? Especially the 6 great families which this guy belongs to." With that, Adele asked him directly. "So I'll ask you directly, Sir Leon Terius." Terius put a hand to his head in exasperation, exclaiming, "Sylvia, why are you spouting all this useless nonsense?" The girl stammered in response. "That was... they." Before she could finish, Adele cut in. "Seems there are some things we're not aware of, aren't there?" After sizing up the situation, the girl yelled, "Terius, enough listening to them! Kill them now!" But the moment she finished speaking, he swung his axe and ended her life in a single strike. Before the stunned eyes of the other two, he spoke in a rage. His mood completely shot to hell. "Seriously, you two, I'm going to have to tear you to shreds to feel any better." With that, he turned a crazed glare on Adel, who was momentarily startled by this display of power. The battle erupted once more. Terius unleashed a massive ice cyclone, hurtling straight toward Samuel. Adel watched in astonishment as his teammate fought on even ground with that monster. Samuel thought to himself, "If only I wasn't so badly hurt." Meanwhile, Adel, who was facing Terius head-on, intentionally provoked him. Adel yelled taunts, saying that Terius had just killed his own lover and was now taking his anger out on them. Terius swung his giant axe, creating a sweeping wave of energy. It easily crushed Adel's dark magic orbs. Adel was taken aback by Terius's power and speed. His entire body suddenly vanished, leaving only a faint streak of light behind. Terius instantly lunged at Adel. The blue aura from his axe clashed sharply with the dark magic surrounding Adel. Adel activated his level 4 position swap skill. He designated a target, a brilliant flash of light heralding the coming attack. Instantly, he appeared above Terius's head and unleashed a lightning kick with all his might. But Adel's kick was instantly countered by a reverse kick from Terius. Adel was stunned. He couldn't believe Terius had reacted in time and nullified his position swap skill. He realized his disadvantageous position. His mana was nearly empty, he couldn't use his strongest move, and he was out of recovery potions. He looked at Terius, who was still rampaging like a monster. Adel resolved to find a way out, even if it meant taking them both down together. Suddenly, Samuel yelled, "Adel, are you all right?" causing Adel to reflexively turn his head. Seeing Samuel's terrible condition, he thought to himself, "All right? What part of this looks all right? In your state, how could you possibly be a decoy?" Adel was silent. But in his mind, he knew that using Samuel as bait was the surest path to success. Adel turned to Samuel and told him he needed his help. A daring plan started to take shape. Seeing the two whispering and scheming, Terius immediately grew cautious, wondering what tricks they were planning as he prepared to unleash a wide-area freezing attack. Just as planned, Adel scooped the weakened Samuel into his arms and used his swap skill to move to another location. Adel pleaded, "Please, Samuel." Though frightened, Samuel replied, "I get it," showing complete faith in his comrade. Adel used position swap again, this time targeting Terius's axe. Immediately after, Adel charged forward, his dagger wreathed in dark mana and aimed straight for Terius. Terius sneered confidently. This old trick again? He was sure the axe would return to his hand as it always did, but when it didn't, he turned his head and was horrified to see the axe bound tightly by a stream of green energy from afar. Terius's axe was ensnared by green magical vines, completely immobilizing the weapon. This was Adel and Samuel's plan. The one casting the spell was none other than Samuel. He was pouring all of his remaining strength into restraining the enemy's weapon, shouting to Adel that he was running out of time. This created an opening for the final blow. While Terius was disarmed, Adel lunged forward, landing a fatal stab in his opponent's chest and declaring, "That's enough." Terius roared in fury but was too late to dodge. Suddenly, something stirred in the leather pouch at his hip. The greedy, venomous snake unexpectedly shot out of the bag and attacked Terius. He was startled by its appearance. The venomous snake sank its fangs into Terius's arm, injecting its poison into his body. Terius howled in agony, his screams echoing through the cave. Watching the snake's display, Adel couldn't help but praise it. "Nice one, Viper. You really live up to your name." At that exact moment, Samuel's spell started to fade. Terius's axe broke free and flew back towards him. Samuel cried out Adel's name in panic. The axe flew right at Terius, but struck Adel instead. Knocked back by the blow, Adel was sent flying, his body staggering across the stony ground. Adel cursed himself for getting complacent after landing just one hit. The silhouette of Terius, axe in hand, slowly advanced. Adel could only watch in terror as his enemy approached, but Terius himself was not in much better condition. He stumbled forward, gasping for breath. Adel couldn't believe Terius was still on his feet after that stab. Terius advanced shakily, growling through clenched teeth, "I'm going to kill you." But suddenly, Terius collapsed. Adel yelled up from the ground, "How's that? Feel good looking down on everyone?" Terius gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as sweat poured off him. The venom was ravaging his body, weakening him rapidly. Samuel could only watch, his jaw dropped in astonishment. Asen gave a mysterious smile and said his goodbyes. "Hope we meet again." Terius clutched a magical item, probably a teleportation scroll, and gritted his teeth as he replied, "Yeah, I'm counting on it." A moment later, Terius's body glowed and then vanished. He had successfully escaped. As soon as the enemy was gone, Asen couldn't hold on any longer. He let out a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. Samuel rushed to Asen's side, anxiously asking if the fight was really over. Asen confirmed it was. Samuel breathed a sigh of relief, thinking how lucky he was to be alive. A moment later, Asen turned to Samuel and asked why, in such a pathetic state, he didn't run away and instead stayed to fight alone. Samuel, covered in wounds, simply replied that he stayed to protect his comrades. This revealed a side of him that Asen had never expected. Asen asked again in surprise, "Even those demi-humans?" Samuel wearily admitted that although he didn't like them before, he now considered them classmates. Friends. This confession made Asen see Samuel in a new light. Samuel looked at Asen and said, "You're the same. Everyone looked down on you, but you still came back to save people." Asen gave a vague reply. "Who knows?" Samuel admitted that Asen was unpredictable. Asen smirked under his cracked mask and said smugly, "That's my charm." Hearing that, Samuel snapped, "You idiot." Asen didn't answer, just chuckled softly. Amidst the rubble, the two shared a brief moment of understanding, but then Asen's smile vanished. He realized a harsh truth. Even though they'd defeated the monster, in their current state, it was highly likely neither of them would escape death. Samuel agreed. "I hope they all got away safely." Asen believed they probably did. Suddenly, the venomous snake appeared. Asen recognized it, transferred his mana to it, and didn't forget to thank it. Thanks to it, they'd won. After that, Asen had no strength left. Exhausted, he wondered if this was the end for him. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps startled Asen. He didn't expect anyone to arrive so quickly, fearing the enemy had returned. But it was their comrades. Frun and Luna were in the lead. They had come back for Samuel and Asen. Samuel angrily yelled at them, calling them idiots for returning to such a dangerous place. Meanwhile, everyone rushed over to worriedly check on the two of them. Luna immediately used healing magic, a stream of blue light wrapping around Asen. She told him not to say a word. "You can't die," Luna pleaded, tears of desperation streaming down her face. Asen thanked her but told her to stop. He said the bleeding had already stopped and told her to heal Samuel first. Just then, Samuel spoke up coldly. "No need." A terrifying dark blue energy erupted from his body. A dark entity in the shape of writhing snakes coiled around Samuel, causing everyone present to back away in terror. Fran and the others panicked. She screamed, asking Samuel what he was doing. "Are you trying to kill yourself?" From within the dark energy, Samuel denied it. He looked towards Asen and revealed his true intention. "Asen, let me borrow your body for a bit." Asen, lying on the ground, could only manage a confused, "Huh? What did you say?" Without giving Asen a chance to react, Samuel declared, "I'll take that as a yes, then." The dark entity immediately shot towards Asen. It lunged with greedy, sharp fangs, sinking them slowly and firmly into Asen's arm. It coiled around his arm, making him flinch. Fran, not understanding what was happening either, screamed, "What is this?" Luna covered her face in fear. Engulfed by that terrifying energy, Asen realized in horror that this was the same greed that had once consumed Samuel. He panicked, wondering if it was going to devour him whole, but strangely, Asen felt no pain at all. On the contrary, the energy began to crystallize, forming sharp, blue spikes that sprouted around his body. In the blink of an eye, the entire mass of greedy energy contracted and was absorbed completely into Asen's arm, leaving him stunned. Asen stared at his arm in a daze. The greed had latched onto it, leaving behind a sharp horn that made him wonder, what is this horn? Suddenly, a magical parchment appeared before him, glowing with a mysterious purple light. The contract announced that the value had exceeded the initial agreement by more than 20%. Therefore, a portion of the power would be transferred to its creator. Asen was confused, not understanding what exceeded the value meant. Asen opened his status window. His name, Asen, his race, demi-human, along with a list of stats and skills, appeared clearly. Asen noticed that some stats had changed. His mana had increased. Skills like position swap, killing intent, and darkness had all been raised by 1 level. Despite the power-up, Asen still felt uneasy. He wondered what had been taken from him, the thing he considered his most precious. Just then, Luna ran over worriedly and asked why Asen was staring at his arm like that. Startled, Asen quickly closed the status window and tried to play it off, saying it was nothing, just checking if his arm was hurt. Asen knew he was the only one who could see the contract parchment, and suddenly, he froze. He seemed to have just realized something incredibly important and unbelievable. Asen hurriedly reopened the status window. In the skill list, he was horrified to find the name Samuel. Why is Samuel's name here? A familiar voice rang out. "I'm not dead yet." The whole group, including Fran and Luna, stared at Asen, who was still on the ground. Fran recognized Samuel's voice and asked in surprise where it was coming from. The voice replied, "Right here, I'm inside my arm." It turned out the black horn on the arm was Samuel. Asen, completely shocked, asked if it was really Samuel. Samuel confirmed it and said he'd have to borrow Asen's right arm for a while. Samuel, now a parasitic entity, explained that his body was completely depleted. Even with healing, he would have died. This was the only way for him to survive. He added that this form consumed the least amount of energy, and he'd be able to regenerate his original body in just a few months. Asen, still shocked and a bit annoyed, asked why Samuel chose to become a parasite on his arm. Samuel nonchalantly explained that to regenerate his body, he needed to consume a fixed amount of mana every day, and since Asen had a lot of mana, he had no other choice. Asen immediately retorted that both Fran and Luna had far more mana than him. Hitting a sore spot, Samuel stammered, unable to find a logical reason. Finally, Samuel came up with a lame excuse, saying that while he doesn't have eyes, he shares his host's vision, and since he'd be sharing a room with times them asterisk, he chose him. This explanation immediately made the atmosphere awkward. Hearing about the shared vision, everyone started whispering amongst themselves. Everyone understood the implication behind Samuel's excuse. Fran crossed her arms and, without holding back, bluntly called Samuel a disgusting pervert, yelling at the black mark. All Samuel could do was cry out that he was being framed. Asen agreed with Fran that Samuel was indeed a pervert, which made him scream in frustration. "You bastards!" To change the subject, Asen quickly said, "More importantly, we need to get out of here immediately. The Royal Academy is about to send reinforcements that could help them hold out for about a day." Fran immediately agreed and got ready to leave, but Samuel stopped him. "Wait a minute." Samuel made a gruesome suggestion, saying that eating the corpses would help him recover faster. Luna was horrified. She asked about the fallen students, wanting to at least bury them nearby. He coldly dismissed it, saying there was no time. Luna then suggested that Samuel at least carry their bodies. Samuel transformed into his grotesque parasitic form and replied, "Cruelly, I can eat them, but there's no way to carry them." The answer left Fran and Luna speechless. Luna bowed her head, completely devastated and disappointed. She grieved painfully for her fallen comrades. Despite her heartbreak, Luna understood they had no other choice. She accepted the grim reality and agreed to leave, the dead behind. Fran turned to Adele, who was still on the ground, and asked if he could get up. At that moment, Ryu, another teammate, spoke up, offering to help Adele since he was the one who was least injured. Fran was surprised, but agreed. Ryu helped Adele up and awkwardly admitted that he had treated Adele and Luna unfairly in the past. Adele thanked him, saying, "Ryu, you must have been struggling back at the cafeteria then, huh?" Ryu quickly replied, "No, you and Luna are the ones I should be thanking." Ryu admitted that he had misjudged them. He now realized that both of them could have been victims. Adele was glad that Ryu was thinking that way. Seeing Ryu's change, Adele was surprised that he was so willing to help. Just then, Samuel seemed to notice something. Suddenly, a beep echoed, and a familiar bird shot towards Adel. Adel was overjoyed to see it was his spirit beast. He sighed in relief to see it was safe and sound. Adel smiled and praised it. "You're great at hiding." Samuel also exclaimed in surprise, "Nice hiding spot." After Ryu helped Adel to his feet and everyone had gathered, Adel told Fran they were ready to go. Fran nodded. Once they were all in agreement, the group hastily left the ruined battlefield, running toward shelter before the Academy's reinforcements could arrive. Meanwhile, in a completely different place, the scene shifts to the Royal Academy, a magnificent castle floating in the clouds. Inside the Royal Academy's main hall, echoing footsteps heralded the arrival of an important figure. A purple-haired woman stepped forward. She wondered what could have possibly happened to make Terius return in such a dreadful condition. She was Madeline, an instructor at the Royal Academy. With a stern expression, she ordered the crowd of students to make way. Madeline approached the heavily injured Terius and demanded a full report. Terius, his face contorted with pain and fury, reported that they had been attacked by demons during a covert raid. Many students, including Sylvia, were dead. Even worse, Terius added that Instructor Ba had apparently been killed as well. The news stunned Madeline, and the surrounding students also panicked, unable to believe that an instructor as strong as Ba had been killed. Madeline raised her hand to silence everyone, quickly bringing the situation under control. She surmised that the demons must have sent an assassin on par with a certified instructor, but Terius coughed and refuted it. He said there were only two enemies, at the instructor level, and one, while very strong, was still weaker than him. Strangely, Terius remained confident that other instructors didn't need to get involved, he just needed to summon his teammates. Suddenly, a blast of dark energy erupted from Terius's body, throwing back a student who was trying to heal him. The healing magic was completely useless against the dark energy. Terius screamed for help in desperation. The frightening dark energy began to eat away at his arm, grotesquely deforming it. Terius roared in unbearable agony as the dark energy covered his whole body, threatening to rip him apart. His arm was completely devoured by the energy and torn from his body. Everyone, including Madeline, watched in horror as Terius was tormented by the curse. Despite the agony, Terius gritted his teeth, his eyes glowing with a hateful blue light. He cursed the damned insect that had caused this. In a furious rage, Terius smashed his fist into the floor, creating an icy explosion, and swore he would kill his assailant with his own hands. Even in his condition, Terius begged Madeline, "Instructor, one arm is enough, just let me out of here." But Madeline remained silent, her face determined. Madeline ordered for Terius to be taken to the infirmary at once, and then she gave a final order: summon 9 Hamel and his teammates. A young man with blonde hair and sharp eyes appeared, signaling an impending battle. The scene shifts to the Magic Academy, where an emergency meeting is about to begin. Madeline is seated and waiting when a group of elite students walks in. Their leader, 9 Hamel, asks, "Professor, did you call for us?" Instructor Madeline confirmed their arrival. She brought up Theresia's teammates. This was the student council, a group comprised of the academy's brightest talents, those who would one day lead the empire. And at its head was Nine Hamel, son of the Sword Saintess and future heir to the House of Ni. A female member named Cecila tilted her head. Huh? Aren't the instructors busy? Why are you calling us? She quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and told her teammates to try and find out what was happening. Instructor Madeline thanked the student council for their cooperative attitude. Nine cut straight to the chase, asking about the condition of Terius and the other students. Madeline confirmed the situation was terrible and that it was likely their spy had betrayed them. She added that the enemy might attack Dormitory 53 and that allocating forces would be difficult. 9. Hamel was taken aback by the news, thinking to himself, so she's not just an ordinary leader after all. Madeline continued, stressing that they could not leave Dormitory 53 undefended since they didn't know what the enemy was planning. 9 summed it up. So you want us to help? Madeline confirmed it and asked if they would be able to. 9 Hamel fell silent for a moment, then a confident smirk appeared on his face. Of course we'll help, he replied decisively. He then turned to Cecila and ordered her to go ahead to the secret area and find them. 9 asked Instructor Madeline for more details on the plan. We will crush them, without a doubt, he declared with conviction. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Adel grimaced in pain. He clutched his stomach as a sudden chill washed over him. Adel looked around and saw that everyone else was sound asleep. The group had safely reached Ba's secret laboratory, but he was still worried about whether they could escape from there. He knew the academy instructors were busy defending the dormitories, so the enemy would definitely take this chance to act, and that enemy was none other than the student council, the same people who had driven Adele into a corner to begin with. Adele was perfectly aware of the danger he was in. The strength of this body was gone, and even Samuel was weakening. If they confronted the student council now, there was a high probability they would be utterly destroyed. Lost in thought, Adel was startled when Samuel, the parasite inside him, spoke up. What's on your mind? Adel sighed and replied that he was worried about whether they would escape tomorrow, but he was leaving it up to fate. Samuel commented that the place was horrible, saying he never imagined his kind. I'm being treated like this again. Adele made a chilling request, telling Samuel to eat the corpses here. Samuel was in shock. What? You're telling me to eat my own kind? Adele explained. That he was worried the bodies would decompose and spread disease to the other students. He added that if their bodies were used to protect the demon world, they would surely rest in peace. Hearing this, Samuel transformed into his larger form and admitted that while he didn't like it, he couldn't let a plague break out. Adel agreed that it was the right decision. Adel thought to himself, maybe facing death together has helped us understand each other better. A while later, only white skeletons were left. Samuel announced that he had finished eating. Adel thanked him for the effort. Samuel said he was exhausted and needed to sleep, telling Adel to channel some mana into the flame to wake him when needed. After that horrifying task, Adel thought he should get some sleep, but immediately realized there was no way he could sleep after what had just happened. Just then, a soft voice called his name. Adele was startled. The person calling was Luna. She asked with concern, "Are you okay? You don't look well." Adele felt a bit awkward as Luna got closer, thinking, that's too close, but still replied that he was fine. Luna noticed he was sweating a lot, took out her handkerchief to wipe his brow and said, "If you're not feeling well, you have to tell me," she added shyly. I mean, we're friends, after all. Adel was silent, seemingly contemplating Luna's words and actions. He understood her feelings all too well, but he couldn't return them. Suddenly, Luna collapsed next to Adel. She couldn't hold back her emotions anymore, bursting into tears as she confessed in fear. I'm so scared. Adel asked gently, are you afraid of humans? Luna just shook her head, burying her face against him. He continued, or are you afraid of that guy who looks like a monster? Then asked bluntly, don't tell me you're afraid of me. Luna quickly denied it. Never. Adel told her to keep her voice down so she wouldn't. Wake everyone up. The two of them were lying on the floor among the sleeping students. Adele asked again, what are you really afraid of? Luna whispered in reply. The thing I'm afraid of is death. Adel chuckled, softly. Everyone's afraid of death. Luna said that of course she was afraid of dying, but what was more terrifying was the moment she saw Adele bleeding and falling to the ground. She admitted her greatest fear was losing the people close to her. The thought of losing someone she cared about was horrifying. Adel listened silently as Luna continued. I tried my best. Luna said through her sobs, I don't want anyone to die. I want to save everyone, but I can't. She asked in despair, what am I supposed to do now? She believed Adele was smart, that he would surely know the answer. But Adel's answer was cruel. He said that from now on, many more of their friends would die, and that maybe tomorrow it would be Fran's turn. Luna was stunned by his words. He asked if she planned to cry every single time, and advised that sometimes You have to learn to live with your regrets. Luna was taken aback. Live with my regrets? Adel explained that it wasn't about not feeling guilty when you can't save someone, but about using that guilt as motivation to become stronger. If she wanted to save everyone, she had to improve her healing skills and practice her magic more. He encouraged her not to forget how she felt today and to grow from it. He believed Luna could do it. Encouraged by his words, Luna looked up, wiped her tears, and said with determination, "Okay, I'll try." Adele told her they should get some sleep because they had to leave in the morning. The two of them lay down to rest on the floor. After a long night, everyone was asleep, preparing for the escape the next day. But they didn't know that Fran was awake and had heard their entire conversation. The next morning, sunlight flooded the forest, signaling the start of a new day. A hand pushed aside the thick grass, revealing the path ahead. The group had finally escaped the secret laboratory. They moved cautiously through the forest. Even though Adel was injured and had to lean on someone to walk, he thought to himself that luckily, the enemy still didn't know their location. Just a little further to the teleportation gate, he told himself. I pray nothing happens until then. But that hope was instantly shattered when a voice rang out from ahead, finally decided to crawl out. Ah! Sisla appeared, her drawn bow glowing with a brilliant golden light. She called them filthy insects and arrogantly declared that she would wipe them all out in a single blow. At that moment, the group was still completely unaware of what was happening, just walking cautiously and observing their surroundings. Suddenly, Fran stepped forward and asked, "What's the situation?" Someone immediately replied, "I can't sense any mana fluctuations. It seems it hasn't opened yet." Hearing this, Adel breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. We're not too late. Then, Fran asked again, "What should we do now?" Adele immediately laid out a plan. First, everyone hide as best you can. I'll go up a tree to keep watch. Just then, Samuel asked, "Do you really have to do it yourself?" Hearing this, Adel hesitated slightly. Well, there might already be a few people as strong as Sisla lurking around here," Samuel exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Not just one, but several of them? Seeing how loud he was, Adel immediately shushed him. Shh, you need to lower your voice. Samuel continued to press him. This kid knew about something like this from the start and still chose this place. At this, Adele fell into deep thought again. I can't exactly say it was for the elixir. Meanwhile, Samuel continued to complain. This is insane. We're so gonna die. Out of options, Adel tried to calm him down. Come on, calm down. Let's move up into the trees. That spot over there looks good. With that, Adel immediately used transposition. However, the moment he vanished, a deafening explosion rang out from behind him. Adele couldn't help but look back in astonishment. An entire section of the hill had been engulfed in the explosion. Sisla exclaimed, slightly confused, "Hey, what the hell was that? That guy has special mana, so I aimed perfectly. How could I have missed? Damn it." From behind the thick cloud of dust, the demon students still didn't understand what had happened. They turned to each other, asking, Adel, where are you? Suddenly, Adel poked his head out and called, I'm over here. Is everyone all right? Luna quickly replied, Yeah, I don't think anyone's seriously hurt. Adel looked down at the Fae, arrow still stuck in the ground, thinking it was exactly where he had been standing a moment ago. A sniper. He immediately told everyone, Everyone spread out, get as low as you can, and take cover. When the gate opens, don't look back, just run straight through. Adel continued to think, I've been constantly checking the mana in the area as we moved. Where on earth did that shot come from? For now, I can only guess it came from an extremely long distance. He then turned to Samuel and asked, Samuel, can you find the location of the person who shot that arrow? Samuel replied, with just my intuition, no chance. They're probably farther than we think. Hearing this, Samuel activated his power and said, All right, let me try and find them. In this situation, Adel couldn't help but worry. He prayed silently, Please, don't let it be them. If we run into them, we're all dead. Suddenly, Samuel announced he'd found them, but he hesitated a bit when mentioning the distance, then continued, to the north of here, about 5 kilometers away, near a hill. They can still hit a target from that distance? Hearing these words, Adel was horrified. At this moment, all he could do was mutter to himself, Damn it, there's no mistake. It's her, the female member of the student council, who would later be known as the Bow Saint, a member of the Wendy family, Wendy Sisla, at a distance where both my transposition and dark blade are useless. We can't get close. That girl can even channel her aura. It's something like sword chi or sword pressure, but into her arrows. The moment we leave the forest, we'll become her target. Is Class A really destined to be wiped out here? Samuel suddenly asked. Adel, looks like the gate's about to open. Is there any way to escape? Her sniper range? Adel replied without a second thought. No, but if you and I sacrifice ourselves, we might be able to save the other students. Hearing this, Samuel asked back in surprise, "What?" Then he sighed. "Ha, so there's no other way, huh? So what do we do now?" Adel suddenly laughed and said, "Just kidding." He immediately activated his skill, the arrogant eye, opening it. Adel thought to himself, "So what if I'm up against the student council? I'll save everyone." From the skill's backlash, Adel's eye quickly started to bleed. He thought, if I force this eye open, I might lose my sight. But that's still better than dying here, right now. Seeing the blood dripping non-stop, Samuel warned him with some concern. Hey, your eye's bleeding." But Adele didn't even care. His only goal right now was to find that brat, Sisla. Watching Adel's ability, Samuel couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What?" Suddenly, everything is moving in slow motion, even every single leaf. And just then, Adel finally found her location. At the same time, however, she was once again drawing her bow, her incredibly sharp eyes channeling energy into the arrow. This sight made Adel curse out loud. Damn it, she's pouring all her aura into Earth attribute mana? Is she planning to wipe this whole place out? Without hesitating, Adel leaped away. He thought, I have to lure the arrow. However, Sisla's determination flared. I won't miss this time. Asterisk, whoosh! Asterisk. The arrow shot forward. At that exact moment, the gate happened to open. Fran immediately told everyone, "The gate's open! Everyone run!" Adele then said to Samuel, "Samuel, we have to block that arrow. Use the mana. Storm." He replied without a second thought, "Got it." Instantly, a vortex of mana formed in front of them. Adele continued, "Using swap, now we have to jump into that storm." These words confused Samuel, who asked, "What? Hey, you madman!" Before he could finish speaking or stop him, they both appeared, inside the eye of the storm. Quickly, Adel used darkness to merge his mana source with Samuel's ability. Seeing the vortex slowly turn a deep violet, he thought to himself, all right. The sight before him left Samuel speechless. My storm, it's turning black? That's so cool. Instantly, the two energy sources collided. Adele immediately warned, it's coming. However, it seemed the storm was gradually being overwhelmed by Sisla's ridiculously powerful ballistic arrow. Samuel could only brace himself and wonder, what the hell is this power? As she ran, Luna looked back anxiously. Seeing this, Fran urged her on. Luna, hurry over here. On their side, Samuel's storm was getting weaker and weaker. Noticing this, he warned, this is bad. The storm's about to be pierced through. But Adele couldn't do much more than encourage him, just a little more. He raised his hand, using psychokinesis and praying internally, please, devour. Immediately after, the energy storm began to rage violently. Although it couldn't devour the arrow, it successfully deflected its path. This made Sisla unable to believe her eyes. Adel then used swap and told Samuel, it's been deflected. Let's get to the gate. Near the portal, Luna and Fran also urged them on. Adele, Samuel, hurry up! The gate is about to close. At that moment, Sisla seemed unwilling to accept defeat. She gritted her teeth and growled, you damned insects, die. With that, she fired another arrow. The moment the arrow got close, Adele could only curse in his mind. Damn it! Seeing Adele was just a short distance from the gate, Fran and Luna shouted encouragement. You can do it! Noticing the danger from behind, Samuel also yelled worriedly, holy crap, there's another arrow coming. Adel cut him off, annoyed. I know. In that brief moment, he instantly focused on the sword on a classmate's shoulder and used a high-speed swap. Right after, a massive explosion shook the entire forest once more. Luckily, Adele managed to get inside the gate, though he was slightly injured. Seeing this, everyone immediately ran over to check on him. Adel, are you okay? He slowly sat up and replied, I'm fine. Is everyone else through? Luna said, yeah, we're all here. Adel glanced at the state of things inside. The gate then turned to everyone. When the gate closes, this pocket dimension will start to collapse. We have to run to the exit. Now. Hearing that, Fran immediately said, got it. She quickly announced to all the students, this space is going to collapse soon. Everyone run to the exit. Hurry. Not long after, outside the gate, the instructor spoke, you're a bit late. You've all worked hard. For Class A, it was as if a heavy burden had been partially lifted from their shoulders. He sighed in relief, thinking, we survived. We made it back alive. Soon, everyone was back at the academy. Adele stepped forward to report to the class. A president, reporting back. Total personnel, 21. -4 casualties, 17 have returned. After that, he also reported everything from beginning to end to the instructor. After listening, Idea said, I see. Adele also apologized for not being able to retrieve the students' bodies, but said he would remember their names until the day he died. Idea then placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "You've worked hard, class president. We instructors will not forget the students who were sacrificed. Now then, since we still need to conduct the evaluation, I'll be collecting this inner flower." However, a few guys standing nearby made sarcastic remarks. Can't really praise them for that. Seriously, the class led by a half-demon has so many deaths. Hearing this, Adele could only think angrily to himself, "Those bastards. If you guys had gone, your entire group would have been wiped out." Just then, Renee approached and called out. Diana next to her remarked, "Oh, you're not dead?" Seeing Renee arrive, he immediately fell into his role as a humble servant. "My lady, you are safe." She replied, "Yes, I'm fine. What about you, Adele? Are you badly injured?" He quickly waved his hand. It's not fatal, so I'm okay." However, Renee dismissed it, saying, "I can tell you're seriously hurt just by looking. Come, I'll take you to the infirmary." Suddenly, Renee noticed Luna behind Adele. Luna, feeling Renee staring at her, got a little flustered. She raised her hand shyly and said, hello." In response, Renee's entire body was instantly filled with killing intent. Her expression darkened, startling Luna into exclaiming, "Hey, what's with that?" She quickly hid behind Adele and said, "Why is she looking at me so scarily?" Seeing this, Renee immediately declared, "Adele is mine. Get away from him." This statement confused Luna even more, who just managed an A. She gently tugged on Adele's sleeve, her voice timid. "Wait, what do you mean, milady?" This action completely enraged Renee. She drew her sword, about to deal with the girl in front of her, but the person next to her frantically tried to stop her. "Hold on, why are you suddenly drawing your sword?" "Milady, I think there's been a misunderstanding. He was just helping me walk for a moment." "First, please calm down, milady." This whole scene made Diana, who was standing nearby, burst out laughing. Renee then reluctantly sheathed her sword, allowing the other person to finally let out a sigh of relief. She turned away, telling him to get treated well and that she'd see him later. Adele immediately agreed. Yes, I'll come see you later." Only when Renee was out of sight did Luna finally relax and sigh. "Good grief, she's even scarier than those humans." Adele quickly agreed. "I know, right? She's got such a fiery temper." Just then, a voice made an announcement. "Everyone, your attention please. The principal has a few words." Up above, Principal Lucia declared in a clear voice, "During this exam, you all must have gone through a great deal. Thinking of the comrades who lost their lives during the exam, everyone is surely heartbroken, but it is still too soon to shed tears. Only after we have annihilated the enemy will it be time to cry. Bury your comrades in your hearts and let that rage fuel you, and become even stronger. These hardships will make you tougher. Finally, you've all worked hard. Return to your dorms and get some rest." After hearing this, Samuel spoke up. "Looking at the other classes, they barely have any losses. Does that mean our class is that weak?" Adele immediately replied, "No, that's not it. It's true our casualties were high, but objectively speaking, we're still stronger than Gur's and Iron's classes." "A little surprised," Samuel asked. "Really?" Adele confirmed. "On that point, I feel really bad. If I had chosen a different area, the losses would have been much smaller." He sighed, consoling him. "Hey, what's done is done. If I had been stronger, none of the students would have had to die." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. "Hey, Class A's rep." Bantan approached and said, "It's been a week, hasn't it? Judging by your appearance, you must have been seriously injured, huh?" Adele was a little surprised, but he still greeted him politely. "Sir Bantan." Then he added, "My target was too strong, so I had a bit of a tough time. But you, Sir Bantan, look as healthy as ever." He replied, "Yeah, he was pretty strong. But since he was just an old geezer, he got tired and collapsed after a few swings of his sword." This made Adele a bit suspicious. He thought to himself, "As far as I know, Bantan's target was the famous mercenary king from the Great Human Demon War. A master like that just got tired and collapsed on his own?" At this point, Bantan continued, "Anyway, the one who did this to you must be pretty formidable. It makes me curious to know who he is." Adele said, "He wasn't an easy opponent. Luckily, fortune was on my side." Bantan then turned away and said, "So modest. Luck is a part of your strength, you know. In that case, make sure you heal up properly. And get some rest. That's the only way you'll have the strength to fight me next time." Hearing this, Adele immediately felt an itch to fight. Samuel, confused, grumbled, "What the hell is wrong with that guy? Why is he so obsessed with fighting you?" He immediately chimed in, "I know, right? He may not look it, but Sir Bantan is a true master. He's probably strong enough to fight on par with that ice demon I faced." Samuel was extremely surprised by this information and asked, "He's that strong? So, he's even stronger than you were when your power was amplified?" Adele confirmed doubtfully. "Probably," he thought to himself. Right now, among all the students, probably only Bantan and Diana could fight the student council. Renee and Samuel might be able to in a few years. Just then, Fran walked over and asked, "You two haven't left yet?" Adele replied, "You're still here too, Fran." Hearing this, she immediately reverted to her usual demeanor and said, "A true leader looks after the students in their class until the very end, of course." Hearing this, Samuel said irritably, "There she goes again. Can you shut that mouth of yours? Every time you open it, I get a headache." Before he could finish, Fran grabbed him and yelled, "What did you say, you little snot-nosed brat?" Caught off guard, Samuel screamed, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" And just like that, the two of them started trading blows. Of course, Adel got caught in the crossfire and took a few hits too. Luna, standing nearby, quickly intervened. "Adel still needs to get treatment. Quickly, what are you two doing?" Hearing this, Fran reluctantly let it go. "Oh, right." Not long after, as Adel was walking down the hallway, he said, "Thanks, Luna. Because of me, you haven't gotten any rest at all." She immediately brushed it off, replying, "Not at all. If only I were a little better at controlling my healing abilities. Since I couldn't, I'm the one who feels bad." Adele comforted her. "Having that kind of mindset is great, but don't blame yourself. Just keep moving forward." Hearing that, Luna replied, "Yeah, next time, I'll definitely heal your wounds completely." Adele, they're at the infirmary. Looking at the door in front of them, Adele was a little surprised and remarked, "What's with this huge door?" With that, he opened the door and stepped inside. Pardon the intrusion. Upon seeing the two of them, an instructor turned around, her eyes wide with surprise, and then asked inquisitively, "What's this? Two half-demons have come here?" In the infirmary, the female doctor realized Adel's condition didn't look good, while he and Luna could only respond awkwardly. The doctor stepped closer, lifting Adel's chin to get a better look. Her expression was professional, but mixed with a hint of curiosity. She then asked Adel to lie on the bed. He obediently complied, still wondering why she was staring at him so intently. The doctor said nothing, simply placing her hand on his abdomen, which was tense and covered in wounds, to examine him. After the examination, she concluded that he needed surgery immediately and expressed surprise that he could still move with such a severe injury. Adele calmly accepted and entrusted himself to her. Hearing the word surgery, Luna, who was standing nearby, jumped in alarm. She anxiously asked if it was a major operation and if there would be any after effects. Seeing Luna's worried face, the doctor teased her, asking if he was her boyfriend. This made Luna blush and quickly wave her hands in denial. The doctor reassured them that the surgery would be over in about 3 hours. Hearing this, Adel told Luna to do as the doctor instructed. Luna had no choice but to say goodbye and wish Adel a successful surgery. As she turned to leave, the doctor put on her gloves with a mischievous look and prepared to administer the anesthesia. Adel closed his eyes, sinking into unconsciousness, while silently praying for the surgery to go smoothly. At the same time, in another location, the academy's instructors were gathering to begin the midterm evaluation for the first-year students. In the meeting room, Lucia expressed her anticipation, wanting to see who the strongest class representative was. She asked to see the footage from Inner. Aries confidently stated that the strongest could only be from his class or Class E. Beside him, someone, though annoyed, had to admit that it was true. Idea mentioned that the Class C representative is the daughter of the Demon King, a prominent figure. Aries agreed with this opinion, even during class. However, Aries still insisted that the best had to be Bantan. He even admitted that in terms of swordsmanship, Bantan was better than him, has probably surpassed even you. Robond, sitting opposite, added that while Bantan is weak in magic, physically he's a genius who will go down in history. Hearing the praise, Idea showed no fondness and said bluntly, "Ugh, I don't like him." This confused Aries because Bantan has a pretty good personality. Aries listed Bantan's good points: a clean appearance, excellent skills, high potential, and good academic performance. He retorted, "Isn't that a model student?" Idea just offered a sarcastic remark. Accused of exaggerating, Idea explained why she dislikes Bantan. She doesn't like his smile, combined with his wild, soulless-looking eyes. The debate continued, with Aries mocking her for choosing a class president with a cunning smile and squinty eyes. Idea smirked as if she'd been waiting for that question, picked up the lettered game pieces, and said that this exam would prove everything. A blue-haired instructor with small horns stood up, announcing that everything was ready, and they would begin watching the scheduled footage of Class E to see how their class president performs. Lucia said excitedly that this was the perfect time to see that kid's true power, and ordered it to begin. Immediately, a 3D image was projected, showing Bantan with blazing eyes, swinging a great sword in the middle of a burnt, ruined land. However, a sharp instructor noticed that the footage's perspective wasn't from Bantan. Another person explained that it seemed he had given the inner flower to another student to film. Robond guessed it was a strategic move. Bantan wanted an objective assessment of his strength, Still, Robon was annoyed, muttering that the rules only allow the class president to wear it. The footage continued with the image of Bantan's opponent. The hired mercenary king, even as just an image, had such an impressive presence that the instructors regretted not being able to hear the sound. Then came the spectacular scene of Bantan and the mercenary king charging at each other, creating a terrifying energy explosion. The instructors' jaws dropped in amazement. Even Robon had to cry out in shock. The idea that a first-year student could be on par with the mercenary king was unimaginable. On the screen, the mercenary king began to channel his battle spirit into his sword, preparing a finishing blow. Meanwhile, Bantan seemed to be at a disadvantage, having only channeled sword aura into the tip of his spear. And one instructor was quick to deny that Bantan was using battle spirit. But no, Bantan could also channel battle spirit into his weapon. In fact, he had mastered it right before the midterms, a development none of the instructors knew about. Robon broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes. For a first-year student to reach such a level of battle spirit was impossible. Bantan's attack created a horrific explosion, completely engulfing the mercenary king in a sea of flames. Witnessing the overwhelming performance, Ares smirked with satisfaction and declared a perfect score. Robon was still stunned, thinking this was no longer at a student's level. Ares smugly boasted that besides combat instructors like himself, no one could defeat Bantan. Hearing this, Idea mocked him for being too proud of someone, who wasn't even in his class. The evaluation continued, and the footage switched to Class D, with the recording device being a small flower. The instructors began to comment. The class president of Class D is Iron. This area seems quite easy since the opponent is just a newly formed team of knights. The footage showed Iron fighting the knights. According to their assessment, his command ability is still weak, but not bad. The only disappointing thing is that Iron sleeps too much. Another instructor commented that it suits the child of the sloth. Ares, with an expectant look, announced that his class, Class C, was next. The footage switched to Renee, unleashing powerful slashes accompanied by dark energy. She's no pushover. She can already use sword aura freely. Idea commented that although she's inferior to Bantan, Renee's achievement is still very impressive. Robon agreed, assessing her at the level of a 4th circle mage. But the real challenge had arrived. Renee was facing a 5th circle mage, a tower lord. The opponent unleashed an extremely powerful spell. The amazed instructors wondered if it was a 5th circle spell and suspected he had advanced to the 6th circle. A huge magical explosion enveloped the battlefield, overwhelming all who witnessed it. The blinding light from the explosion silenced the watching instructors in awe for a moment. When the glare faded, the figure of Diana appeared. Without a single wasted movement, Diana raised one hand to the sky to block the massive magical lightning bolts. It was a display of power far beyond expectations, leaving everyone speechless. The instructors realized Diana's crown was actually an item to suppress her power. Yet, she still appeared to be in pain from using such a colossal amount of energy. Diana's power erupted, creating a pink vortex of energy that swallowed her enemies. Their souls screamed in agony. The Tower Lord Mage only had time to let out a single cry before being crushed by Diana's power. It's hard to believe this was only her suppressed power. At this level, Robon judged that in terms of magic, only one student could compare to her. Ares asked curiously if it was Samuel. Robon denied it and gave a mysterious smile, saying that students' footage would appear soon. Let's keep watching. The evaluation screen switched to the next class, Class B. The class president of Class B is Gur. Contrary to his appearance, he has very good leadership skills. Sometimes, that slightly forceful style of command is necessary. Idea commented that even though Gur is overshadowed by the other class presidents, she would still give him a fairly high score. Ares agreed. Finally, it was Class A's turn. The class Idea is in charge of. Contrary to her initial confidence, she now sighed and seemed afraid to watch. The atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly became heavy. Both Ares and Idea were silent with serious expressions. Idea was lost in thought about the 4 students she had guided for the past few months who had died. Even someone as cold as her couldn't avoid getting attached to her students. Lucia spoke up, saying there was only one class left and that he was very curious about the performance of Class A's president. The footage for Class A began, revealing an unexpected scene. An academy castle floated amidst the clouds. Robon exclaimed in shock that it was the world's top academy for the gifted. Idea had to admit that their Saitan was no less impressive. In the unfamiliar area, Class President Otto was still leading the students very well. A whisper revealed that someone had secretly given him a map. Despite the cheating, the team safely reached the entrance of the artificial dungeon. However, in front of them were many different entrances. The instructors were curious, not understanding what Class President Adele was doing. As he placed his hand on the stone wall, suddenly, a secret passage appeared from within the wall, stunning the viewers. The instructors were no exception. How could he have known there was a hidden path at that junction? Robon guessed that he might have used a detection spell. He confirmed that the student has very keen magical senses. That's why he could do it. Even so, finding a secret path that even spies. Even though it was just one attempt, it still left a strong impression on Aries. He thought to himself that the boy was truly extraordinary. In the faculty meeting room, Aries was in the middle of an interrogation. With a skeptical expression, he argued that it was impossible for someone to move around the enemy base as if it were abandoned. No matter how good that person's detection abilities were, a person sitting next to him disagreed. She turned to directly ask the senior instructor across from her what exactly he was implying. Aries continued heatedly, pointing out that the area Class A went to was the easiest. But even with 2 heirs of the 7 deadly sins there, the result was still 4 dead students. And most of the rest were injured. Aries insisted it was all because of Adel's intent to harm. Idea was stunned by Aries' accusation. Even the student council president returned seriously injured. She turned to Aries across from her, emphasizing that he had witnessed it too. Just as the debate was reaching its peak, a powerful voice cut in. "That's enough," Lucia intervened. She acknowledged that there was some truth to what Aries said, but stated that this was only the beginning. She suggested they observe for a while longer before drawing any final conclusions. Hearing that, Aries could only reluctantly agree. He let out a frustrated sigh. As the headmaster declared the meeting would continue, the scene shifts to the academy's infirmary, where surgical tools and medicine are laid out, indicating that a treatment had just finished. On the bed, Adel slowly regained consciousness. The black wound on his neck was still visible, but he no longer appeared to be in pain. Adel sat up, his body covered in bandages. He looked around the room in confusion, wondering if it was all over and how much time had passed. Adel quietly looked at his hand, where the parasite Samuel resided. A faint green energy flickered weakly beneath the bandages. He clenched his fist, getting a feel for his body. He felt no pain and seemed completely fine. Though it was a little uncomfortable, he could still move. Just then, the female medical instructor entered, asking if Adel was awake. Adel, now sitting on the floor, responded weakly. The instructor handed Adel a cup of hot tea, telling him to drink it. Adel hesitated, but the instructor explained that she had brewed it with a special type of leaf good for restoring one's strength. Hearing this, he reluctantly agreed. Adel took a sip of the tea and felt a rejuvenating sensation, like a detox that cleared his head. The instructor smiled and asked how he was feeling. Adel thanked her and said that because of her, the treatment seemed to have been a success. She advised him to avoid any strenuous activity for now, saying he'd be much better in a few weeks. Adel was a bit surprised to hear he had to rest for so long. Still, he smiled. He told himself not to push it and to get proper rest, treating it as a recovery period. Besides, the midterm exam was already over. But then Adel suddenly paused. He remembered the final exam was in 2 months. He started to worry about the exact date and thought he should ask Samuel. Adel looked at his arm, where the parasite remained silent. He guessed Samuel probably hadn't fully recovered after the anesthetic wore off. He figured Luna might know. Adel turned to the instructor and asked, "By the way, did the student with the light pink hair who came with me stop by?" The instructor was a little surprised by his question. She smiled slightly, revealing that the girl had been worried sick, waiting for 3 whole hours. And the moment the surgery was over, she burst in like a bolt of lightning and immediately started casting recovery magic. Adel vividly pictured it and couldn't help but feel guilty, thinking she must have pushed herself to the brink, and that her own condition must not be good. The instructor grabbed a chair, recognizing the importance of her healing ability. It was an extremely rare talent, practically unheard of among the demon race, she continued. Perhaps it's because she's half demon that she possesses such an ability, though her medical knowledge regarding bone setting seems a bit lacking. An idea sparked in the instructor's mind. She wondered if she should try teaching Luna. Adel was surprised by the sudden suggestion. "Really?" he asked. The instructor figured that combining healing abilities with professional medical knowledge would be a good thing, and she would become a valuable asset. The instructor continued, "After all, I am an instructor here at San." She then asked why Adel looked so pleased. Adel couldn't help but smile. "Oh, for so many reasons." The instructor advised Adel to get some more rest before leaving, adding that they could talk more later. Adel smiled and thanked her. He then smiled in satisfaction. He thought this was surely a fantastic opportunity for Luna, and if she learned more about medicine, she'd definitely be a huge help to him. The scene shifts to outside the window, where daylight shines, signaling a new day has dawned after the storm of the exams. Back in the meeting room, Aries sat with his arms crossed, his face still sullen and thoughtful after the argument. A wide-angle shot of the meeting room reveals a heavy silence. The other instructors were also lost in their own thoughts, and the atmosphere remained tense. The blue-haired instructor announced that they had finished reviewing all the footage from every class. Lucia simply said, "Good." Suddenly, someone slammed a hand on the table and cheered. "Ha!" she said excitedly. See? Everyone saw it, right? The president isn't a spy after all. I told you so. There's a reason the Bear Clan is backing him. Robon had to admit he never expected a student could be that powerful, to be able to single-handedly defeat a 5th-level mage from the Empire. Ares brushed it off, saying it was just luck. But Idea immediately countered that luck is a part of skill. Idea turned to tease Robond. Professor Robond, you should be careful what fate awaits you if you only focus on theory. Hearing that, Robond just chuckled and called it a sharp joke. However, Ares remained skeptical. He said that the sudden spike in power and the deliberate hiding of the inner flower bothered him. Still, Ares had to admit that Adel's self-sacrifice to save the other students was worthy of praise, especially since he also fought the ice hammer wielder afterward. That scene sent a shiver down Ares' spine. Idea concluded that Tyrion was a monster of a student. She couldn't believe someone like him existed at the Imperial Academy. Robond agreed, saying it looked like he was just toying with the president. Ares added that even the person who fired the final arrow exceeded their expectations. He concluded that they had underestimated the Imperial Academy. Lucia, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. She assessed that the student who fought Adel directly seemed even stronger than the mercenary king. Yet, this information was left out of the briefing. She rested her chin in her hand and made a chilling comparison, suggesting that person might be even slightly stronger than young Bonton. A surprised Professor Robond asked, "So, are you saying the area we thought was the easiest was actually the most difficult?" Lucia confirmed that aside from Bantan's and Diana's classes, all the others would have likely been annihilated, and even those two might not have made it back safely. Idea fell silent. She admitted that, just as the headmaster said, even she would have struggled against those two. And even having witnessed it, they still couldn't explain how the president managed to achieve victory. Ares agreed decisively. This was definitely not a challenge for a normal student. It was a military campaign. It would require Citangent-grade instructors to risk their lives. Professor Robon pushed up his glasses and continued analyzing the perfect coordination with Pawn and Samuel. It was combined with quick judgment that ultimately ensured the student's safe retreat. He concluded that Adel was definitely a student worth studying. Lucia spoke up, suggesting that given the current atmosphere, one class's practical score would probably reflect the opinions of all the instructors. Idea jumped up and cheerfully declared, "That's right, a perfect score, of course. Who would dare to look down on our proud president?" she said with a triumphant smile, while Ares just glanced over with an unhappy expression. Finally, even Ares sighed in concession. "Ha! I agree!" Idea cheered. "Of course!" Seeing her rival give in, Lucia declared the meeting adjourned. She requested that the instructors in charge of each class compile and submit the final evaluation scores. Everyone answered in unison, "Yes, ma'am." The scene shifts back to the infirmary. Adel had changed back into his clothes and bowed to the nurse. She asked, "Are you heading home now, dear?" Adel replied, "Yes. Thank you so much for everything." She cheerfully said that she was also about to get off work and urged Adel to head home. She reminded him to take his recovery medicine. Adel replied obediently, "I understand." As he was about to leave, the nurse suddenly remembered something and added, "Oh, by the way, there's an instructor outside looking for you." Adele was a little surprised but acknowledged her. Walking down the hallway, Adele wondered to himself, who could it be? Did my homeroom teacher come to visit me? Maybe they're worried because I was so badly injured. He stepped out of the building, enjoying the fresh air outside. Adel smiled, feeling refreshed. "The weather's so nice. I want to get back to the dorm and shower right away." Suddenly, a bird's chirp rang out. A small bird circled in the sky and then swooped down towards Adele. Adel happily recognized the familiar bird. "Oh, it's you, Ciro. When did you go out to play?" He held out his hand, and the little bird landed on it. Adel let it perch on his hand as he spoke. If Ares saw the footage from the inner flower, he'd know I brought you with me, but he had no idea that the very person he just mentioned was standing right behind him. Adele flinched in terror, his entire body freezing as he felt a murderous intent from behind. He turned around to see Ares' face, radiating killing intent, his eyes bloodshot red. He was staring daggers at Adel. Adel whispered in desperation. Without hesitation, he instantly activated his skill, triple displacement. A blue light enveloped him. Ares roared furiously. "Stop right there!" Adel, who was trying to flee, faltered. He turned back with a panicked look on his face and stammered, "W, what's the matter?" Ares stood there, his face as cold as stone, staring directly at Adel. "We need to talk," he said. "We need to talk?" Adele broke out in a cold sweat as a terrible premonition welled up in his chest. "Don't tell me."